The Duke's entire family gathered at the common table to share a meal. The heroine listened as her brothers tried to persuade their younger sister to eat a carrot. The girl did not love her, but Leonardo insisted that she needed to eat well to be healthy. His younger brother suggested that the girl just give in and eat the poor carrot. The father shouted at the boys because he was sure that none of them had the right to force his daughter to eat something she didn't like. The man was amazed that a dish with Leanna's least favorite ingredient ended up on the table. After his words about the maids being able to say goodbye to the person making up the menu, the girls shuddered. Leanna could not stand it and stood up from her seat, begging her father not to commit this act. She rushed towards the man and, looking into his eyes, noticed that he couldn't be fired from work for such a trifle. The man couldn't resist his daughter's charm, so he promised to forgive this mistake this time. The brothers immediately rushed to praise the girl for her kindness and caring nature. Only the heroine could not listen to a grown, 20-year-old girl being called a little bunny. She felt awkward being behind that trunk, which Leonardo noticed. However, the girl could not say that her appetite had disappeared due to the unfolding scene, so she referred to illness. The guy promised that if Leanna ate all the carrots, her brother would give her a gift. Leonardo promised to do so, which surprised Leanna because today was not even her birthday. At that moment, the middle brother leaned over to Leonardo and whispered that he should give a gift to his wife so that she would not be angry. However, he only sighed wearily and noted that there was no reason for a gift. Then the girl couldn't stand it any longer and reminded him that exactly 2 years ago they got married and today was their anniversary. Leonardo looked so surprised, as if he had actually forgotten what had happened. The brother and sister immediately rushed to make fun of their brother, who turned out to be a lousy husband. Even his father noticed that the guy should take more care of his family since he created it. The heroine held on with all her might and tried not to react to the surrealism she had been observing for the last half hour. Leonardo admitted that he was guilty and had forgotten about the anniversary, but he said it in such a tone as if he did not admit his mistakes. The man continued and noted that nowhere is it written that a husband is obliged to give his wife gifts on their wedding anniversary. But initially our heroine thought that she was lucky to get into the world of the novel. She died in a car accident, but she was given a second chance. She suddenly woke up in her favorite novel, I Returned to the Path of Flowers. Leanna was a pathetic orphan from the slums who had no bright future. However, the head of the noble family, Duke Cassius, his eldest son Leonardo, and his youngest son Lehem were able to change the girl's fate. They adopted Leanna and welcomed her into their family, giving her a lot of love and care. The heroine really enjoyed reading about how these three spoiled Leanna. But as it turns out, reading and observing what is happening are far from the same thing. The heroine was reborn as Elsa Valles, the wife of the older brother of the main character of the novel. She was one of the most unremarkable characters and did not appear often. But the girl was still happy that she married her favorite character. His hair was the color of the sun, and one could easily drown in his blue eyes. The husband was ideal, and in many ways, he resembled his father. She was a little upset that the girl had married only for convenience. However, the main thing was that she really did end up in the family of the Duke from her favorite novel. The girl thought that there could not be a better place for a fan of the novel. That's what she thought at first, but now everything that was happening made her incredibly angry. Leonardo noted that a wedding anniversary was a common holiday, but assumed that the girl had not prepared a gift for him. While reading the novel, the heroine never thought about how Elsa felt. Leonardo left her alone during their honeymoon and sent her a first anniversary gift through an assistant. Every time the girl approached him, the young man was invariably busy. Sometimes, when he had a rare day off, Elsa hoped that she could spend it with her husband. However, even on such days, the young man preferred to devote all his attention to his younger sister. Because of this, Elsa felt abandoned and was left alone all the time. While reading the book, she never thought that the main character would be so indifferent towards his wife. So she couldn't take it anymore and threw the gift right in her husband's face. With this outburst of anger, the girl surprised everyone gathered, including the family and servants of this house. She looked in such a way that no one had any doubt that this incident was intentional. Elsa was tired of putting up with this kind of treatment, so she loudly announced that she was demanding an immediate divorce. After this, the girl turned her back on her husband and suggested that they immediately begin divorce proceedings. The young man was so stunned that he literally lost the power of speech. The maids tried to stop their mistress, but did not dare to contradict her. Elsa returned to her room and was going to grab a few things before she left this house. She knew she couldn't leave empty-handed, so she prepared a suitcase in which she wanted to put her things. Leonardo burst into the girl's room, which surprised her because she thought that it would take him longer to come to his senses. The young man did not understand why the girl wanted a divorce and why she was not happy with their marriage. Initially, Elsa did not intend to explain to him and simply demanded that he get out of the way. She didn't understand why her deadbeat husband decided that the whole problem was just that he forgot about their anniversary. Leonardo admitted that they had difficulties, but that was normal for a marriage of convenience. Elsa herself understood this, which surprised the young man even more. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a beautiful dress that stood in the corner of the room. Leonardo took off his cape and reminded her that the girl had worn it to her wedding when they had good times. However, Elsa surprised him when she noticed that these were not the good times he thought. She added that she felt bad at the time, and anyway, it wasn't even her wedding dress. A couple of months before the wedding, there was a dress fitting in the salon. Elsa tried on one outfit after another and went out to show it off to her future husband. Leonardo tried to express his opinion and to make sure that the girl's outfit suit her very well. The store owner asked what other styles the girl would like to try on. Elsa's family believed that she would not find a better man anywhere, so she could not let the Duke's son in. Even the brother was sure that his sister simply had to become a duchess. Her entire family was selfish, but until recently they were in no hurry to sell the girl. Elsa was delighted because this store was famous for the fact that the dresses were created by the best designer in the empire. Each model was a real masterpiece. Suddenly, Leanna burst into their private room and greeted her brother. She admitted that she wanted to watch her future sister try on her dresses. At first, Elsa was happy with such attention because she dreamed of a family, like in her favorite novel. The girl thought that her dreams were coming true because by marrying the Duke's son, she would finally become part of his family. However, unexpectedly, Leanna approached the hangers on which options for wedding dresses were hanging. She asked her older brother if she could try on at least one outfit. Leanna noted that she would only do this if her future sister did not object. The girl admitted that the dress that Elsa wore was incredibly beautiful. The heroine understood the girl perfectly because she, too, always wanted to try on wedding dresses. That's why she didn't mind the main character of her favorite novel having fun with her. Elsa personally asked the owner of the salon to bring them a few more smaller size options. Even the young man gave in when he saw that his sister and future wife had conspired. A little later, the Duke and the hero's younger brother joined them in the room, looking for Leanna. Elsa was a little embarrassed that the girl wanted to try on her dress, and her brothers were not happy that the bride was in her own room. However, she was distracted from these thoughts because Leanna came out of the dressing room and showed off an incredible wedding dress. Everyone in the room was amazed by her appearance. The girl turned from side to side and wanted the family to tell her their impressions. Laham was initially shocked that his younger sister was suddenly wearing a wedding dress. The father remembered that it was only yesterday that the girl had told her father that she dreamed of becoming a bride when she grew up. It was only at this point that Elsa began to notice that the relationships in the family looked a little strange. She hoped that, unlike his younger brother, Leonardo had not intended to marry Leanna as a child. However, the young man destroyed all her hopes when he reminded her that he was first in line to become her groom. At that moment, Elsa completely lost the essence of what was happening, because right now he was her own fiancé. Leanna ordered her father and brothers to stop recalling this childish babble. The girl announced that she was going to try on another dress. Soon, she emerged from behind the screen in a new outfit and showed it off to her family again. Her father and brothers were delighted, but Elsa didn't know how to react. The second dress was followed by a third, then a fourth, and in the end, Leanna tried on almost all the outfits in the salon. And every time, invariably, her family gave her full support and admired her appearance. After the girl got tired, she took her father and younger brother with her and went to drink tea. Elsa was glad that her future family had finally left because the girl had already become tired of their pressure. However, unexpectedly, her future husband, Leonardo, suggested that the girl walk down the aisle in one of the dresses in which his sister looked beautiful. Elsa explained all this to her husband, who looked discouraged. The young man was sure that it was the girl who tried him on, which angered his wife even more. However, Elsa stood her ground and firmly stated that it was not she who tried on this dress, but his younger sister, Leanna. Leonardo tried to convince the girl that he could never make such a mistake and that it was she who was confusing everything. The man did not consider himself stupid and was confident that he would be able to tell the two dresses apart. He even suggested that Elsa was making everything up on purpose so that she would have something to blame her husband for. The girl was incredibly angry after she heard her husband accuse her of lying. Leonardo immediately backed down, but did not retract his words that he could not have confused the girls. The man claimed that they really were somewhat similar, which further infuriated the girl, who saw no similarity at all. Leonardo didn't understand why Elsa didn't say anything if she was offended by someone else trying on her dress. It sounded as if he meant that the girl had only just remembered it and had been silent all this time. Instead of answering, Elsa asked if the guy remembered what she asked him during dinner. Leonardo thought for a moment, but could not understand what was being discussed. He remembered that the girl had no appetite. Then his brother asked about the gift, and then Elsa started talking about divorce. However, the girl was not satisfied with the answer and asked him to think again. However, all the young man could remember was how he communicated with his sister and spent time with her at the table. Elsa noticed that this is exactly how she is perceived in this house, as an empty space. This happens despite the fact that she is the legal wife of the heir, and before the wedding it was even worse. Elsa grabbed her suitcase and headed for the exit, explaining that Leonardo was completely unaware of his mistakes. Not long ago, he was so impolite that during an argument he suggested that she try on someone else's dress. At that moment, different thoughts flashed through her head, one worse than the other. Then Elsa thought that the groom's family didn't know her well yet. She didn't want to jump to conclusions and decided to be patient for a little while. But in the end, there was no place for her in this house, nor in their hearts. Leonardo felt a little awkward, but he tried to justify himself by saying that his family members were very close to each other. However, Elsa did not consider herself close to them, and so she was going to leave this house. The young man grabbed her by the shoulder and tried to stop her and continue the conversation. However, Elsa could not tolerate such treatment and hit him on the hand. She announced that she would prepare all the papers and send them by mail, and her husband would only need to sign them. After that, the girl continued moving towards the exit of the house, and Leonardo ran after her and tried to stop. He was shocked that his always quiet and calm wife had suddenly changed so much. Coming out of the room, Elsa noticed that the whole family and servants had gathered downstairs. They still didn't take her words seriously, so they felt awkward and didn't really try to stop her. Even the Duke tried to tell the girl that she shouldn't make rash decisions. However, Elsa walked past them silently, not changing her decision to leave this house for a second. Soon she reached the city and settled into a hotel where she could finally rest. The girl packed her things in a hurry and didn't take a lot of things, but she still felt comfortable because all sorts of little things could be resolved later. The first thing she was going to do was get a divorce while her husband remained at the estate. Leonardo did nothing because he was sure that his wife was just a little angry, but would then cool down and return home. However, Lehem was not so sure about this because the girl clearly said that she wanted a divorce. Leonardo thought that his wife was a wise woman. She just got a little heated and began to threaten divorce, but very soon common sense would return to her. Their marriage was not originally based on feelings, so they are far from the most important thing in it. The brother was interested in what Leonardo would do if this did not happen. He didn't understand how the guy could be so sure that threats of divorce were just for attention. However, Leonardo explained that he was so calm because Liena said that everything would be fine. The girl always gave them valuable advice, and sometimes she could say something that completely surprised the interlocutor. Both brothers admitted that the girl is always right in her judgments. That is why Leonardo was absolutely sure that the divorce would definitely not happen. The next morning at Duke Cassius's estate, a servant knocked on the eldest son's room. Before he had time to announce that a guest was waiting at the front door, Leonardo had already run out of his room. He ran as fast as he could to greet the guest because he was sure that it was his wife who had returned home. However, the guy was very surprised when, instead of her, he saw an ordinary messenger near the entrance. The young man said that Lady Elsa had asked that the envelope with the documents be handed over to him personally. Leonardo opened the envelope and pulled out documents that contained the girl's signed statement of divorce. The young man saw the documents and his hands immediately started shaking. The next day, he came to the appointed time and place to meet Elsa. The young man was very nervous and could not wait for the moment when the girl would finally appear. He immediately rushed to Elsa and tried to find out why she sent him the documents. However, the girl behaved as calmly as possible and explained that this statement was necessary for their divorce to be approved. Leonardo was offended by this statement because he had been worried about his wife all this time. Elsa reminded him that she didn't ask him to worry about her. Then Leonardo tried to shout at the girl, but she responded in kind. The young man was so unaccustomed to her behavior that he immediately stepped back and fell silent. Elsa was satisfied with this performance because she too knew how to be loud and firm. The young man cleared his throat and explained that after the girl left, he had been thinking a lot and had begun to admit his mistakes. However, Elsa did not listen to him and suggested that they talk about it after he signed the divorce papers. Leonardo did not understand why his wife was acting so coldly towards him. Then the girl couldn't stand it any longer and admitted that she simply didn't care what he had imagined. She didn't understand why she had to instantly forgive her husband when he apologized, had to keep a smile on her face no matter the situation, and had to play the victim of the situation. Elsa was going to just part ways on good terms and never see each other again. However, the young man had no intention of following her and tore up the divorce application, allegedly by accident. He thought that there was nothing more that could be done, and that it would be better for them to go somewhere and calmly discuss everything. However, he was very surprised when the next second Elsa took out a copy of the statement from her bag, which she had brought just in case. Leonardo immediately snatched it from her hands and tore it into small pieces. However, the girl was ready for this move as well, continuing to take out copy after copy. So they stood in the middle of the street, continuing to tear up each new form. Leonardo got tired of this, so he snatched the entire folder of documents from the girl's hands. He declared that even if she brought 100 copies with her, he still would not agree to a divorce. Elsa just sighed deeply and admitted that then she would have to sort things out through the courts, since there was no other option. Leonardo was sure that the girl would not drag him to court because it was impossible to defeat their family. However, the next second the heroine took a deep breath and screamed at the top of her lungs that she was asking her husband to divorce her. The townspeople heard the name of the famous duke and immediately began to listen to their conversation to find out the details. Leonardo saw the increased attention of the people and immediately tried to hide his face. Elsa knew that now rumors of their divorce would spread throughout the capital, and the first goal had been achieved. The girl knew that she was quite ready to lose her dignity in an unfair fight. She calmly walked past her future ex-husband and promised that she would never give in first. The girl emerged from the crowd and was frustrated that she had no other options but to go to court. She knew that her husband was faithful, did not use physical violence, did not insult her, did not squander the family capital on gambling, and did not have illegitimate children. One of the grounds for divorce could also be the man's refusal to provide financial support for a period of more than 2 months. However, Elsa remembered very well that her husband gave her 5,000 gold coins every month, as well as pocket money. She didn't want to admit it, but at first glance Leonardo might seem like a very worthy husband. The girl had only one reason for filing for divorce, but it is a very intimate issue that she is not yet ready to discuss with a lawyer. Elsa was incredibly surprised when Leonardo caught up with her in an alley and confessed his love to her. The girl did not understand how she managed to choose such a stubborn ram as her partner. She didn't understand why she should believe his words at all, because Leonardo didn't love her at all. However, he tried to convince her that he married her because he fell in love, and now he does not want to get divorced because he still loves her. He admitted that he had many, much more profitable parties, but only she attracted his attention. Elsa couldn't listen to this nonsense any longer and admitted that she knew perfectly well why she was chosen for the role of the bride. She mentioned the abandoned mines in Andal that belonged to her. From the original novel, the girl knew that Liena wanted to take possession of these mines. This is precisely the reason why Elsa became her older brother's bride. At one time, they were mining ore in full swing, but gradually the vein was exhausted and then they were abandoned. They could not imagine that they would turn out to be a real treasure trove. Leonardo was frightened by the fact that the girl recognized his cunning. Now he had no way to convince her of his feelings. Elsa said that her husband confessed this to her when he was drunk. Of course it was just a bluff, because the guy didn't have time to talk to her even when he was drinking. However, the girl still continued to insist that Leonardo confessed to her that their marriage was concluded solely because of Liena's whim. The man agreed that at first he was only interested in her for the dowry, but then he fell in love at first sight, and after their meeting he forgot all about the mines. However, Elsa recalled that immediately after the wedding, the guy suddenly cooled towards her and stopped noticing her at all. Leonardo had nothing to say to this, so the girl asked him to stop following her and pulling the wool over her eyes. Leonardo grabbed her hand again and was not going to let go, asking for a chance to explain. However, her disarming look and another reminder of the mines made him let her go. Elsa was incredibly angry after what happened and promised herself that their family would not receive a single miserable cave from her. To her great happiness, all the mines were still registered in her name. Initially, Elsa asked her father to transfer the mines to her because then the girl would simply transfer them to her husband for use, and her family would avoid unnecessary taxation. Besides, it would be reckless to get rid of the mine when new mining technologies are about to appear and they will be able to dig deeper. Elsa knew that all the mines still contained valuable rocks, and the only problem was that they were located deep underground, so the loss from mining could be even greater than the possible benefit. Sometimes the question of the mines came up in conversation, but then the girl would make excuses that transferring them to the Duke's possession would take some time. Initially, she said that the parents had not yet finished preparing the documents. Then it was alleged that all the documents were lost on the way to the estate. Then she blamed the family accountant, who was unable to handle the business at the time because he had fallen ill due to stress. The Duke's entire family had joined forces in an attempt to obtain these mines, since the families had originally agreed that they would be part of the dowry, so their demands were not without merit. But having given them the mines, it was practically impossible to get them back, so there was no time to delay the divorce. After meeting her future ex-husband, Elsa went to the adventurer's forest on the outskirts of the city. The girl made her way through the thicket until she came to a cliff that offered a view of the clearing. In the middle of this clearing, the main villain of the original story fought with his opponents. Thanks to her reincarnation, Elsa knew that the young man in the plot was opposed to Liena. The villain was a handsome young marquis named Terence Freeheiden. Elsa didn't expect to meet him so quickly, because Terence is a high-born nobleman, and soon he will get even more power into his hands. Elsa knew she had to seize the moment and decided to pretend to be lost. The girl did not intend to spend her entire life as furniture in her future ex-husband's house. She was so immersed in her thoughts that she didn't notice the villain heading towards her. The man felt like someone was watching him, so he ordered his pursuer to stop hiding. With one blow, the villain easily cut down the tree behind which, as he assumed, the pursuer was hiding. Elsa was horrified that a man in black actually jumped from a fallen tree right next to her. He rushed towards the villain, intending to kill him now that his location had been revealed. However, Terence was an excellent opponent and easily dodged his fatal blow. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and dealt a decisive blow to his pursuer. The young man was even disappointed that such amateurs were sent to him. All this time, Elsa sat behind a tree and tried not to reveal herself while Terence got rid of the mercenary's corpse. The girl decided that now was not the best time for a first meeting and decided to move away. But she was unlucky. She stumbled on the edge of the cliff and flew down. Elsa thought that her life would end in the middle of this forest, but suddenly she felt that she was in someone's strong arms. The girl was surprised that Terence managed to pick her up in his arms and appeared even more attractive up close. However, she could not give in to his charm, so the heroine sank to the ground and thanked the young man for saving her. Terence just smiled and asked what such a young lady was doing alone in the middle of the forest. The girl tried to explain that she had simply taken a wrong turn while walking. However, Terence continued to inquire what the stranger needed in the forest of adventurers. He knew that this place was far from the main path because it was in the opposite direction. Elsa understood perfectly well that luck was not on her side because her lie was so easily exposed. She understood perfectly well that she had said some nonsense, because of which she had driven herself into even greater problems. The girl tried to explain that she came to the forest on one business but accidentally got lost. She hoped Terence wouldn't ask what personal business had brought her into this thicket. The young man did not believe the words of his interlocutor at all and had already grabbed his weapon to get rid of her. The villain knew that only bandits and hired killers walked in this forest. Elsa was disappointed that all her lies did not work, and the young man did not believe her at all. She knew that if anything happened, she could resort to the help of a protective amulet. However, Terence had already pulled out his weapon, because he was sure that the girl had come here for him. After this, the heroine gave in and admitted that she would tell him the whole truth. She admitted that it was her personal business, but she could not help but satisfy her savior's curiosity. So Elsa said that she came to this forest to hire a mercenary for protection and escort. She began to cry and added that she wanted to divorce her husband, but he did not want to let her go and threatened to come for her. Elsa said that she was a noble lady, but she could not afford to ask for protection from the Knights of the Order. Terence was silent for a moment, thinking about what the girl had said. After this, he hid his weapon and bowed to the girl, apologizing to her for her inappropriate advice. Elsa gratefully accepted his apology and intended to leave this forest as quickly as possible. She turned around and ran into a tree that was lying in the middle of the road, where the girl inadvertently remembered everything that happened before meeting the main villain. She didn't want to reveal that she had witnessed the situation, so she assumed that the stranger had knocked down the tree during training. Terrence decided not to be modest and admitted that he was really good, and the girl would not regret hiring him as a bodyguard. Why did he come close to the noble Elsa and offer her his accompaniment? He explained that he himself was a kind of wandering mercenary who was just looking for an employer. Elsa knew perfectly well that this was a lie, because in fact the villain was a marquise. However, she could not show off her knowledge, so she tried to pretend that she had no money at all. All the heroine's excuses ended when she realized that this could be a great opportunity for her. Elsa knew that this way she could get closer to the villain and get some information, so she agreed to his proposal. This is how, completely by accident, the girl hired the main villain as her personal bodyguard. She just hoped that it was completely safe and would not harm her in any way in the future. On the way out of the forest, Elsa introduced herself and explained that she still bore her husband's last name, but that they would soon be divorced. She was afraid that the guy might become wary after mentioning her last name, and her real name would mean nothing to him. The guy asked to be called simply Terrence because he is of humble origin and has no last name. Elsa knew perfectly well that this was a blatant lie, but she could not reveal her knowledge. She just watched the young man from the side and realized that if the original story had had illustrations, he would have become her favorite character. Suddenly, the young man asked where the girl was living while she waited for her divorce. Elsa explained that she was staying at a hotel for now, but was now actively looking for a new home. They agreed that the bodyguard would live in the next room, which would be paid for by his employer. Terrence originally wanted to give up the extra cleaning of the room once a month as a bonus from the employer. However, he then remembered that he was pretending to be poor, so he thanked the girl for her generosity. Elsa just laughed at how the hero had just almost stepped out of his role as a poor mercenary. She knew that regardless of his role in the plot, the guy hated being in debt and would definitely work off his debt. Soon, the guys got to the hotel and Terrence saw his room, where he would be living in the near future. The girl was strange, but he liked to watch her get nervous. He wasn't going to save her, but he just couldn't resist. The young man wearily noted that getting involved in unnecessary trouble was not at all in his character. However, he had already agreed, so he decided to play his role to the end. After this, he composed a message in which he said that he would have to stay in the capital longer for an indefinite period. It may have been just a game, but Terrence always did a good job at whatever job he took on. That night, Elsa slept peacefully in her bed, not expecting any trick. The Marquis was in the next room, but unlike the girl, even in his sleep, he was ready to wake up and fight at any second. The next day, the young people went to the pharmacy because Elsa wanted to buy herbs for tea. The girl named the necessary ingredients, which the pharmacist went to collect from her storerooms. From the original novel, Elsa knew that the Marquis' main weakness was chronic headaches. They were linked to a curse placed on the imperial family in exchange for a shard of divine powers. Members of the imperial family are able to freely manipulate mana, but suffer from side effects. The strength of pain is directly proportional to the strength of a person's magic, and the greatest strength in history was possessed by the two sons of the current ruling emperor. The first was the main male character of the novel, and also Lena's love interest, Crown Prince Mikhail. The second most powerful character was the emperor's illegitimate son, Terrence. The main villain was the eldest child, born to the daughter of the Marchioness Molo. But when the current emperor's elder brother died, he unexpectedly received the title of Crown Prince, which created a delicate situation, and the Marquis' daughter suddenly disappeared. The Crown Prince was shocked, but he was especially upset by the rumors of the girl's infidelity, so he did not wait for her return and married a girl from the family of Duke Vidor. And Marquis Molo seemed to have completely forgotten about the existence of his missing daughter. This was until one day she showed up with a baby in her arms. According to the girl, she was kidnapped on the orders of Duke Vidor, who conspired with the emperor. However, there was no material evidence of their guilt, so such influential people as the Duke and the Emperor got off scot-free. There was no place for the girl at court, even though she was already pregnant at the time of her disappearance. Her son was of royal blood, but her legitimacy was never recognized. If it weren't for court intrigues, Terrence would have become the crown prince, but in the end, cruel, underhanded games took everything from him. This was the story of the original novel's main villain, Marquis Terrence. Elsa found it sad that the Marquis could not openly call the Emperor Pope, and the Duke constantly sent mercenaries to him. To top it all off, he is driven crazy by incessant headaches. Because of this unbearable pain, the young man began taking a drug called Devil's Claws. And the Crown Prince, who also suffered from headaches, had Liena. Elsa was incredibly angry that the goddess's blessing neutralized her youngest son's curse. One received the title of Crown Prince and a goddess-blessed bride to boot, while the other suffered from the unfair status of a bastard and was forced to dull the pain with drugs. A desperate Terence collapses from the drug's side effects and dies. Soon the girl's order was collected, and the pharmacist gave her all the necessary herbs. Elsa knew that this healing tea eased the effects of the curse placed on her new bodyguard. It was originally invented by Liena from the future, but this time she decided to use her knowledge. Initially, the girl planned to use Terence to speed up the divorce process and then pull the Empire before the fight for the throne began. However, now she didn't want to leave him because the guy didn't seem evil to her at all. Elsa hoped that with the medicinal tea he would no longer need drugs and his fate would turn out differently. Then, for one of the ingredients for the medicinal tea, the boys went to the church to buy some holy water. Elsa had no idea that the adventurer's forest had its own temple, which was even calmer than the one in the city. Suddenly, the young man grabbed the heroine by the hand and ordered her to follow him. They hid behind one of the trees and the bodyguard pulled out his weapon. He ordered the girl to be quiet, but Elsa could think of nothing but their close interaction. After some time, the servant Kira came out into the clearing where the heroes had just been. Terence didn't intend to wait long and immediately attacked the girl who was chasing them. He was much more skilled than her in fencing, so he easily disarmed the girl. Then Elsa came out from behind the tree and confessed that this stranger was her maid in her husband's house. Kira admitted that she came to Elsa because she needed to tell her something. Elsa didn't understand why the girl had been sneaking behind them the whole way. She immediately assumed that Liena was involved in all of this. She admitted that she was well aware of how many times Kira had been watching her, identifying her weaknesses so that it would be easier for the Duke's family to control her. In the original story, Kira was a loyal servant of Liena, and her parents were once given a small plot of land in exchange for unconditional loyalty to the family of their masters. But in reality, it was a trap that the whole family fell into. Soon, due to intrigue and underhanded games, they lost everything they had acquired in life. After burying her loved ones, the family's eldest daughter became consumed with a thirst for revenge. She was eventually hanged for the murder of a person of noble blood, which happened in Liena's first life. However, after being reborn, the girl decided to change the fate of the unfortunate one. After returning to the past, Liena visited Kira after she buried all her relatives. The heroine took advantage of her situation and offered the girl help in her revenge. Elsa understood that the girl wanted to get Kira's ability to learn information, as well as the ability to concentrate on one thing. Terence didn't know all this, so he offered to quickly deal with the spy. However, unexpectedly for the guy, Elsa asked to be left alone with the maid. The young man immediately put away his sword and warned that he would move far enough away so as not to hear their conversation. After that, Elsa leaned towards the girl and whispered that she would tell her where to find Viscount Salen's main enemy if she worked for her. She did not explain where she got this information, citing classified information. She knew that the girl never understood how Liena knew everything because she hid her main secret until the very end of the story. Kira did not want to cooperate with the girl because she was not her mistress who helped her out in difficult times. However, even the maid could not deny that Liena still had not told her the necessary information. Elsa decided to plant a seed of doubt in the girl's soul and suggested that her daughter-in-law was simply lying. After her words, the maid became angry because she faithfully served her mistress and defended her good name. Elsa decided to play on the fact that for Kira, revenge was above all else, even above loyalty. So she was glad when the girl asked what she wanted from her in exchange for the necessary information. Elsa wanted Kira to return to her mistress and tell her certain information. Even the maid was surprised at how small the price was for her enemy's location. Elsa added that she would report the enemy's coordinates in 2 months. After that, Kira left and the heroine could breathe easy because the maid was a little scary. In fact, Liena did not intentionally hide information from her because she only knew that the Viscount was hiding. She read this in the newspaper in her first life, and in this one she also faithfully read every issue, which the girl herself took advantage of. She prayed that Kira would doubt her mistress's honesty and help her with the divorce. Elsa flinched when Terence emerged from his hiding place and asked how their conversation had gone. He was amused by the fact that the girl completely forgot about his presence due to nerves. The guy admitted that he always follows his employer's orders, so he didn't eavesdrop on their conversation. Elsa promised to treat him to lunch since she had such a devoted bodyguard. Kira returned back to her mistress's house and found her trying on a new outfit. Seeing the maid, the mistress asked the other girls to leave the room and leave them alone. The maids were delighted with their mistress and did not want to leave because they enjoyed dressing her up like a doll. However, Leanna made a suffering face and asked the girls to leave at least for a little while. The maids melted at her cute face and immediately agreed to fulfill her request. After the girls left, Leanna admitted that sometimes they can be too persistent, but still did not ask them to stop behaving like that. Kira reported that she did not notice anything special during the surveillance since the girl was simply walking around the shops. She reported that Elsa was cheerful and even smiling, without mentioning that she was smiling at her bodyguard. Leanna was happy after her words, because she believed that now the divorce could be considered cancelled. Leonardo told the girl that his wife knew everything about the mines that interested them, so she might be offended. Leanna added dreamily that in the evenings her brother gets drunk and talks incessantly about his love for his wife. The girl wanted to give something to her daughter-in-law so that she would quickly stop being offended by their family. Kira asked if her owner was planning to install shafts for Elsa for now. Leanna confirmed this assumption because she knew that the price of mines would not rise anytime soon. After this, she ordered the girl to stop spying on her daughter-in-law and return to her main duties. After leaving her mistress's room, Kira looked as if the girl's words and behavior had made her truly doubt her intentions. After meeting in the garden, the children went to the cafeteria to have a snack and try the new healing tea. Elsa hoped that the young man would like her brew, but he only admitted that it was not bad. The girl was worried because the guy had been taking this tea for 3 days already, but she did not notice any effect. Elsa explained that after drinking this tea there should be improved sleep, increased energy, ease of movement, etc. Terence tried to calm her down after all. It was just tea, not some kind of medicine, so there was no point in expecting a strong effect. Elsa knew that if she asked the guy directly about his headaches, it would immediately give her away. Then the girl assumed that she had simply prepared the drink incorrectly. While the young man closed his eyes and rested, she decided to remember the recipe she knew from the original story. She concentrated within herself and mentally returned to the text of the book. However, Elsa was surprised because she was convinced that she had prepared everything exactly according to the recipe. Thanks to her transformation, she was able to look at the text of the novel and could reread it wherever and whenever she wanted. It was a very useful skill, but for some reason the girl got very tired after doing it, so she couldn't do it more than a couple of times a day. However, she noticed that this was not the first time the bodyguard had fallen asleep next to her. The first time she thought he just had a very comfortable bed in his room. However, she was surprised when the guy explained that he had never slept with her, so he didn't even know. Elsa was upset because she thought that these apartments were too cheap for such a noble person. The girl was lost in her thoughts and did not notice how the bodyguard approached her closely. She immediately pulled away from him and admitted that she wanted to go back to the hotel and get some sleep. Then Terence gallantly offered her his hand and helped her up from the table, falling more and more deeply into the heroine's soul. On the way to the hotel, the Marquis met a man who almost revealed his true identity. However, the bodyguard, with one menacing look, ordered the man to shut up before he said anything unnecessary. He explained to Elsa that it was his fellow mercenary who wanted to discuss something with him. The young man intended to step away for a short while, but he barely had time to do so when the carriage noisily drove up right up to the boys. Elsa immediately realized that this carriage belonged to the family of her future ex-husband. Lena ran out from there, immediately rushed to the girl and began to joyfully hug her. A little later, the girls came back into the cafe and took a table, all of a sudden opposite each other. Elsa was glad that the bodyguard managed to move away from her, and Leanna did not realize that they were together. After this, the girl asked what her daughter-in-law needed. The guard immediately ordered the girl not to be rude to his mistress, since she had come to visit her. Elsa was irritated that the noble knight was lecturing her, and without any polite address. Leanna immediately stood up for the girl and asked the guy not to hurt her little sister. She ordered the young man to apologize to the girl for his rude behavior. The knight reluctantly followed his mistress's order, although he did not apologize from the bottom of his heart. The heroine was unhappy with this picture because they were already far from 5 years old to be doing such nonsense. The girl also turned to Liana, reminding her that she should no longer call her her little sister. The main character of the original novel admitted that she came to apologize on behalf of her older brother and to explain the situation with the mines. She tried to take her daughter-in-law's hands, but Elsa gently pushed her hands away. Liana admitted that she couldn't really explain anything, but she had some premonition. She explained that she once bought a pot at a flea market that turned out to be a priceless piece of art, and then resold it for a profit, which brought their family a lot of profit. Liana knew it sounded unbelievable, since the whole family initially thought she was making fun of them. Elsa knew that in the original novel, only the simpleton Layhem believed in her premonitions until the very end. Liana went on to add that she once drove through the area where the mines were located. It was at this moment that she had a premonition that these mines would become very profitable in the future. Leonardo went to the girl's parents' house to buy these mines, but when he saw the girl, he fell in love with her at first sight. Elsa knew that Liana was not a bad person, but at the right moment she easily mixed truth with fiction, and her tricks pleased her while she was reading the book, but now she was trying to deceive her personally. Liana remembered the girl's first day in their house and admitted that she liked her little sister right away. Elsa decided to take advantage of this situation and asked what was more important to her. She assumed that she could safely return home if the family no longer needed the mines. The girl admitted that this actually worried her. She was glad that it was due to Liana's premonition. Elsa announced that she would return the mines to her parents, after which her daughter-in-law immediately jumped up and asked her not to rush. The girl tried to charm her little sister by bringing her gifts. At that very moment, a huge pile of boxes of different sizes and colors was brought into the cafe. Liana admitted that she herself is not against leaving everything to their girlfriend, but her father might have a different opinion because it could affect their family image. Elsa noted that the Duke's family never cared about image, but Liana did not listen to her. The heroine realized that her daughter-in-law was not going to admit that the only thing she liked about her was her shafts. Inside the first box were a gorgeous necklace and earrings that looked very expensive. However, Elsa knew perfectly well that this was Liana's favorite technique. The daughter-in-law smiled happily and suggested that the girl try on this set as quickly as possible. However, the next second the smile disappeared from her face because Elsa said that she did not like the color of the stones in the necklace. After that, the girl suggested opening the rest of the boxes and looking at the gifts. The next set of precious metals seemed too flashy to her. The next box contained a book of spells and magical artifacts, but Elsa didn't even know how to use them. Next time, she felt very sorry for the little fox that was used to make this luxurious collar. The girl admitted to herself that she had been justifying Liana for a long time, but the result was still the same. Now the heroine was convinced that the girl would never have given her so many gifts if she had not had her mines. Liana could have simply admitted that she really only needed them and then apologized, but she continued to fool her with flattery and gifts. This was what irritated the heroine the most, as she didn't understand how much longer she was going to treat her like this. Liana noticed that her little sister was angry, so she was worried about her condition. Elsa was unhappy that her daughter-in-law thought that her appearance alone should calm her down. Liana knew that Elsa was upset with Leonardo, but she noted that she didn't have to be like that towards herself. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked her daughter-in-law to forget about all the quarrels and to perceive her with the same love as before. However, after her fiery speech, Elsa only became even more angry because she never liked the heroine. Meanwhile, Liana continued her speech and added that she would talk to her brother if only her daughter-in-law would give him another chance. Only now did Elsa realize that Liana had apologized not on her own behalf, but only on Leonardo's behalf, and she believed that they had a good relationship. The heroine hated her husband most of all, but the rest of the family members did not evoke warm feelings in her either, because they all neglected her. Elsa didn't understand why Liana ever thought she'd treated her well. However, instead of an adequate answer, the girl heard that, in her daughter-in-law's opinion, she simply could not help but love her little sister. After this, Elsa was horrified because she did not understand how confident the girl was in herself. After returning to the past, Liana was surrounded by nothing but adoring admirers. Her entire family and servants adored her, and only villains treated her badly. In Liana's world, this is simply impossible. She can't even imagine that someone would hate her for no reason. The girl was curious about what her little sister was thinking about since she stopped answering her questions. She persuaded her daughter-in-law to take at least one gift for herself, if only out of love for her. However, Elsa understood how difficult a situation she was now in. If she gave in to her feelings now, she would make Liana her enemy. but she had no strength left for reason after reading the book today. Meanwhile, Liana continued to shake her little sister so that she wouldn't ignore her questions. Elsa couldn't take it anymore, so she pulled her hand out of her daughter-in-law's grip. The girl decided to honestly tell Liana that she doesn't like her, and from now on she doesn't want to see her, so the girl should disappear and never appear again. After the refusal, Liana looked very surprised and even irritated. Elsa stood up and walked away, announcing that she did not intend to see her daughter-in-law off, so she could leave the premises herself. Liana's knight did not accept the girl's behavior and wanted to punish her for such disrespect for her mistress. However, Terence showed up in time and was able to protect his employer from the guy. He pretended to trip him by accident because he didn't notice the young man. The hero decided not to reveal that he was working for the girl and introduced himself as an ordinary passerby. Elsa didn't expect her bodyguard to be nearby and was afraid that he might have heard their conversation. The boys were about to engage in battle, but Liana screamed and ordered them to stop so as not to disgrace her family's reputation. After this, the girl ordered the knight and the maid to leave this place immediately because she was going to go home. Terence realized from the situation that she was quite unpleasant, so he was worried about the state of his mistress. He only joked that compared to his own family, hers was still a model of piety. The young man noticed that the girl had not mentioned earlier that her husband was the eldest son of Duke Cassius. After this, the bodyguard noted that it would be quite difficult to divorce such a person. Elsa agreed and added that she had already filed papers with the court, but some problem had arisen there. The villain admitted that his colleagues said that they were waiting for him at home, but was in no hurry to return. Elsa tried to understand who was so important, since the servant had come running in a hurry and was waiting for the young man at home. It was only later that it dawned on her that there was only one person Terence saw often and who could not be kept waiting. The girl guessed that it was the Emperor who sent the message to his son, but he did not look at all excited. Elsa didn't want to make another enemy, so she immediately ordered the guy to return home and resolve all issues. She knew that if it was really the Emperor calling him, then there was a high probability that he really had an important conversation with his son. The guy had been in the shadows for a long time, but soon everyone would hear his name. Sometime later, Terence arrived at the estate that belonged to him as a marquis. The servant was horrified that his master was in no hurry to arrive for an important conversation with the Emperor. Terence didn't understand why his father didn't leave and decided to wait for him. Was it really that important? Already before entering, the meritorious one noticed that the young man still looked shabby and did not correspond to his status. However, the villain did not have time to change clothes, so he decided to appear before his own father in this form. Upon entering the guest room, the young man first formally greeted the Emperor. The 23rd ruler of the Astarosa Empire was Dominic, a man who was the spitting image of his son. The young man immediately apologized for his lateness and improper appearance, but his father ordered him to communicate with him without formalities. The man understood that the guy was still enjoying his youth, but he didn't like that he was constantly wandering around somewhere. He also felt that the way his son appeared in public was inappropriate. However, Terence loved this outfit because Elsa bought it for him, who wanted to make the guy look divine. She believed that a suit is the second face of a business person, so she asked not to refuse help and to choose only the best. The young man remembered the girl and was once again convinced that she was even too kind to him. He had nothing to say in his defense because he just wanted to see the world and enjoy his life. The Emperor agreed with this, but noted that from that day on, it was time for him to begin to master the skills necessary for a person of royal blood. He announced that his son Terence was his blood relative, whom the Emperor was about to formally introduce into the palace. The young man was a little surprised by this proposal and announced that he needed to think about it. However, the Emperor did not understand what there was to think about at all when you were made such an offer. The villain admitted that he would be lying if he said that he never dreamed of being a prince. Now was the best moment when Duke Vidor's position was weakened by the rise of the Cassiuses. The crown prince is now caring for an orphan, and the empress's position at court has worsened. The emperor did not understand why his eldest son did not thirst for power. He really wasn't interested in power, but the guy wanted to look at the face of the empress, who had just recently sent an assassin after him, as well as his brother, who had been accustomed since childhood to getting everything without much effort. The emperor remarked that if the boy inherited the throne, he would have everything he wanted. However, after his words, the image of only one girl appeared in the young man's head, who had recently captured his attention. The villain knew that after he agreed to his father's proposal, his life would change dramatically because such offers are not refused. So the young man realized that it was time to accept his destiny and agreed to become a prince. The emperor was glad that the young man still had not wasted his aspirations for a good life and was ready to fight for it. However, Terence added that he wanted to help one person first. He didn't want to reveal all his cards yet, so he suggested talking about it a little later. The emperor was unhappy that the boy was hiding something because he was incredibly bored. In addition, the villain told the emperor that he had recently heard a very curious story. Cassius didn't understand how their family was going to get by now after everything that had happened. He didn't even know how this whole story with the emperor would end because his son was giving him problems. A couple of days ago, an official inspection sent by His Majesty the Emperor was carried out at the Central Imperial Court. The investigators then ordered all work to be stopped and searched the entire building, checking every document. During this check, a man was caught who was about to destroy the divorce petition between Leonardo and Elsa. The emperor accused the Duke of bribing an official to spoil the divorce papers. The ruler knew that the man had broken the law, but still decided to allow their family to maintain their reputation. The Duke was incredibly grateful to the emperor, because this was truly a significant indulgence. However, now their divorce was public knowledge, and Cassius did not know what his son was going to do next. The divorce petition had been filed, the trial was about to take place, and very soon everyone would know which family was in the news. Leonardo promised to settle everything and try to make peace with Elsa before the trial. However, the Duke noticed that lately the guy had not succeeded in anything and he was only making things worse. Even Leonardo noticed that his father had never behaved like this before. Suddenly, Liana burst into the office, having heard their quarrel, and was about to stop the fight. She tried to convince her father to stop scolding his older brother, who meant well. Liana asked not to drive her away because this matter concerned their entire family. She even threatened that if the man continued to swear like that, she would refuse to eat lunch. This statement shocked the Duke and Leonardo so much that they immediately stopped quarreling. The girl also threatened that she would not even have dinner in order to convince the men. Cassius was worried that his adopted daughter would get sick if she didn't eat well. Leonardo was most afraid that the girl might faint due to malnutrition. Even Layhem, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, noticed that the girl was their fragile flower who needed to take care of herself. After these words, Liana again turned to her father and asked him to trust her and give Leonardo another chance. However, this family loved the girl very much, so the Duke agreed and allowed the guy to do whatever he wanted. After talking with their father, Liana and her brothers went into the garden to discuss their plan of action. The girl noticed that her sister was very angry, so simply apologizing to her would not help. She admitted that she visited her daughter-in-law yesterday, but she did not want to see her and asked her to disappear. Layhem didn't understand how anyone in this world could not love the beautiful Liana, so he didn't believe in the truth of these words. Leonardo apologized to the girl for the fact that because of him, she fell under Elsa's hot hand. Liana admitted that she was surprised at first, but then she realized that the girl was definitely not serious because they got along so well. Even Layhem realized that Elsa had completely lost her mind because this matter only concerned her and her older brother. Everyone agreed that Leonardo would have to try hard if he wanted to somehow win back his wife's love. Liana even said that she already had an action plan, which she shared with her brothers. After all this fuss, Elsa wanted to rest and went to the beautiful garden that was located at her hotel. The weather was simply wonderful, so the girl suggested that the bodyguard drink tea in the gazebo. She was pleased that the divorce was moving along so quickly and suspected that Terence had something to do with it. Suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn to the conversations of people around her, who were discussing the carriage of the Cassius family. The carriage door swung open, and Leonardo emerged from it in full dress and with a huge bouquet of flowers in his hands. Elsa did not expect to meet her future ex-husband, so she jumped up from her seat in surprise. Leonardo ran up to the girl, fell on his knee in front of her, and held out a bouquet of flowers, asking her to give him a second chance. He begged the girl to come home and try to fix their relationship. The boy refused to get up from his knees until Elsa forgave him. The man even noted that he did not feel sorry for his knees or his dignity. Elsa felt incredibly irritated that they were attracting a lot of attention to themselves. She ordered the boy to follow her, hoping to get to a more secluded place. When the boys stepped aside, Leonardo admitted that he had come to apologize to his wife. Elsa didn't understand how he still had the nerve to ask her for forgiveness. She said that she considered their relationship to be lost, so no amount of apologies would help him. The girl added that the guy made a scene in the middle of the garden, interrupted her walk, and after everything that happened, he still tried to improve the relationship. She noted that she had every right to refuse to meet with a person with whom she would find it unpleasant. In response to all the guy's objections, Elsa noted that they could hardly be called husband and wife. The girl noticed that the young man would never achieve her forgiveness. Leonardo admitted that, according to his sister, she explained to her daughter-in-law the entire situation with the mines. However, Elsa did not believe in these fairy tales, because if the guy really loved her, he would not have ignored her for all 2 years of their marriage. Leonardo himself understood how this sounded, but he could not say anything adequate in his own defense. After this, Elsa once again admitted that she does not see any further history in their relationship. Leonardo fell to his knees before her again and promised that if the girl returned home, he would henceforth take a responsible attitude towards his marital duties and would pamper and cherish her. However, Elsa, having thrown away the bouquet, noticed that it was too late for such promises. She stood her ground and ordered the guy not to waste his time or hers and to leave. Leonardo did not want to accept refusal and tried to stop the girl, begging her to give him just one chance. He promised that he would find time to talk with the girl, but Elsa did not agree to these conditions and demanded that she be released. Leonardo didn't understand what was so terrible about discussing everything normally. However, before Elsa could answer him, someone kicked the guy with all his might, forcing him to step aside. The young man who carried the tray of tea ordered the aristocrat not to stick to those who were indifferent to him. After this, the guy apologized to the girl for his delay because he had to wait until the owner of the tea house returned. Leonardo couldn't understand who was standing in front of him, because an ordinary waiter would definitely not wear a weapon on his belt. Elsa knew that her husband's family did not yet know the Marquis by sight, so Leonardo did not recognize him immediately. So the girl had to admit that she had hired this young man as her bodyguard. Elsa added that it was precisely because of such cases that she felt the need for protection. Leonardo did not understand how his wife could hire a stranger and what kind of relationship she had with this man. Even Terence decided to play a joke on the guy and noticed that he had some kind of hearing problems. Leonardo didn't like that the guy kept referring to him as the girl's ex-husband. However, he noted that soon the aristocrat would indeed become one. Elsa knew it was useless, so she asked her bodyguard not to try to argue with Leonardo. However, he was furious that this bodyguard was always hanging around his wife. Elsa noticed that they were together only when the girl went outside. However, the guy did not calm down and tried to prove to her that this was not right because she was a married woman. He tried to explain that the girl had a husband and she went everywhere with this mercenary so people could get the wrong idea. Less passionately, the guy added that people might decide that the girl was not faithful to him. Elsa clapped her hands and just laughed at the fact that from the outside, it might seem like she and her bodyguard were having an affair. The girl noted that she doesn't care about the opinions of strangers, she just needs her husband to trust her. However, Leonardo still could not calm down, because of this, the girl's reputation was at risk. However, Elsa only narrowed her eyes slyly and asked the young man how he behaved in ordinary times. The girl looked around and asked why Chris was not accompanying her husband today. Elsa reminded that Chris, despite her position in security, is still a woman. Leonardo immediately thought that the girl wanted him to choose between his wife and Chris. Elsa only explained that she simply wanted to show that she had never been jealous of her husband's assistant. Leonardo tried to insist that they were not the same thing, but Elsa did not see the difference. Leonardo didn't like this comparison because he understood perfectly well that the relationship between him and Chris was purely business. Elsa pointed at her bodyguard and noticed that she had the same situation with this guy. Leonardo still couldn't understand what the similarities were between him and his wife. Then Elsa added that this young man works for her and is her personal bodyguard. The girl recalled that she had once told her husband that he spent half of his time with Chris. Once upon a time, she asked her husband to pay her a little more attention. However, the young man always referred to fatigue and the fact that his wife did not understand how a person who had just returned from work felt. Leonardo remembered these moments and admitted that he was indeed very tired then. Elsa realized that the guy still didn't understand anything, so she suggested ending this pointless conversation. She didn't believe in the young man's empty promises that he would definitely change in the future. Finally, Leonardo could not stand it any longer and asked what would happen if the girl gave him her mines. Elsa was disappointed that he even stopped hiding his direct goals and openly asked this question. Leonardo promised that the mines would remain untouched if the girl wished. He just wanted them to be registered in Liena's name. However, Elsa noticed that he was still most concerned about his sister's happiness, so she promised never to give the mines to the girl. She no longer wanted to listen to her future ex-husband's bickering, which was not going to lead to anything good. Elsa noted that nothing would change. She wouldn't care even if the guy dropped out of the mines or instantly turned into the man of her dreams. Leonardo was deeply struck by how determined the girl was in her intention to get a divorce. Elsa asked him to leave her alone and return to his beloved sister and live with her until the end of his days. The young man looked upset when he realized that Liena's plan to reconcile with the girl had failed. After this, Elsa turned away from the young man and suggested that the bodyguard return back to the gazebo. What irritated her most was that Leonardo kept lying all the time, that he didn't need the mines from her, which was hypocritical. Already in the cafeteria, the girl began to think that Leonardo and Terence had met, and that this would soon reach the ears of her daughter-in-law. Elsa even thought that it would be better for her if Terence was a regular bodyguard. The girl was going to contact Kira and ask her about what was going on in the Duke's family. She felt awkward about what happened recently, so she apologized to the bodyguard for her husband's rudeness. However, Terence only smiled and asked to call this man her ex-husband because soon the girl would be free. Elsa admitted that she was worried that her ex-husband might offend the guy with his suspicions. She bowed her head and asked the young man for forgiveness because she did not want any awkwardness to arise between them. The young man happily accepted her apology, and Elsa noticed that he turned out to be much better than he seemed to her when reading the novel. The girl noticed that the young man still looked a little depressed after what had happened. The bodyguard then admitted that this was due to the fact that the girl's ex-husband looked better in terms of appearance than he expected. However, Elsa still couldn't understand how Leonardo's appearance and Terence's bad mood were connected. She believed that a little sweet lie would help her win the bodyguard's full favor, so she simply brushed off his words. The girl even got carried away and admitted that she liked the bodyguard's appearance much more than the appearance of her ex-husband. After these words, the young man looked extremely surprised, but he was pleased to hear it. He also noticed that healing tea is starting to show up lately. Terence explained that he had suffered from severe migraines since childhood, but that the pain had recently eased. The young man asked to share with him the recipe for this tea and the cost of the ingredients if Elsa didn't mind. The girl was happy about this because now she could give him the recipe in exchange for help with the divorce. So she promised to give the recipe for tea, but asked for a return favor in return. The young man happily noted that he would do everything his girlfriend asked him to do. Elsa decided not to hide her intentions any longer and asked the Marquise to help her with the divorce in court. The young man was very surprised by her words and did not understand how she knew his real identity. Elsa said that she heard the servant who came to the young man call him by his title. Although it was difficult to call the girl a socialite, she was still destined to become a duchess. Several marquises were at her wedding, and she had seen a couple of faces in books, but there was another young marquis whose face she had never seen. It was not ball season, but the guy was in town, which meant he either had never left the capital or had no land. From her words, Terence realized that the only person who fit all these criteria was Marquis Freeheiden. But even so, he was very impressed that the girl understood all this only because of his servant's mistake. Then Elsa admitted that the unfortunate Jack had only finally dispelled all her doubts. Terence realized that the girl had already found him out long ago, and he needed to pretend to be a commoner better. After that, he decided to formally introduce himself and explained that he held the title of Marquise, but that was not so important. The guy admitted that he agreed to help the girl with the divorce process in exchange for the recipe for this miraculous tea. Elsa admitted that she would have gladly given it to him for free, but her situation was not an easy one. Terence knew perfectly well that the tea was my lady's creation, so it would be fair if he paid for it. In fact, the author of this tea was Liena from the novel, but the girl did not specify this. She admitted that she expects political support from the guy, and first of all, it is necessary to prevent the Duke from interfering in the trial. Although Liena and Leonardo are the main characters of the story, they never shied away from mean and dishonest methods. There were even rumors that there was a demon in the family tree, which is why the father of the family was nicknamed the Demon Duke. Terence wondered why Elsa thought he had the power to stop the Duke, when he was nothing more than the Emperor's helpless, illegitimate son. In fact, the girl knew this from the original story, but she couldn't say it directly. She admitted that the young man had already helped her push the divorce papers through the court. She said she received a notice from the court the day after Marquis went home. She also admitted that she simply really wanted to believe it. Elsa defended herself as if she were fighting alone against a powerful enemy, and she would feel calmer if she knew that there was someone on her side. The young man was very impressed by her words, and he thought for a moment. The Marquise remained silent, and Elsa was already afraid that she had rushed into confession and frightened him. However, Terence suddenly stood up and invited the girl to go for a walk. He noticed that the weather outside was simply wonderful, and they could do with clearing their heads. The young people walked calmly around the city, without attracting much attention from those around them. Suddenly, Elsa suggested going into the store, but Terence was afraid that she wanted to give him another gift. He admitted that he intended to pay the girl for all her generous gifts. However, instead they agreed that the young man would simply give her a gift in return. After that, the guys went shopping, where Elsa chose among hats and other accessories. They also went into a jewelry store where they could buy various jewelry made of precious metals. Elsa couldn't decide for a long time, so Terence almost bought her the entire display case. After finishing shopping, the young people went into a cafe to have a snack and rest a little. Thus they spent the whole day together, and only in the evening, having thoroughly shopped in the city, they headed towards the hotel. Terence said his life used to be dull, and he was told to be content with what he had, never ask for more, pretend to be invisible. There were times when he had to hide his real name behind nicknames. The guy admitted that he needs to think carefully about whether to accept the girl's proposal or not. He admitted that he needed to become something more than an unknown marquise who had nothing but a title. After these words, Elsa looked at her friend in a new way and admitted that she wanted to get to know him better. She understood the young man's feelings perfectly and asked him not to rush to answer. She decided for herself that she would definitely make the young man believe in the seriousness of her intentions. Elsa said that she was going to move to another hotel and gave directions on how to contact her. Terence was surprised that the girl no longer needed a bodyguard. He even felt sorry that Elsa didn't want to prolong their relationship. Then she admitted that she could not ask the Marquis for such a thing, and did not want to interfere with him considering her proposal. The guy admitted that their possible deal does not affect his duties as a bodyguard, so he can do 2 jobs at the same time. Elsa was only happy with this outcome of events, so she happily agreed. She was pleased that the young man also wanted to spend more time with her. The first thing the girl was going to do was go to a lawyer, but she was surprised by the guy's dignified face. The young man admitted that he did not want to change anything in their communication, so he asked to continue calling him by his nickname. This option suited the heroine, so she happily agreed to take the young man with her to the lawyer. A little later, the two were sitting opposite the girl in her office and discussing the case. The divorce lawyer turned out to be a pretty blonde named Sharon Meitings. Elsa looked around and noticed that the girl's office was a real mess. However, she knew that Sharon's abilities were beyond doubt, and Liana confirmed this in the original story. According to the plot, Liana brought a woman who was suffering from domestic violence to her for help because the future lawyer was very successful. Thanks to this woman, it was possible to formalize the divorce as quickly and safely as possible, and after some time, the amazing truth was revealed. That victim of domestic violence turned out to be the lost daughter of an ambassador from a neighboring kingdom. That's why Elsa approached Sharon and told her that she wanted Sharon and hired her to do her divorce. The girl explained that she is not afraid of difficulties because in any case, she intends to go to the end. Sharon was not even confident in her abilities yet, and believed that the aristocrat would easily find a more experienced lawyer. However, Elsa admitted that she believed that the girl would not succumb to the temptation of the Duke, who would certainly try to bribe both the lawyer and the judge. Sharon noted that this case would be the most high-profile divorce since the founding of the empire, and was afraid that she was not competent enough for it. However, Elsa carefully took her hand and noticed that she understood the lawyer. She admitted that she had been following the girl's activities for some time. Sharon has represented desperate women in court on a pro bono basis on numerous occasions, and it's things like this that have left her deeply in debt. Sharon knew that she was dealing with a noble lady who could hire any lawyer she wanted. Then Elsa pretended that all the lawyers in town had turned her down, and that Sharon was her last hope. She also added that other women throughout the empire would be afraid to file for divorce because of the bad example, and then the lawyer might decide to work. Elsa noted that this was not only a big risk, but also a great opportunity for the girl. If she agrees, she will have a chance to win the case against the Duke, which will immediately make her a first-class specialist. Sharon admitted that it was very important that the girl had an objective reason for the divorce, and even so, the Duke's influence could greatly harm them. However, Elsa confidently admitted that she really does have a good reason, because her husband, Leonardo, still has not given her a child. Sharon noted that if there are problems with childbearing, then this can be attributed to her husband's infantilism. Terence, who was sitting next to him, was very surprised at the turn this ordinary conversation had taken. The lawyer noted that if the husband really did take the girl as his wife, concealing such an important problem, this could serve as grounds for divorce. In fact, Elsa doubted that the older brother of the main character of the novel could be impotent. Then she put on a sad look and admitted that she didn't really know if he had such problems. The girl began to cry and explained that in the entire 2 years of their marriage, the young man had never once fulfilled his marital duty. The lawyer admitted that she heard such rumors while she was studying at the academy, but never thought that they could be true. Elsa knew that these rumors were spread by Leonardo's enemy, but this will not stop her from spinning the lawyer and completely disgracing her husband. The girl was happy that soon the guy himself would want to divorce her and hush up the matter as quickly as possible. Elsa added that the young man never fulfilled his marital duty and did not warn her about anything before the wedding. Both the lawyer and Terence were incredibly angry at Leonardo for taking 2 years of the girl's life and deceiving her. Sharon immediately confirmed that this marriage was deeply flawed and that all this time the girl suffered and put up with this. Elsa admitted that she did not know whether this could be grounds for divorce. She also spoke about other incidents that happened to her in the Duke's house, including trying on wedding dresses and being ignored by her family. The lawyer thanked the girl for her story and asked for permission to help her in this matter. Elsa herself didn't think that her story would touch the people around her so much. Only now did the girl realize that she was no longer pretending, but was truly crying sincerely, pouring out everything that she had experienced over the years. Terence handed the girl a handkerchief so she could wipe away the tears that had soaked her cheeks. Elsa was grateful to both people for their sincere words of comfort and support. No one thought that what the lady said could happen like this, but Elsa herself didn't tell anyone anything until the very end. The girl brought a bag of coins as an advance payment, promising to pay more if the lawyer decided to work for her. Elsa spent her rainy day fund and hoped that the money would be used to pay off debts and hire reliable assistants. However, it was clear from the lawyer's face that something was wrong as soon as she saw the money. The girl immediately began shaking her head and insisting that everything was fine. However, she then admitted that this amount would not be enough to pay off the debts, much less hire assistants. Elsa felt a little awkward, deciding that she should have asked her husband for more jewelry as a gift. Terence then took the bag from the lawyer and returned it back to the girl, knowing that it was all her money. Instead, he tore off a blank check and asked the lawyer to write in the required amount himself and present it at the Imperial Bank. Sharon's hands began to shake as she realized she was holding a blank check that could pay for her life for years to come. The guy wanted the lawyer to contribute an amount that would be enough to cover all expenses, so that the girl would not be distracted by anything, including other clients. The young man also noted that he would not like anyone else to find out about his personal involvement in this matter. The lawyer happily started thinking about it, and the young people were happy that they had one less problem. Now Elsa only had to find the ambassador's daughter to win him over to her side. The girl explained that she had recently seen a woman named Anna, and it seemed to her that something bad was going on in her family. She asked, as an additional favor, that the lawyer take on her case as well. At the end of the day, after finishing all the chores, Elsa admitted that she assumed that the guy would need more time to think. She knew that Terence had revealed his identity to the lawyer, so it looked like he was already willing to cooperate. The guy smiled decisively and noted that he was a simple man and did not like to think for long. As a token of gratitude, Elsa promised that if he helped her get a divorce, she would personally brew him medicinal tea for the rest of his life. The girl added that she would change hotels again today. She just needed to pick up her things because she didn't want her family to know where she was living. However, the Marquis surprised her by saying that his carriage was not heading to the hotel. He explained that they were going to his estate, where the girl could relax and stay with him for a while. Elsa immediately began to refuse this offer because if society found out that she had moved in with a single man without even getting divorced, there would be problems. Then the guy corrected Elsa and explained that this was not an official residence, but just a small villa outside the capital. Officially, she belongs to another person, so the Duke won't be able to find the girl so easily. This option suited Elsa, and she happily agreed to stay in this house for a while. The heroine realized that the young man was doing even more than she asked him to, but the reason was not clear to her. They shook hands, and Elsa promised that the young man would not regret this decision. The heroine had no doubts about him. She was glad to have such a comrade on her side. A little later, at home, the young man reflected on how this behavior was not at all like him. He didn't understand why he gave the check to the lawyer, because he planned to wait a week and watch how things developed, and he also revealed the location of the villa. He remembered everything that had happened over the past few days with him and Elsa. Jack realized that this lady was not an unusual guest, so he was going to order the maid to keep an eye on her. However, Terrence asked the guy to stop talking nonsense and start preparing. He announced that he and his guest would be leaving on business for a few days, which frightened his assistant. In fact, the young people were planning to go to Ashton, the capital of the Duchy of Cassius. After getting off the train, the guys first went to the exit of the station. The journey was long, but they were traveling first class and were not too tired. The young man noticed that they were slightly ahead of schedule, so he suggested taking a leisurely stroll. Elsa noted that if she were in Laura's place, she would definitely come to the meeting. Laura came with her to the Duke's estate from her home, and was assigned the role of a witness who would confirm her husband's neglect. Elsa sent her a request for a meeting by mail, and hoped that the girl would arrive on time. In the meantime, the guys decided to take a walk around the fair, since there were always some festivals held in the city. Suddenly, the young man stepped aside and approached a nearby tent that sold carnival trinkets. Elsa said that her face was not very well known in society, but Terrence still decided to buy her a mask. The girl was very grateful for this, but still she felt a little awkward that he did it so unexpectedly. The Marquis believed that the Duke loved his adopted daughter very much, because on her birthday posters congratulating little Lyanna were hung all over the city. However, Elsa explained that Lyanna Cassius and baby Lena are not the same thing. That was the name of her pet dog Percy, and the girl's birthday was on a different day. She added that the festival held in honor of this date was incomparably more magnificent than today. The celebration usually lasted 15 days, as it was also the day of her adoption. The young man was taken aback by the fact that such a large-scale festival was being held in honor of the puppy's birthday. Even though Elsa was wearing a mask, someone called her name, attracting her attention. Luckily, you turned out to be just Laura, who recognized her mistress even in this form. Elsa immediately rushed to the girl to hug her as a greeting. After that, she introduced the maid to Terrence, who helped her with everything. After which, Laura admitted that she had never doubted for a second, and would gladly go against the Duke's family for the sake of her mistress. She also admitted that she no longer worked in their house, so she could follow my lady anywhere. Elsa was glad about this and grabbed her old friend by the hand to go with her to the train. However, from the girl's face, she realized that her arm was in great pain even after such a light touch. Elsa immediately realized that something was wrong and asked the maid to tell her what was going on. Laura immediately burst into tears and admitted that she did not leave the Duke's house on her own. She was fired. The heroine was surprised that someone dared to fire her maid without her permission. The boys stepped aside and sat down on a bench, where Laura told them that it happened on the very day that the letter arrived for the owner. Several maids brought a portrait of Lady Lyanna to the girl's room and hung it on the wall. They said it was her piece now, and Laura wanted to stop them. However, she accidentally knocked over a container of ink, which fell on the portrait and ruined it. For this, she was punished and fired, but they decided not to force the girl to reimburse the cost of the portrait. However, they did not give her a letter of recommendation, so now the road to other noble houses was closed to her. I couldn't believe that the housekeeper did this, because Laura was just learning how to act as a maid. The girl apologized to the owner for not telling the truth right away because she was afraid of upsetting her. Elsa admitted that she was indeed a little upset about what happened. She knew that Laura was on her side, so the people in the house got rid of her. Laura loved her mistress and was glad that she did not turn away from her after what happened. She knew that the duchy was ruled by one of the most influential families in the empire, which was responsible for the defense of the north. Right now, their house was hosting a birthday party for their puppy, Percy. It was right in the middle of this celebration that Elsa burst into her former home. The maids were very surprised by the appearance of the young mistress, because they did not expect her to return. Elsa inquired what the maids had done in the house while the Duke and the rest of the family were delayed in the capital. On one of the trays with offerings, the girl saw a special box that interested her. Elsa knew that the maids tried to hang Lyanna's portrait in her chambers, even though she had not ordered them to do so. Therefore, the girl asked since when the servants in the Duke's estate were free to do whatever they wanted and to refurbish their mistress's room without permission. She asked why the maids wanted to hang Lyanna's portrait in her rooms. She knew that every single person in the house loved Liana very much. They were not very intelligent and they had no excuse. So she pointed to the 3 maids who were responsible for this and announced that they were fired without letters of recommendation. The girls were upset and begged Elsa to leave them in the house next to Mrs. Liana. Suddenly, the house manager, who had come to hear the noise, intervened in the conversation. She also apologized to Elsa for not coming out to meet her, citing the fact that she was not notified of her arrival. At the sight of the housekeeper, Laura also hid behind her mistress's back. Elsa didn't lose her head and pointed at the girl who was holding the box, ordering her to hand the item over to her. She pressed a secret button inside the box, and only then continued her conversation with those present. The housekeeper bowed her head low and admitted that it was she who ordered the portrait of Lady Liana to be hung in Elsa's chambers, taking the punishment upon herself. From the original novel, Elsa knew that the housekeeper was also Liana's nanny, and that this woman was the girl's strongest ally in the house and the founder of her fan club. So she asked the woman what right she had to fire her maid and beat her. She reminded that only she, as the owner, has the right to punish or fire Laura. The rest can only ask her permission to do so. The housekeeper's orders did not apply to her personal servants, and Elsa was amazed that the woman could not know such simple rules. The girl did not understand how Lady Liana could consider the nanny a suitable candidate for this position, which infuriated the housekeeper. The woman admitted that Elsa had some power in this house, but this did not mean that she was its mistress. Elsa noticed that her husband was the Duke's eldest son, and that the Duchess had long since left this world, so she was the mistress of this estate. However, the housekeeper, like all the servants, admitted that they considered Lady Liana to be their mistress. Elsa reminded that she would be the mistress here even if her mother-in-law were alive, because her husband is the official owner of this estate. Then the housekeeper only smiled maliciously and explained that the one who ran the estate was the one who had the key to the family treasury. This very key was kept by Lady Liana, the sole and undivided mistress of this house. Duke Cassius cordially handed over the key to the treasury to his adopted daughter. She was still very young but already smart, and the man was confident that she would be able to manage household chores. However, Elsa understood perfectly well that the man did this solely because of his personal sympathy for the girl. After the wedding, Elsa tried to take on the responsibilities of the housewife and announced that she would now manage the household affairs. However, Liana asked the girl not to worry because she didn't have to do this at all. Even then, the whole family supported the girl, believing that she was simply caring about her bride. Elsa believed that Liana was a hypocrite, saying that she had a hard time living surrounded by luxury and a crowd of servants. It was because of this that the housekeeper was sure that Elsa had no right to punish the maids or fire any of the servants. Now the girl finally understood what motives were behind those words. She declared that all the servants were openly making fun of her, which was a great impudence which she would tell her husband about. However, the housekeeper only noted that Mr. Leonardo also agreed that it would be better to entrust the management of the house to Liana. Liana was pleased because she had been trying to get these words to record the confession. In her hands she held a magical voice recorder on which she had turned on the recording of their conversation a little earlier. This is proof that Liana took the place of mistress of the house, which was rightfully intended for her, and also that Leonardo did not object to this in any way and even encouraged such an outrage. That's why the girl said loudly that because of everything that had happened, she could not take any action against the impudent servant. The woman noted that after all, Milady was higher in status than her, so her attitude towards the girl remained respectful. After this, Elsa announced that the servants could do whatever they wanted, and she herself would go to her room. The girl also turned around and congratulated the puppy on his birthday. The dog loved the girl, so he happily barked back at her, as if thanking her. If it weren't for his birthday, the magical voice recorder, the invention of an eccentric scientist, would not be here. This scientist is another of Liana's many allies that she has gained through memories from the past. The girl sponsored his activities in exchange for receiving valuable artifacts, such as a tape recorder, on which she recorded important events, such as Percy's birthday. Elsa left the hall and headed to her room, but the house manager and the other maids hurried after her. The girl opened the door to her bedroom and stopped at the threshold, very surprised by what she saw. Every wall in her chambers was decorated with numerous portraits of her daughter-in-law. The manager admitted that she had hung the latest works by artists patronized by the Duke as a gift. Elsa knew that, although she was not the mistress of this house, she could do whatever she wanted with the gifts. Therefore, she ordered that all the portraits be immediately removed from the walls and placed in one place. As soon as this was done, the girl immediately ordered that these canvases be disposed of. The manager was shocked when she heard these words. The Marquise stepped forward and trampled one of the portraits, demonstrating how it should be done. The manager and the maids were indignant at such disrespectful treatment of the young lady. Elsa declared that these portraits were a great insult to Lady Lyanna, since it was impossible to hang such a worthless canvas on the wall. She noted that it was impossible to convey all the beauty of young Lyanna with paints, and these scribbles had to be destroyed. She added that all these portraits were just a ridiculous attempt to copy the unique beauty of the real Lyanna. The manager agreed that these simple sketches were not worthy of being presented to my lady. Terence and Laura stood next to the girl and enjoyed the performance that was unfolding right before their eyes. Somehow, Elsa managed to convince the manager and the maids that all these portraits needed to be destroyed. The girl admitted that part of her wanted to gather all the paintings in the house right now and burn them in one big bonfire, but today she was in a good mood. The girls did not know what to answer to this, so they simply thanked Milady. After this, Terence continued to trample on Lyanna's portrait, trying to get rid of it. Soon Laura joined in this activity because it was incredibly fun. Elsa announced that she was taking on the duties of atoning for this terrible sin, and now intended to destroy at least those paintings that were near her. Laura got completely carried away and even threw one of the portraits at the wall, breaking it. The manager fell on her knees and begged my lady to stop and not do this. She admitted that it was she who asked the artists to paint portraits to hang in Elsa's chambers. The manager simply could not watch the girl destroy the image of Lady Lyanna, and even more so, she was not able to participate in it. Elsa admitted that she does not have the status of the mistress of the estate, so she has no right to punish the manager instead. After this, the maids recognized the girl as the mistress and begged her to stop, if only she would not touch the portrait anymore. Elsa noted that Laura was unfairly fired and punished, so everything would depend on her decision. The maids immediately rushed to apologize to Laura, and Elsa made fun of them a little to the side. The girl simply approached her partner and explained that such behavior was not typical for her. It was just a show for the job. The young man admitted that he understands this perfectly well, he just likes to tease her a little. The Marquis noticed that he became incredibly cheerful when they were fooling around like this and having a good time. After this, Elsa kicked out the manager and the maids, ordering them to return to their work. After the extra eyes left, the girl immediately began to collect all her money and jewelry. The company packed up everything they could carry and tried to leave the house unnoticed. Elsa understood perfectly well that she would never return to this castle again. She led the whole company through the garden to a secret passage, which was located on the back side of the house. Just before Elsa left the mansion grounds, they were discovered by the old butler. The girl was afraid that the man was waiting for them in this place and would try to stop them. However, the butler noted that it reminded him of the first day of their acquaintance, when the girl appreciated the beauty of the castle. The man admitted that young Lord Leonardo and the Duke had mentioned that a divorce would take place in the future. Elsa assumed that the man would now call the guards so that they would prevent her from escaping. However, the butler admitted that he had only come to say goodbye to the girl. Elsa was surprised because it was still unknown whether she would be able to get a divorce. The butler merely bowed and noted that, regardless of the outcome of the trial, Milady's heart would never appear in this house again. After this, a noise was heard from the palace path, and the boys quickly climbed out through the hole outside the castle. As she left, Elsa continued to look at the butler, who was the only one who treated her appropriately in this situation. Already in the carriage, the boys were about to go to the station, but Elsa asked them to wait. She tried to understand why the butler let them go so easily. He had served the family faithfully for many years now, and came into the house when he was still very young. During the days that the girl spent at the estate, the butler sometimes invited her to tea. They did not discuss anything like that, but still, these were joyful moments. The young man assumed that the man was the only one in this house with at least a drop of common sense, so he took care of her. Elsa was very surprised when Laura confirmed this assumption and added that he also took good care of her. When Milady was not at home, the butler constantly sent her on errands into town so that the girl could take a walk, and also gave her pocket money. After her story, Elsa thought for a moment, then announced that she needed to talk to the butler again. If she could get someone who had been with the Duke from the beginning to testify, it would help her greatly in court. Laura knew the address of the butler's house, having been there on errands, so she was able to show him the way. Having reached the right place, the girl introduced Miss Herman, the head maid in the butler's house. She warned her mistress in advance that the butler's wife had died long ago, so these women should not be confused. Laura handed the woman the basket and said that the butler had asked her to take home the leftovers from the table. Herman looked into the basket and was glad that Joshua would now be able to eat something tasty. The Marquis leaned towards his companion and quietly asked her who the woman was talking about. Elsa knew that this was the name of the butler's only son, who was mentioned in the novel only once, when as a child he fell in love with Lyanna at first sight and decided to give her a homemade figurine as a gift. The Duke, who witnessed this scene, was simply furious, and from that moment on, every young man who expressed interest in Lady Lyanna found himself at the epicenter of a scandal. It was no surprise that the Crown Prince was dating Lyanna. It was only because of his status that he was allowed to do so. Elsa noticed that Miss Herman quickly changed the subject when Joshua was mentioned. The girl looked around and saw figurines that were skillfully carved from wood. Herman noticed their interest and explained that it was the master's work. There was one figurine that looked like a butler, which showed off Joshua's incredible talent. The young man thought that the guests had already left, so he left his room and asked the maid who it was. However, then the guy became horrified at the sight of strangers and could not cope with his fear. He screamed loudly and ran back so fast that he even lost his shoes on the way. The maid sat down tiredly in a chair, realizing that now she would have to explain everything. Herman said that Joshua is the butler's son, who experienced a traumatic event as a child and is now afraid to leave the house. However, this time things turned out especially badly because of the weapon that the young man noticed. The woman explained that Joshua is afraid to touch any kind of bladed weapons and is even wary of kitchen knives. Elsa heard her story and suggested what his unusual phobia might be connected with. Before the girl had time to voice her guess, the butler's menacing voice immediately disappeared. The man was angry that no one present had even warned him about their visit. Elsa was surprised, because if he had nothing to hide and nothing to be ashamed of, then everything was in perfect order. The butler realized that her son needed support now, so he let Miss Herman go. The man admitted that he is not trying to hide his son and is not ashamed of him at all. However, the heroine explained that she was not talking about Joshua, but about the butler's irresponsibility. She believed that serving a man who had deeply traumatized his own son was the height of irresponsibility. At first, the butler wanted to object to her, but then he realized that there was truth in the girl's words. Initially, the butler believed that it was just an accident, but Elsa convinced him that the Duke deliberately pointed the blade of the sword at the little boy. She knew that many years ago, the Duke had seen Joshua trying to give a gift to little Lyanna. He immediately took out his sword and pointed it at the boy, who, out of fear, even fell to the floor and began to cry. Lyanna stopped him, so it never came to bloodshed. However, after that, Joshua turned into an unforgettable nightmare for him. Every time he saw Lyanna, the butler remembered his frightened and painfully fearful son. He constantly reproached himself for not leaving the Duke and for continuing to ignore what happened to Joshua. However, he did not know what to do, because he had given his best years, his entire youth, to this family, and besides the Duke was not a villain, he often helped the weak. He said that his castle is a place where everyone, regardless of status, will find their happiness. The butler could not leave either, because the Duke would never forgive him for his betrayal, and would not leave his family alone. Elsa was disappointed, because she had expected the man to be willing to testify in court. Elsa hoped that the man still had warm feelings towards his own son. She noted that he still had the opportunity to receive a formal apology from the Duke, and the opportunity to heal Joshua. The man only needed to visit the girl, and he could contact her through Sharon's lawyer. The girl placed into the butler's hand a figurine that his son had made. She noticed that the man had already spent his life serving the Duke, but it is not too late to spend the rest of it with a happy and healthy son, because the guys were delayed, the last train left, and they had to stay in the city for another night. Elsa announced that in honor of what had happened, she would treat her partners to dinner. After finishing the meal, the girl went to her room and took a hot bath with a glass of wine. After she had a good soak in the water, Elsa collapsed onto the huge bed and enjoyed the evening. She knew that at the end of the story, all the villains are left with nothing, and the main character, Lyanna, lives happily surrounded by equally happy friends. However, only now did the girl think about the fact that the real Elsa from the story was not happy at all. And after the story with the butler and his son, the heroine began to think that there were actually many more of them in history. The next day, the boys woke up on time and went to Ashton Station. There, standing on the platform, the butler from the Duke's family castle was waiting for them. Elsa explained to the boys that she wanted to talk to the man alone, so she sent them on the train ahead of her. The man thought it over thoroughly during the night and asked the girl if there really was a way to cure his son. Elsa said that doctors in the capital are looking for ways to treat such ailments, and that with the help of a combination of medications and mental health consultations, his condition can be improved. The butler hoped that he really had a chance to get an apology from the Duke. He remembered that ever since this Liana had appeared in the house, the owner had thought only about her happiness and well-being, forgetting about everything else. Laura looked out of the carriage and called her mistress, because the train was due to leave any minute. The butler admitted that he had not yet made a final decision regarding the trial, but Elsa did not rush him. They agreed that as soon as the man decided on something, he would contact the girl through her lawyer. Returning to the Marquise's villa, Elsa again showed the young man how to make tea properly, because he was unable to do it. She enjoyed spending every morning with him over a cup of drinks in the garden, but today the young man had business planned. He apologized for not being able to accompany the girl during the day, but had prepared a replacement for himself. Violetta was supposed to temporarily act as Lady Elsa's bodyguard. Sharon's lawyer noticed that the girl seemed familiar to her, so she asked where she studied. Violetta explained that she had studied at the academy and that the Marquis had appreciated her talent, but they had maintained a purely working relationship. Elsa realized that everyone at the villa treated her very well, but misunderstood her relationship with the Marquis. During the conversation, a servant entered and announced that the Duke's eldest son had come to see his wife. Elsa didn't want to meet him, but I still had to go out and talk to the young man. Leonardo noticed that the girl had hired a decent lawyer, who obviously cost a huge amount of money. He added that it was all his money, because before the wedding she had nothing to her name except those abandoned mines. Elsa only noted that it was too late to reproach her for her own gifts. She also refused to tell Leonardo where she currently lived. The man admitted that he was fed up with all this and could barely contain himself. Elsa was unhappy that he came to her at all and didn't know what he wanted. Leonardo did not know how the girl could remove Leanna's portraits from the walls, because his sister was upset and now she is in despair and thinks that Elsa hates her. After this, the father will never take his daughter-in-law back, even if she cries and begs for forgiveness. However, Liana managed to persuade the man to give the girl a second chance because she is incredibly kind. Leonardo said that her father has a lot of things to do now, so Elsa should not cause him trouble and apologize urgently. However, the girl said that she had no intention of doing this under any circumstances. She just turned around and announced that this was precisely the reason she filed for divorce. Leonardo added that their butler left the leave slip on the table and disappeared. At the same time, the young man could not say a word about his son, who often spent time with him in childhood. However, Elsa noticed that Joshua was actually still in the city, but the butler didn't want to say anything about him. Leonardo did not believe her words because the man was like a member of the family and had served them for decades. Elsa remembered the atmosphere in the house and could not believe that someone could mistake the butler for part of the Cassius family. The girl recalled everything that had happened in the last few days. She still did not know whether the butler had decided to go over to her side. However, at least he didn't ignore her words like so many others before him. Leonardo noticed that his father suspected that he simply needed a vacation. Elsa remarked that they could believe whatever they wanted, after which she intended to leave. However, Leonardo blocked her path and said that the girl should go with him. He explained that he had reserved a table at the hotel restaurant and that Countess Valles wanted to talk to the girl. After his words, Elsa was finally convinced that this would not be the easiest conversation. In the novel, the real Elsa was a hardworking girl from an impoverished noble family. The heroine doubted that the relatives who sold the girl to the Cassiuses would be happy to learn that she was going to leave her husband. However, now they had to deal with a reincarnated heroine and not with their real daughter. Therefore, she easily agreed to talk to her mother, taking a bodyguard with her. Leonardo was initially against being accompanied by an unfamiliar woman, but later accepted her. He even praised the girl for firing the previous male bodyguard and hiring a girl. When the guys entered the restaurant, everyone around immediately started discussing why Leonardo and Elsa were together if they had filed for divorce. Having led the company through the main hall, she approached the VIP room, where Mother Elsa was already waiting for them. She immediately jumped up and wanted to hug her daughter, whom she had not seen for a very long time. However, Violetta did not allow the woman to come close until her mistress gave her permission to do so. She noted that even for close relatives there are no exceptions, you must first ask permission. Leonardo shouted at the girl and ordered her to know her place, because it was none of her business. However, Elsa sided with the bodyguard and ordered Leonardo to shut up. Behind her fan, Mother tried to hide her disappointment and only praised her daughter's good accompaniment. She admitted that she missed the girl and really wanted to hug her. However, Elsa firmly stated that she did not intend to interact closely with her mother, so she asked her not to come closer. Even Leonardo couldn't stand it and asked Elsa to be more gentle, because you can't talk to your mother like that. However, the girl looked the woman straight in the eye and declared that from that day on, she would have no connection with the Valley's family. The woman still hid her face behind her fan and did not understand why the girl was behaving like this. However, Elsa has stated outright that she no longer plans to lend money to the family and will not pay off their debts. After this, Mother finally showed her real face and stopped keeping up the mask of a kind aunt. The woman ordered the girl to shut up immediately because Elsa was not really aware of everything that was happening in this family. She immediately realized her mistake and tried to pretend that she had simply taken her daughter's words too seriously. Now Elsa saw what kind of educational measures she usually applied to her daughter, and it was simply terrible. The woman asked Leonardo to leave her alone with her daughter for a private conversation. The young man asked his mother-in-law not to worry too much because he believed that Elsa would soon realize her mistakes and regret those words. Leonardo headed for the exit, hoping that his mother would be able to bring her daughter to her senses. After the young man left, the Countess ordered the bodyguard to also go out the door. However, Violetta was firm and had no intention of reading the room without her mistress's permission. The woman tried to appeal to his pity and said that she just wanted to chat with her daughter, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, without strangers. Besides, she was curious about the young boy who was standing next to the girls because she had never seen him before. However, the guy explained that he worked there as an errand boy and the company entered together. Before leaving the lawyer's office, Sharon asked him to take the guy with her, since he was usually not noticed. The Countess didn't care. She wanted all the extra people to leave, but Elsa was against it. Mother and daughter confronted each other. Even the atmosphere around them became tense. Unexpectedly, the mother invited the girl to sit at the table, chat a little, and eat. Elsa found it suspicious that the woman had changed in an instant. In the novel, little Elsa was kept afloat only by rare moments of tenderness from her mother. At such moments, the mother hugged the girl and said that only the little one understood her. In this way, the woman controlled the little girl, who only wanted her love. She thought that if she worked hard enough, she would be loved as much as her brother. However, none of this happened, and the little girl just continued to do menial work day after day. However, now the real Elsa had disappeared, and the heroine herself was completely different from her. She noticed that if her mother didn't want to tell her anything important, she would prefer to leave. However, the Countess also became furious and noted that if the girl married the Duke's son, then she had no right to forget about her family. Violetta immediately stepped forward to protect her mistress from the woman's attacks. Elsa quietly signaled to the assistant and then stepped forward and entered into conversation with the Countess. She noted that providing food, clothing, and shelter to a child was the responsibility of any mother, but even this was not always properly done by the woman. She also recalled that after her wedding with the Duke, her parents never visited her. That she got all her money from Leonardo, not from her family, and therefore didn't owe anything. The Countess simply did not understand why the girl, whom her husband showered with money, could not lend the family at least a little, and so she filed for divorce. The woman heard that the Duke was beside himself with anger and that their family could have come to an end. However, Elsa noted that this is a debt, that sooner or later it will have to be repaid, including holding on. The Countess tried to explain that everything was so serious that the whole family could end up on the street any day now. However, Elsa rejected her hand and pushed it aside. She explained that this is precisely why you shouldn't borrow money if you know you won't be able to pay it back. Mother still continued to play on pity and tried to take advantage of family ties. She couldn't understand how her own daughter dared to reject her at such an important moment. The woman believed that Elsa owed her a lot for everything she received in childhood. The Countess was about to pounce on the girl, but Violetta easily twisted her arms and stopped her. Elsa walked closer to her mother, took off her glove and raised it over her head to strike. The Countess thought that she was about to be hit, so she closed her eyes in fear. There was a slap, but when the woman opened her eyes, she saw that Elsa had hit herself in the face. After this, the girl began to scream loudly and beg her mother not to touch her or beat her. Violetta screamed her mistress's name loudly as she continued to beat herself and even fell down. The noise that arose brought other aristocrats, who were now in the main hall of the restaurant, running. When the doors opened, they saw that Violetta was holding her mistress, on whose cheek traces of a blow were visible. Leonardo was shocked by this picture and did not know what to think. Elsa, seeing witnesses, began to tell that her mother always forced her to do laundry, cook food for the whole family, wash dishes and clean up. Robin's little assistant disappeared into the crowd and began to throw them the idea that the Countess was shifting all the work onto her little daughter. I bet they didn't even get it that hot. Elsa continued to say that even if she did everything right, her mother still beat her on the hands and feet. Robin moved among the crowd and told everyone that the girl had been beaten in her home. Violetta helped the girl up when she told her that she was forced into marriage. Robin continued to impress upon the pillar the idea that this poor girl should be pitied. Elsa was incredibly pleased that the guy not only brought Leonardo and a whole crowd to boot, but also helped her spread the word. Shortly before this, outside the doors of the room, Robin told Leonardo that it would be better to keep an eye on his mother because it seemed to him that something bad was about to happen. He noticed that the young master's wife was inside, so she must be fine. However, now the young man was incredibly surprised when he heard that the girl was forced to marry him. Elsa explained that she did not want to commit herself to marriage with a stranger and was afraid of the younger duke, but she was told that she was obliged to marry him in order to pay off the family debts. Among the crowd, it was confirmed that her parents' family was indeed in debt, and it turns out that they sold their daughter for money. The Countess tried to refute these claims and convince everyone that they loved their daughter. However, Elsa screamed loudly that her mother, father, and her brother were constantly driving her crazy. She couldn't do anything. After this, the whole crowd became indignant and turned their anger on the Countess. Elsa noticed that she no longer wanted to obey her mother's will. The girl announced that from that moment on, she refused to belong to the Valley's family. Already in the carriage, Elsa applied ice to the site of the blow so that the bruise would go away faster. She hit too hard, but everything went smoothly and exactly as planned. Elsa was ready to repeat her performance again, just to see her mother's surprised face again. The woman was also horrified by what she heard and demanded an immediate explanation from her. However, Leonardo did not allow her to be alone with the girl any longer, asking the woman to leave. He admitted that he never knew what his wife had to go through. Elsa reminded him that he had never tried to find out about this, had not noticed at all that her family had never visited her, and that she had avoided them with all her might. She reproached him for the fact that the young man was always very busy, and he simply did not have enough energy for her. Leonardo remained to deal with Elsa's mother, while the girl and her assistants left. The carriage arrived at the villa, and Violetta noticed that he had one last crisis to overcome. The heroine didn't quite understand what she meant, but decided to leave it for later. Elsa saw the owner of the house and hurried to greet him. The young man was glad that the girl had returned, but he stared at her face in surprise. Elsa realized that he was attracted by the huge bruise on her right cheek. The Marquis was incredibly alarmed and demanded to be told immediately who had struck the girl. He immediately accused Violetta of negligence, because he ordered her to make sure that no one touched the lady with a finger. However, Elsa saw that the guy was seriously angry, so she tried to stop him. She had to admit that she had hit herself on the cheek. The Marquis did not expect at all that she would be the culprit of this bruise. A little later, over a cup of tea, the girls told the young man about what happened in the restaurant. Terence eventually approved the plan, even though it wasn't exactly perfect. The bodyguard was worried that she could not protect her mistress and that she had to suffer. She blamed herself for not being able to stop the lady from carrying out her plan, and as a result, she suffered, even if it was at her own hand. Elsa was amazed by her words and admired how reliable and responsible the girl was. The Marquis felt awkward, so he suggested that the girls sit down at the table together and have dinner. Later in the evening, Elsa asked why the young man looked so worried. At first, he did not want to explain to her what had caused his anxiety. However, he then made up his mind and explained that he could not be calm and thought about them all the time. He chalked it up to them being partners, but his flushed face betrayed the true meaning of those words. The young man pretended that the partners needed each other to carry out their plan. Only now did Elsa realize that he really helps her a lot. Therese agreed, adding that she had made his life a lot easier too. Elsa reminded that she promised to thank the young man with a recipe for healing tea. The Marquis smiled and explained that this was exactly what he wanted to discuss with her. They started off by having a good time over dinner, then moved on to discussing a tea recipe. Late in the evening, the Marquis went out onto the balcony and sat alone drinking wine. Elsa was passing by and went out onto the balcony because she noticed a young man. He immediately poured her a glass of wine and invited her to sit and admire the moon. Elsa suggested that not everyone in the villa knew who the hero was. In order not to embarrass those around us, the girl suggested calling each other by our first names all the time. The young man liked this idea because it made them seem closer. Elsa heard her name from the lips of a young man for the first time and was a little embarrassed. She didn't understand why she suddenly felt so awkward, so she decided to drink some wine and relax. Elsa said that her cheek was already fine because the healing ointment and cold compress helped well. Terence advised the girl to take better care of herself, as it must have been difficult for her to break away from her family. However, Elsa was not particularly worried about what happened because it was expected. The Marquis said that his father's wife hates him, and if he could, he would have broken with them long ago. At home, the young man felt that he and the girl were in approximately the same conditions. Elsa just laughed at his joke because her family was much simpler. She thanked the young man for his words of sympathy because partners should help each other. Elsa noticed that she felt much more comfortable around the Marquis than with Leonardo, although they had only met a month ago. Unexpectedly, the Marquis asked if the girl had thought about what she would do after the divorce. Elsa admitted that she had not yet delved deeply into these thoughts, but she wanted to leave the empire. She explained that she had been through too much here, and now every resident of the capital knows the details of her personal life. Besides, she knew that in the future Liana would marry a prince and become a beloved princess, the favorite of the empire. She will drag her entire family along with her, and the Duke will rise as never before. After this, Elsa's own family will definitely not allow her to live peacefully in the empire any longer. Therefore, the girl planned to escape to another country and live on the money from the mines. Lately, I've been thinking about taking Laura with me and asking Sharon and Violetta to join me. However, she realized that at the moment, the person closest to her was the one sitting directly opposite her. Elsa noticed tears in the man's eyes and asked what had upset him so much. The Marquis admitted that he did not expect the girl to leave, but it was natural. He thought he had become more important to her than he actually was. Instead, he proposed a toast to their cooperation. The young people clinked glasses and promised that they would definitely achieve their goals together. Elsa was incredibly happy at that moment because she was finally surrounded by good people. The Marquis wondered if the girl knew what he wanted most. Elsa assumed that he wanted to remove the crown prince from his path and become emperor. However, Terence noted that he himself did not really know this yet, but it was time to ask the question. Elsa was confident that the young man would find a purpose in life. The Marquis trusted her judgment, so she did not worry about her future. They sat like that for the rest of the evening, until the bottle of wine was finished. At that moment, Elsa felt incredibly happy and would like to stay longer that evening. The lawyer gradually prepared papers in order to actively participate in the future court hearing. Elsa noticed that divorce was a rather complicated matter, which had already exhausted her. Sharon noticed that she could handle it alone, so she suggested that the girl take a walk outside. At that moment, Robin ran into the room, bringing a letter for Elsa. There was no sender's name on the letter, but the messenger asked to convey that the girl would understand everything when she read the contents. Elsa immediately opened the letter, quickly read it, and then ran out of the house. She headed to the garden, where her interlocutor was already waiting for her on a bench. Elsa tried not to show her identity to everyone, and was worried that a meeting in the center of the capital could be too dangerous an undertaking. The butler admitted that it had been a long time since he had retired, but it was he who had taught everything to the Duke's subordinates. Elsa was glad to hear this, but still calmed down a little. She then asked how Joshua was doing and whether the new treatment was helping him. The butler noticed that the girl was very kind-hearted, because first of all she asked how his son was doing, and not whether he would be a witness. The man added that Joshua was doing well, and that on the night of the girl's departure he asked his son if he wanted to undergo treatment in the capital, and only then did the man realize how stupid it had been of him to leave this child on the Duke's land. Joshua, with his kind heart, just continued to bear it all without saying a word. Elsa noted that if she were in this son's place, she would be immensely glad that her father was making an important decision in her favor. The butler felt uneasy because for many years he had pretended not to see anything. However, the girl noticed that Joshua believed in the man and plucked up courage. The butler watched from the side as a family rested nearby with a child. Suddenly, he brought up the subject of the proposal the girl had made last time about testifying in court. The butler hoped that there were still seats left on the platform for witnesses. Elsa was overjoyed that the man decided to support her and perform. However, after the conversation ended on the way home, the heroine was incredibly angry. From the man's words, she learned that Leonardo had fallen in love with a girl even before his marriage and thought it was love. However, he then stated that now he does not see Elsa as a woman at all. The heroine was disappointed that the man dared to insult her like that, even in absentia. Only now did she realize how ridiculous she looked in his eyes. So Elsa asked the butler to testify about what he had just told her in court. The man added that he intends to tell the truth about everything he saw and heard in the house. Elsa was glad that thanks to what had happened, she had a valuable witness in her hands. The girl was immersed in her thoughts, so she didn't notice how the newspaper seller came too close to her. Violetta tried to protect her mistress, but she worked too hard. To smooth over the unpleasant impressions from the seller, Elsa decided to buy one newspaper from him. She was also interested in why Leonardo was on the front page of the publication. From what she wrote, she understood that Leonardo had ordered an advertisement that would make everyone think that he was a loving husband. Only after this did the girl notice that everyone in the city was discussing her divorce. However, Elsa decided not to be upset, because influencing public opinion in this way is a typical tactic of Liena. She wanted to know if there was a way to change public opinion, something that would turn the public's attention and put her in a better position. Suddenly, the girls were called out by Sharon, who had been running around looking for them. The lawyer said she had found a person who perfectly matched the conditions Elsa had put forward. The next day, they went to see the girl who was supposed to be the heroine's trump card. The Kingdom of Liak is a small but rich and powerful country. During a long-ago trip to the Empire, the kingdom's ambassador lost her daughter. The woman never returned back and remained in the Empire to carry her girl. The stranger, now sitting in the carriage opposite Elsa, said that she had no memories of her childhood. She still couldn't believe that they were calling her the ambassador's lost daughter. As soon as Elsa saw Anna, she had no doubts left, because even the name and appearance completely matched the description she read in the original novel. The girl was sure that she had done the right thing by asking Sharon for help. Anna admitted that when she looked at the advertisement for the lost child, she wanted to be that child. However, the lost child had white hair, while the girl herself had light brown hair. However, Elsa noticed that children who were born blonde often had hair that darkened with age. She asked the girl to trust her, because she was an exact copy of the ambassador. Anna said that she was discovered as a baby in the east of the empire, and the ambassador lost her daughter in the south. They did not have time to finish their story, because the carriage arrived at the residence of the ambassador of the kingdom. Initially, the girls approached the gate, where they were immediately stopped by security. Elsa asked permission to meet with the ambassador, saying that she had found her lost daughter. The guards just laughed at the next scammers, telling them how many people had come to them with the same words. They noticed that to deceive better, they needed to find an actress with the right hair color, because now they had some kind of country bumpkin standing in front of them. Anna immediately became upset and decided that this was not the place she should come to. However, Elsa decided to take advantage of her position and showed the coat of arms of the Cassius family, to which she still belonged. The guard immediately recognized him and promised that he would bring the ambassador in just a second. Elsa was pleased that she could still enjoy her privileges and tried to cheer Anna up. A couple of minutes later, the ambassador came out to them and was informed that guests from the ducal family had come to see her. Elsa stepped forward a little, while Anna hid behind the girl's back out of fear. Before the ambassador had time to approach the girls, she immediately stopped in the middle of the road, unable to take an extra step. She just pointed forward with a shaking hand and asked her husband to pay attention to the second girl. Both parents immediately recognized this country bumpkin as their own daughter, Diana. Elsa also handed them an envelope containing the story of the man who found Miss Anna at the southern resort. She reported that the information had been mixed up due to a mistake at the shelter, and Miss Anna still thought that she had been found in a completely different place. The ambassador only quickly ran her eyes over the papers, then dropped them. The woman immediately rushed to hug her lost daughter, whom she had not seen for many years. She immediately began to apologize to the girl for having lost her once. Initially, it was Liena who found Anna, but now it made no difference. Elsa wanted to leave while her relatives were rejoicing at the reunion, but Anna stopped her. The girl explained that she only wanted to leave the family alone for a little while. Anna explained to her parents that this girl brought her to them. Without her help, she would never have met them. The ambassador was glad to meet the benefactress of their family and did not even know how to repay her for this kindness. Her husband also noted that they could not let the girl go just like that. He asked to accept the reward due to her, Elsa. She explained that she didn't want to take the money, but she would be pleased if they would fulfill one small request. A few days later, a large crowd gathered outside the central court of the empire. The people joyfully greeted the carriage in which the Duke's family was riding. They arrived in style, immediately capturing all attention. The first to get out of the carriage were the eldest son Leonardo and the youngest son Lehem. The Duke himself got out of the next carriage and then helped his adopted daughter out. Lyanna immediately attracted everyone's attention and enjoyed it. Men even fought among themselves for the right to ride in the carriage with the girl. One of the reporters asked about Leonardo's state of mind and his chances of winning in court. Many of them asked Leonardo questions, but the man did not respond in any way. Only the question of whether his wife had really been abused by her parents and forced to marry him could throw him off balance. After this, Leonardo could not remain calm and turned around to find out who was so brave. However, Lyanna took him by the arm to help him calm down and not react to the provocateur. Leonardo took a deep breath and announced that he had only one thing to say. He hoped to resolve all misunderstandings with his beloved wife and continue their happy life together. Lyanna asked those around her to pray that her brother would not face the tragedy of divorce. Reporters were disappointed that they were unable to get anything out of the defendant. A few moments later, another carriage drove into the square and everyone thought that Elsa was about to get out of it. However, everyone was surprised when an ambassador from a neighboring kingdom, who should have had nothing to do with this conflict, emerged from the carriage. The woman announced that she was in court only to accompany an important person. She asked the crowd for permission to introduce them to her benefactress and esteemed guest of the kingdom, Lady Elsa. The girl got out of the carriage and introduced herself to everyone once again, although now she was trying with all her might to get rid of the surname Cassius. The ambassador added that there is one more person she would like to introduce to everyone. She drew everyone's attention to her daughter Diana, who had been lost almost 20 years ago. The reporters immediately went crazy because they had just received an incredible sensation. The ambassador explained to them that they were able to find their missing daughter only thanks to the help of Lady Elsa. She added that His Majesty King Leoka was also delighted to hear the news and officially invited the girl to the kingdom. Thus, accompanied by the ambassador's security, Elsa proceeded to the court building. Reporters tried to find out what her mood was and whether she intended to back out of the divorce. However, Elsa loudly announced that she would reveal all the circumstances of this case at the trial. Already inside the building, she looked out the window and realized that everything that was happening reminded her of a real bazaar. Violetta asked the girl not to worry and promised that they would not let anyone enter the courtroom. Inside the building, Elsa met her husband, whom she was planning to divorce. Leonardo noted that even if the girl was forced to marry him, from now on he promised to do everything to make her happy. However, Elsa did not want to talk to him and suggested that they sort things out through the courts. Leonardo wanted to catch up with the girl, but Lyanna stepped forward and promised to talk to her daughter-in-law. She promised that she would do everything possible to make the girl change her mind. Elsa was disappointed that Leonardo would even let his younger sister handle his own divorce. Lyanna wanted Violetta to leave the room too, but she refused because she was the girl's personal bodyguard. Lyanna was amazed by her devotion, but wanted her mistress to let her bodyguard go for a while. Elsa noticed that there was some other atmosphere around the girl, but she couldn't really say what it was. She decided it was worth it, so she asked Violetta to step outside for a moment. After this, the girls were finally left alone with each other and were able to talk. The first thing Lyanna did was grab the girl by the hands and confess that she had heard from her brother that Elsa's family had treated her cruelly. She said that she understood perfectly well how hard it was for the girl to live in her own home. She added that she understood her feelings perfectly well because when she was in the orphanage, the director bullied her. Lyanna added that he was a very bad person, and from time to time he starved her and even beat her. Elsa knew from the novel that Lyanna told the Duke about this bad man so that he would be punished. Lyanna decided she knew what her daughter-in-law wanted most. She promised that she would help the girl take revenge on the family that had abused her throughout her childhood. Elsa also remembered the atmosphere she experienced while growing up. Lyanna promised to achieve revenge, as well as to ensure that Leonardo's brother treated the girl well. So she wanted Elsa to withdraw the divorce suit in exchange for her help. Elsa knew that if she were a real heroine, she would definitely accept this offer. Lyanna has both the strength and the ability to take a good revenge on her family. In the original work, Kira's revenge was successful only thanks to the help of a girl. Lyanna reported that the people from the girl's family had been expelled, and now none of them would be able to even take a step beyond the threshold of the Duke's mansion. Elsa thanked the girl for her help, but she did not want to take revenge on anyone, instead asking for help with a divorce. Lyanna didn't understand why Elsa didn't want to take revenge on her parents, because bad people must be punished. However, the heroine noticed that she had slightly different values, so she was not interested in this. Leanna bowed her head and noticed that it was time for the girl to stop. She recalled that Leonardo's brother had fully realized all his mistakes, and other family members had said that they too should now pay more attention to the girl. However, Elsa still insisted that she wanted a divorce. Leanna tried to convince the girl that the trial was not a joke and that people would whisper about it for the rest of their lives. She promised to convince both her father and brothers if the girl stopped everything. Elsa realized that the family still thought that she was begging for attention and affection, and that the divorce proceedings were just a means to achieve this goal. Even Leanna was still convinced that Elsa loved her older brother. The heroine realized that no matter how much she repeated it, the words did not work. Leanna did not see her as an equal person at all. It was thanks to this that the girl realized everything that was happening. She openly stated that she did not love Leonardo and had never experienced such feelings towards him. She had sympathy for the hero because he was the first acquaintance she met in this world, and he pulled her out of a terrible family. But looking back, the girl realized that she just wanted to become one family with him and did not love him at all. She added that this marriage was initially concluded without a drop of love. Leanna noted that there are many families in the world that live together without love, because it is a marriage of convenience. Elsa was not going to give anyone another chance, and announced that the court should sever all her ties with the Duke's family and her relationship with the girl as well. Leanna had never encountered anything like this before, and didn't understand why Elsa was behaving like this, since they were friends. However, the girl recalled that last time she admitted that they were not friends and that she never liked the girl. Elsa intended to leave the room, but Leanna refused to believe her words and tried to stop her. Violetta had to intervene to prevent Leanna from grabbing her mistress. Elsa remembered all the episodes she had once read in the original story. She truly liked the characters from the novel, but now she was forced to say goodbye to them. Leanna stopped hiding her true face and reminded the girl that she was doing all this because she was doing it for her. She did not understand how her daughter-in-law was going to live in this harsh world, having left the Duke's care. Elsa ordered the girl to be careful in her expressions. Only now did the girl realize that she had really gotten carried away and crossed the line of what was acceptable. She immediately apologized for this mistake, but noted that she really considered her daughter-in-law her friend. Elsa asked to explain why the girl believed that she was doing everything that was happening only for her sake. Leanna believed that if the girl received the protection of the Duke's family, her life would be calm and safe, but Elsa did not agree with this. However, instead of an adequate response, the original heroine noted that they had been talking for too long, so she promised to see each other later. Violetta wanted to grab the girl, but Elsa forbade her, because in that case they could be at a disadvantage if they used physical force. The heroine thought about the fact that Leanna had just been different from the Leanna she knew from history. Suddenly, she realized that she needed to focus on how much she knew this heroine at all. She read the original story, which was similar to the girl's biography many times. However, she couldn't say that she knew everything about Leanna because she thought that it was all about the excessive love of those around her. However, now Elsa wondered who was really hiding behind the appearance of the sweet girl. At this point, Leanna stepped back and realized that she had given in to her emotions, which was completely unlike her. The girl returned to her family to tell them what had happened because she believed that in any case this divorce was impossible. Leonardo could tell from his sister's mood that their conversation with Elsa had gone very badly. The Duke remarked that the girl should not care about such an ungrateful man. He thought they treated Elsa well, but she only started whining because they weren't paying attention to her. The Duke did not understand why the girl was behaving like this because she was not a child. The brother did not understand why their father was making such a fuss about the divorce and why he was forcing Leanna to listen to such unpleasant conversations. He believed that the girl's problem was that she was too kind and wanted Elsa back, and the girl was confident that they would win the case, so she suggested having dinner with the whole family after the hearing. From the faces of her brother and father, she realized that something was happening that she did not yet know about. Laham said that Leanna doesn't know about this yet because she was talking to her daughter-in-law. He explained that things had taken a strange turn by suggesting that the girl read an article in the newspaper. Leanna was curious about the difficulties they encountered along the way. She was very surprised when she read that Elsa had found the ambassador's missing daughter. There were rumors that the daughter-in-law even arrived at the courthouse in the carriage of the royal ambassador. The family knew nothing because they were the first to enter the courthouse, but their arrival caused a lot of noise. Anna, now Diana, said she had suffered for a long time from her husband's cruelty and prayed every day for their marriage to end, but it was impossible because of the law. Laham did not understand why, at such a critical moment, the daughter-in-law found the ambassador's lost daughter, who did not want society to sacrifice for the sake of family peace. Leonardo was not against his wife being considered a benefactress, but he did not understand why the hell the ambassador was interfering in the affairs of another house. Liena was extremely puzzled by what had happened and realized that the ambassador's family had indirectly expressed support for the girl's divorce. If they make the slightest mistake now, the Duke's line will be tarnished and will appear to everyone as a villain who puts pressure on his victims. However, the girl believed that there was no reason why they could lose, even if there were a few voices in support of the other side. She believed that her brother's only fault was the huge amount of work he had, which meant that he could not devote time to his fiancée and treated her with indifference. Elsa took a maid from the castle with her to use as a witness, but they were confronted by an excellent lawyer. Laham added that the jewelry, which was given to him by his brother after winning the auction, was taken away and was seen several days ago in a jewelry store. Therefore, the young man believed that his daughter-in-law was also a villain. He didn't like the fact that she was selling the jewelry she had been given to him to raise money for the divorce. Liena still didn't understand how the girl managed to find the ambassador's daughter because she had made inquiries herself but had only found out her name and place of residence. Elsa found the one she couldn't find with the Duke's family's information network and connections just before the divorce hearing. The girl even suggested that her daughter-in-law could also return to the past, frightening her brother with her facial expression. However, the next second the base put on a mask and explained that she was just thinking for a while. The guy explained that Elsa's lawyer specializes in divorce cases, so she could have met Diana while preparing for her own divorce. Leonardo was not sure whether his wife had ever met the ambassador before this moment. Liena was incredibly angry after his answer and even yelled at her brother for knowing absolutely nothing about his wife. However, the girl came to her senses in time and apologized to the young man, citing fatigue. Leonardo suggested that they might have met by chance when he and his wife came to the capital for family gatherings, where Elsa often walked alone. Liena decided not to get worked up, because rebirth is not something that happens at every step. The girl still hadn't seen any hint that Elsa remembered her past life, and it didn't look like a blessing from the goddess. In any case, the girl decided to focus on the trial as the hearing was approaching. Meanwhile, Elsa spent her free time in her own office, surrounded by her lawyer and her support. She took a deep breath and placed her hand on her heart to try to calm herself before starting the task. However, it was not the girl herself who was most worried, but her lawyer, who was participating in such a high-profile trial for the first time. Elsa looked out of the room and saw that a large number of people had come to watch the process. She realized that this was the first time Sharon had been involved in a trial with so many outside spectators. Terence said that under pressure from the Emperor, people who had friendly ties with the Duke were thrown out of the hall, and people who were in conflict with their family were chosen as judges. But the reason for the Imperial assistance was the dirty games with the Duke's family, and not the divorce itself. Therefore, the girl could not hope for more help, and now she had more serious problems. The young man knocked and carefully opened the door, asking permission to enter. The Marquis explained that there were a lot of people around, so he mingled with the crowd and walked here unnoticed. Initially, he had some business, but he tried to sort everything out as quickly as possible in order to listen to this trial. Elsa was surprised when she realized that the young man was on the jury. The Marquis explained that he had applied, and it had been approved, but he wanted to make it a surprise. The young man got hold of a box of chocolates to give his partner a little strength. Elsa quickly ate one candy and invited everyone else to try it too. The young man collected a whole mountain of sweets so that the girls would always have them available. Terence looked around and realized that their main witness was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Robin burst into the office and said that they had a problem. He reported that the butler of the Duke's family had been captured by Cassius's men. Robin said that the butler had to call a doctor last night because Joshua had a seizure. Because of this, the Duke became aware of his location. The man went out the door to go to court, but he had already been captured. Elsa knew they needed the butler's testimony to win, so she had to decide what to do. The girl was not sure that she would be able to act in court, so she urgently needed to save the man. She asked Sharon to postpone the butler's turn to testify until the very end. She also asked Laura to give her own testimony for as long as possible to buy time. The Marquis promised that he would try to find the butler as quickly as possible and deliver him to the meeting room. Since he was not imprisoned on the Duke's territory, it would be much easier to deal with the guards. Terence added that his assistant Jack would distract the guards while he quietly rescued the butler from the trap. The young man promised that he would arrive on time so that his previously earned rights to view the trial would not go to waste. After this, the Marquis and the dejected Jack hid their faces and walked out of the room. Sharon announced that it was time for them to begin their trial. Laura was a little worried about her mistress, but Elsa reassured her. The girl was determined to win and was going to inspire those around her with her mood. She decided to trust her partner and start her own battle. The second hall of the central court of the Astaroth Empire was full of people. Everyone was talking about how all the members of the Duke's family had gathered to support their eldest son. They also discussed rumors that his wife was beaten by her mother, and someone even saw it with their own eyes in a restaurant. Everyone felt sorry for the girl because they knew that it was her husband who brought his mother-in-law to the restaurant. The atmosphere was quite good. There was nothing surprising about it, because all people are attracted by more new, interesting information. Elsa was sure that Liena's head would soon burst from the flow of thoughts, because she must be wondering how she managed to find the ambassador's daughter. She wanted the girl's thoughts to be occupied with this, and she would stop worrying about her older brother's divorce. Soon the judges entered and announced that the divorce trial was about to begin. The plaintiff spoke first, and Sharon said that Elsa had been married for 2 years. Leonardo then took the marital vow to do everything possible, but ignored the girl's desire to be together, avoided attempts to continue a normal family life under the pretext of being busy, and also neglected the situation when the plaintiff was treated unfairly at home, although he knew about it. Instead of expressing regret, he continued to make excuses and behave threateningly, inquired about his wife's biography, and even stalked her. In connection with this, Sharon said, "The plaintiff is demanding a divorce." The lawyer added that their side hopes for a quick divorce without any alimony or division of property. Everyone was very surprised by this. The judge clarified the girl's intentions. Elsa confirmed that she really doesn't need anything other than the fact of divorce. There were people who thought she filed for divorce because of money, but for the sake of a big goal, you have to give up little things. Compared to the money that would be earned from the abandoned mines, the alimony payments were mere pears. The Duke's family's leading lawyer, Farrell, argued that the defendant's fault was either a misunderstanding or an unavoidable situation arising from complex circumstances. He added that almost immediately after the wedding, the defendant took over the management of the family territory on behalf of his father, who is the owner of the fief. The defendant was so busy that he did not even have time to eat due to his heavy workload, but he still tried to take care of his family. He provided his wife with a large amount of pocket money, as well as expensive things as gifts. He supported his wife's family members who were experiencing financial difficulties. However, the truth was that they spent little time together because of his work. The lawyer added that the plaintiff is making unfounded demands for unconditional attention without taking into account the defendant's circumstances. He accused the girl of repeatedly ignoring family members and employees. The plaintiff uttered harsh insults towards the defendant's family, simply because the latter forgot about their wedding anniversary after the stressful construction process. Elsa thought this was nonsense, because no one could even technically hear the sounds of beating when she and Leonardo were alone on the second floor. The lawyer added that the defendant still loves the plaintiff and cannot accept the fact of divorce under any circumstances. Leonardo stated that it was entirely his fault that he left his wife alone, regardless of the circumstances. He realized his mistakes and promised to try not to repeat them again. Looking at his upset face, Elsa thought that this guy took acting lessons from his younger sister. The crowd immediately began to talk about how the man really loved his wife. Elsa noticed that by talking about love, the young man was making her look like a very bad person to everyone. The girl said that if this was his love for her, then she would refuse her. She knew Leonardo couldn't say that he didn't want to miss the abandoned mine that was the real target. He simply put the blame on her, showed that she had no right to ask for a divorce, which was his only argument. However, she did not intend to give up so easily because she was prepared to go to the end. The judge noted that the most important question in this case is whether the defendant's actions are grounds for divorce in court. Sharon's lawyer called Laura, a maid who worked in the Duke's castle, as a witness. Leonardo's lawyer objected because Laura was a maid the girl had brought from her parents' home, so her testimony could be biased. Sharon noticed that Laura was a maid hired by the girl's family just a month before the wedding ceremony. The maid's wages were paid by the Duke's family, and she currently had no connection with the wife's family. The girl also added that the head maid who fired Laura acknowledged the injustice and even apologized to the girl. The judge decided that this was not a valid reason to bar the witness from testifying. He therefore agreed to accept the plaintiff's motion to call a witness. Over the past 2 years, the maid had helped and supported Elsa more than anyone else, so she was interested in what the relationship between the spouses was like. Laura noticed that Mr. Leonardo almost never appeared in his wife's chambers because after the wedding the couple began to use separate rooms. If there were no special events, they ate separately. There were many days when they did not even meet once for a whole day. It could be said that they saw each other a couple of times a week, but after 6 months, even these meetings were reduced to 2 or 3 a month. One of the reasons for spending time together was the Duke's family trip to the capital, because without it they would not have crossed paths even once a month. Farrell objected, saying there were times when spouses could not see each other often due to special circumstances, but the judge ordered him not to interfere. Sharon added that in the beginning the couple met 2 or 3 times a week, so she was interested in their relationship. Laura explained that at first Mrs. Elsa tried in every way to establish a close relationship, but then she simply despaired of changing anything. Mr. Leonardo always rejected all her attempts. Once Laura even saw her mistress crying in front of her husband's office. In fact, the girl then burst into tears because of yawning. She was hurt by the fact that she was considered a person obsessed with her husband. Sharon wondered if Mr. Leonardo really did look like such a busy man. Laura noticed that he was not a person with much free time, but he was not that busy at work. Even when Mr. Leonardo spent his private time in his room, he did not meet with his wife, and when she appeared at tea, he immediately went for a walk in the garden. Viewers immediately began to discuss that this did not at all look like a couple who were interested in marriage. Elsa knew that Leonardo's image was good, but this testimony made a good impression. The defense attorney announced that their side also had several questions for Laura. The man recalled that Mr. Leonardo immediately went for a walk in the garden as soon as Mrs. Elsa appeared last spring. He recalled that at that time a festival called Little Liena's birthday was taking place on the territory of the duchy. He asked if Laura remembered the festival that opened last year. Sharon tried to object, noting that the question had nothing to do with the current trial. However, the judge allowed the lawyer to continue, offering to hear the defendant's arguments. Farrell asked his question again and received an affirmative answer. He heard that the Duke's family feeds their staff various special dishes during the festival, asking him to name the dish from last year. Elsa knew that festivals were held at least twice a month, so it was impossible to remember all the dishes. Laura also thought about it, because she couldn't remember what specific dish it was then. Sharon wondered what festival food had to do with the lawsuit. The lawyer explained that he asked the girl the question to confirm how inaccurate human memory can be. He wanted to say that the witness's recollections could be wrong because the girl could not remember events that happened at approximately the same time. Sharon objected, since their family hosts about 40 official festivals a year. Farrell agreed, but noted that there could be inconsistencies if one only listened to the words of one witness. The fact that it looked like Mr. Leonardo had free time is ultimately just a subjective judgment of the witness. There was evidence that Mr. Leonardo rejected all his wife's proposals despite having free time, but the lawyer doubted their veracity. He doubted in principle that Laura, who was his wife's maid, could be fully informed about the affairs of her mistress's husband. Elsa noted that the lawyer was a professional in his field. He managed to create an environment where it was difficult to believe the girl's testimony. However, they prepared for this in advance, and I am going to provide a schedule, which was called periodic reporting. Sharon demonstrated that Leonardo had a business trip once or twice a month for about a week. The judge read the documents and realized that there were many items on the schedule, but the details were vague. Farrell reminded that the business trip was an important opportunity to report to the Duke on the general state of the territories. Sharon reminded that even the journey from Ashton to the capital and back on a direct train takes at least 4 days, which could easily be spent with his beloved wife. After this, the girls showed the evidence they had prepared to get Leonardo's exact answer. She explained that the year before last, the gentleman had attended the Count's banquet with his younger sister. A month before that, they attended the ducal family's party on the lake. They also had an extended family trip with his father and 2 younger brothers and sister, so Sharon was sure that Leonardo simply couldn't help but be busy. After all, in order to find time to spend with his family in the capital, he had to sort out a bunch of things while he was at home. Farrell acknowledged that the defendant did have a special family relationship. However, he did not consider this a reason for Leonardo and Elsa to divorce. The lawyer said the defendant and his family had repeatedly asked the girl to join them. However, it was Elsa who refused all their requests. The lawyer stated that both spouses were equally to blame for the breakdown of their relationship. However, Sharon was sure that it was not normal to meet with relatives so often when you already have your own wife. The judges noted that this was clearly a rather unusual case. The lawyer noted that Mr. Leonardo did not know how to relate to his wife, so he behaved awkwardly while adapting to family life. He added that Mr. Leonardo had very little experience with the opposite sex before marriage. He avoided personal meetings with his wife and tried in every way to spend time with his family because he was immature. What was most infuriating was that they were trying to make him into a sufferer who regretted his actions. In the eyes of the public, it looked as if the guy realized his love only after his wife left. Sharon noticed that it was strange to avoid the girl, even if Mr. Leonardo didn't know how to feel about her. However, the lawyer added that he and his employer had carefully considered their behavior and drawn all the conclusions. Elsa knew they were trying to garner sympathy by making the most of commonly known facts, much like how Liana had created the image of an unfortunate child by flaunting her past as an orphan. The girl was sure that Liana had been involved here, and that she was her opponent. The lawyer added that Leonardo was planning to change his lifestyle when he had more free time, but the divorce happened earlier. The judge banged his gavel, calling for everyone to calm down and take a short break. He wanted the lawyers to prepare witnesses they planned to call in the near future. Farrell said they were calling Marianne, the Duke's family's senior maid, as a witness. After this, there was a short break when everyone could get up from their seats and walk around a bit. The break was supposed to end in 40 minutes, but Elsa was so tired that this time was not enough for her to rest. She entered her office and found that the Marquise and the butler had not yet arrived. The girl prayed only for the people so important to her to be safe and sound. The butler stated that he intended to meet the Duke in person and tell him why he was in hiding. He didn't understand why the guards had grabbed him and weren't letting him see his master. The guard explained that the Duke was currently attending Mr. Leonardo's court hearing. The butler wanted to pretend that he was going to meet the Duke in the courtroom so that he could act as a witness. However, the guard said that he had been ordered to deliver the butler to the estate. The man admitted that he had served the master for decades and knew his character well. He knew that if he could find a close associate who had disappeared without explanation, he would not sit idly by. Therefore, the butler guessed that it was Liana who gave this order, and she also brought the guard into the service of this family. The guard stated that the words of his mistress and the Duke were equally important to him, so he was not afraid of punishment. From this situation, the butler guessed that the words about his trip to the estate were lies. He remembered Elsa's words about how he had lived for a long time as a faithful Duke and now wanted to live the rest of his life as a father to his son. He so wanted to repay the debt to the girl who made him realize his stupidity. Suddenly there was a ringing sound, and the carriage window shattered into small pieces. A hand appeared inside and, using magic, disarmed one of the guards. The guards grabbed their weapons to deal with the attacker. It turned out to be the Marquis, who used his abilities to free the butler. After that, he put the man on his horse behind his back and raced towards the courthouse. The young man only intentionally immobilized the guards, but did not kill anyone. He knew that killing several people would only make the situation worse. The Marquis explained that he had attached part of his power to the butler so that he would always know where he was. He did it a few days ago in front of Sharon's lawyer's office, the last time they crossed paths. The young man admitted that he does not have a very good character, so he treats everyone with suspicion. The butler realized that the man was worried that he would change his mind, so he decided to take steps to make it possible to track him. Now the most important thing for them was to get to the trial in time so that the butler could testify. Suddenly, the man noticed that his savior was breaking out in a cold sweat. However, the guy calmed him down, saying that it was only because of the strain after using his power. He was comforted by the fact that he had holy water with him, given by the goddess of victory herself. The judge ordered everyone to take their seats and announced that the court session was continuing. The first to be called was Marianne, who served as the head maid at the ducal residence and chief manager of the staff. The woman confirmed that all these positions were indeed hers. The lawyer asked her to tell how Leonardo and Elsa's married life had been going over the past 2 years. He added that this is extremely important to prevent the tragedy of family breakdown. Elsa noticed that the woman played her role well. Marianne said that Elsa was a good person, but she never challenged them with her point of view and always refused gifts. In most cases, the girl was not present at the banquets organized by the resident staff. Marianne decided that it was because the gifts and banquets were too modest. Elsa knew that it was all a complete lie, although there was still a grain of truth. All their gifts were portraits of Liana, or things with her image. The girl simply didn't like the fact that another person was forcing his fandom on her. The manager added that Mr. Leonardo was passive in his married life, but always felt guilty about it because he asked her to take care of his wife. Elsa realized that the woman was trying to romanticize the story, showing that she was entrusted with personal care for her. Mariana added that Mr. Leonardo was always busy with work, and the younger lady usually spent her time in her room, sometimes attending hobby and reading circles or going shopping. A whisper ran through the crowd that Leonardo was a workaholic and his wife led an idle life. Elsa mentally thanked the woman because she said exactly what the girl expected to hear. Sharon noticed that the manager said a few words about Leonardo and Elsa's lifestyle. However, the lawyer noted that it was unlikely that the wife could have had so much free time at her disposal if she was performing the duties of the mistress of the house. She believed that the wife should take on the duties of the mistress of the castle, but the manager noticed that the younger madam was not accustomed to running a large household. She noticed that her family did not give her a proper education due to their poor situation. Therefore, Mrs. Liana, who had previously been in charge of the household, had no choice but to continue to play the role of mistress of the house. The lawyer noted that this fact was also confirmed by the Count and Countess of Wallace, who would give their testimony later. He added that Lady Liana planned to step down as mistress of the residence once the younger madam had become accustomed to family life. He explained that there had been several such precedents throughout history. Instead of the countess, who was in poor health, the duties of the mistress of the residence were taken on by her husband's elder sister, but Elsa had no health problems. While Her Majesty the Empress of the previous century, who had come from a foreign land, was learning the local language, Her Majesty the Dowager Empress performed the duties of the mother of the nation in her place, but Elsa was not a foreigner. The lawyer added that the Earl and Countess acknowledged that their daughter did not have the ability to carry out such difficult work, but Sharon countered that they were accused of cruelty to their own daughter. Farrell added that there are many cases where the role of hostess is filled by another person due to unavoidable circumstances. Although the plaintiff was unable to perform her duties as the mistress of the residence, she was treated with dignity because she was one. Elsa was given a large sum of money every month for her upkeep and was presented with various luxurious gifts. The magnificent wedding ceremony served as excellent proof of this. Mariana added that they were only following Mr. Leonardo's orders, trying in every way to brighten up the girl's loneliness. She tearfully turned to her former owner, begging her to come back, promising to treat her even better. Elsa just smiled mysteriously and asked the woman to fulfill one small request of hers. She admitted that she wanted Marianne to say the word mistress out loud. She didn't want the woman to ask the reason for this, but simply fulfilled the request. The manager looked at the lawyer, but he gave her the go-ahead to carry out this request. Then Marianne began to shout the word mistress loudly over and over again until she pronounced it clearly enough. Immediately after this, the recording of their conversation, which was made on a special box, was turned on. This was exactly the time when Elsa learned that she was not considered the mistress of this house. In this recording, the voice of the manager was clearly audible, announcing that the true owner of this house was Liana. The lawyer explained that this was a conversation between the witness and Elsa that took place in the Duke's castle several days ago. It was clear from it that the manager did not care about her mistress at all, as she denied the very fact of this. The lawyer added that this recording reveals several things at once. For example, that the witnesses who served the family did not consider Elsa to be the mistress of the house at all. Secondly, the attitude demonstrated by the witness could in no way be called polite. Lastly, the plaintiff had no means to impose sanctions on the employee. He knew about this fact and neglected it. The manager called it cowardly that Elsa took the box to give it to Liana, but ended up keeping it for herself. The girl was only happy with her words because in this way the manager confirmed the truth of this incident. Marianne immediately turned to Liana and tried to explain to her that this was all Elsa's doing. The lawyer approached the judges and asked them to give them time to carefully examine the evidence. He tried to convince them that there was no evidence that the voice on the recording was that of the witness, and that the recording had little history of being used as evidence. However, Sharon countered that Farrell was the first lawyer in the history of the empire to introduce the recording into evidence months ago. The box was the invention of an eccentric inventor, which by a lucky chance fell into the hands of Liana. Thanks to this box, the trial ended in victory for the Duke in their fight against their neighbors. Sharon recalled that many were initially suspicious of the recording devices when they first encountered them, but Farrell's attorney made a great case for their admissibility as evidence. Sharon thanked her opponent for the fact that, thanks to him, there will now be no need to argue about the authenticity of the recording. Farrell immediately realized his mistake and admitted that the witness had treated the plaintiff inappropriately. Even Elsa was amazed at how quickly the young man changed his position. However, he added that the witness did not adhere to the relevant standards. Sharon asked the judge if the defendant's statements from the Duke's residence staff mentioned a problem with the head housekeeper. She noted that such an issue was not mentioned, but the recording clearly showed that the conversation took place in front of several employees. So she found it strange that no one had come forward to testify about this incident. The manager was afraid of what she had just put the Duke in, so she looked at her beloved mistress. Leanna immediately burst into tears and admitted that it was her fault. The head maid was her nanny, so she didn't think that she would forget her situation. Leanna added that she continued to perform her duties as a housewife only because she was worried about her little sister. She continued to cry and apologize to her daughter-in-law, thus trying to win back the public's favor. The judge had to hit the gavel to calm everyone present. He explained to the Duke's family that if they made any more noise, the judge would order them to be removed from the courtroom. Elsa suddenly realized that she felt an unusual sense of presence. An overwhelming sense of presence that draws people in for good or for bad was the protagonist's ability to influence the court even just by sitting in the room. After her introduction, the manager also fell to her knees and began to apologize to the girl. As punishment, she began to bang her head on the floor so hard that she even started bleeding. The guards immediately grabbed the woman and took her away before she could hurt herself even more. Those present immediately began to pity the woman and believed that she had truly reflected on her behavior. The lawyer said his client wanted to apologize on behalf of the Duke's family for any inconvenience caused. Leonardo said he had no idea his wife was forced to endure such humiliation. He promised to fire the manager from her position and even fire the rest of the employees if the girl so desired. He swore with all he had that if this promise was broken, he was ready to give up his place as successor and even his family name. The judge reminded that a public oath has legal force, so the young man will not be able to refuse to fulfill it. Elsa realized that she was in a situation where if she refused, only she would remain a bad person. Sharon tried to prove that the defendant knew what was going on in his own home, but Farrell wouldn't let her continue. He noted that every person has the right to make a mistake, so he asked to give his client another chance. The judge reminded that the decision here remains with the girl, if she wants it. Elsa realized that she was in a very difficult situation. The girl hoped that her partner would be able to find the butler and deliver him to the courtroom in time. For now, she has stated that her decision remains unchanged and she wants a divorce. Elsa added that her trust in the man was undermined and it could not be restored. If he holds on to something in the name of love and doesn't let go, then it's violence. He should let her be happy. After these words, Leonardo looked dejected, as if he was sincerely worried about what was happening. Terrence gave the signal and Sharon informed the court that their new witness had arrived. The girl announced that she was calling the Duke's family butler as a witness. The Duke immediately recognized the man and was furious that the servant who had served him for many years was now against him. The man stood behind the pedestal and said that he had arrived as a witness and that for the past 20 years he had worked as a butler in the castle. Even the judge was surprised that a man was acting as a witness on behalf of the girl. The Duke was furious and immediately began shouting that the man had betrayed him. Leanna tried to stop her father, but the judge threw them both out for disturbing the peace of the proceedings. The man was extremely irritated, but nevertheless complied and left the courtroom with his daughter. After this, the judge wanted to proceed directly to questioning the witness. However, Farrell said the butler had suddenly disappeared several days ago, and there was speculation that he had been kidnapped by enemy forces. However, Sharon didn't care about that. She just wanted the judge to allow the butler to perform. The man openly stated that no one had kidnapped him. He had personally left the Duke's residence. Even Leonardo was surprised by this answer and did not understand why his uncle betrayed them. Sharon asked the butler to describe the couple's married life, and the man said that Mrs. Elsa seemed unhappy. Everyone in the castle, except Laura, treated her as an outsider who had decided to stay in the house for a short time. The behavior of the servants towards the lady was different from their attitude towards the late Duchess, and Mr. Leonardo was well informed about the situation that had arisen. The butler found out about this because he personally reported the situation to him. However, Leonardo informed him that he would personally deal with this and asked him not to interfere. Farrell noted that his client had already admitted his negligence and promised to fire his employees. Sharon added that there is another serious reason for the divorce that has not yet been revealed. The lawyer then approached the judge, asking that the trial be transferred to private status, since the content of the witness's testimony could damage someone's reputation. Farrell objected to such a change, since opening a private meeting would only arouse unpleasant suspicions. After hearing both sides, the judge rejected the request and left the hearing open. After which Elsa, who had felt this problem more vividly than anyone else over the past 2 years, stood behind the pedestal, intending to reveal everything herself. The girl took a deep breath, after which she announced that her husband Leonardo had a problem with the birth of an heir. Immediately after this statement, everyone present in the hall gasped loudly. The girl added that her husband avoided sharing the marital bed with her and that they never had a full-fledged family life. She tried to explain that she had tried her best but nothing was working, and then she began to cry. Farrell tried to accuse the girl of slander and noted that she would answer to the law for denigrating the honor of the heir of the house. He tried to declare that slandering the heir of the ducal family was a crime, but then turned his attention to his client. From his face, he realized that all the girl's accusations were true. Leonardo was born the heir to a great family and, having lost his mother, he desperately sought to ensure that others did not look down on him. Therefore, the guy could not share with anyone how his relationship with his wife was going because it could reach Lena's ears. This fact could be confirmed by 2 witnesses, Laura and the butler, since each of them was responsible for cleaning the bedrooms of the husband and wife. The lawyer wanted to question both witnesses again on this matter, and first she called Laura. The girl explained that she served her mistress, but had never seen the two sleep in the same room. She also added that even on their wedding night, they only sat on the bed opposite each other. The man then admitted that it was beyond his strength and fled the room. The girl added that the same thing happened the next day, and then the witnesses immediately recalled that in the past there had been talk that the young gentleman had problems with potency. The butler added that even after the wedding, the young gentleman used the room he had occupied since childhood and not the marital bedroom. He said that it was difficult for him to lead a married life with a girl because he did not feel attracted to her as a woman. Sharon recalled that the defendant had earlier claimed to love his wife. She noticed that it was strange to love his wife, but never have sex with her. Farrell tried to convince everyone around him that it was just 2 people chatting. However, Sharon emphasized that these 2 people were watching the husband and wife more closely than anyone else. She added that the butler had served the family for decades and would gain nothing by siding with the girl. She recalled that her client did not demand a single penny in alimony. He also cannot count on a decent reputation and find a family that will be happy to hire a worker who has turned his back on his master. The butler made a noble confession, obeying the call of his conscience, sacrificing not only decades of devoted service, but also his future. One of the girls in the stands jumped up and ordered Elsa not to pretend that she had no money. She said that the girl sold all of Leonardo's gifts and used the money to hire a lawyer, since she personally saw her ring in a jewelry store. The judge was unhappy that this trial was increasingly turning into some kind of performance. Suddenly, Elsa approached Leonardo and took out of her purse the very ring that the stranger had spoken about. She remembered that the young man had given her a ring called the Green Princess. However, on the same day, he gave his younger sister a necklace called the Green Queen. It was this very ring that Elsa brought to the court hearing, along with all the other jewelry he had given her. The stranger was led out of the room while she continued to scream that she had seen the ring with her own eyes. Elsa knew that this is how it would be, so she sold the ring on purpose and then bought it back. The crowd was already discussing that the girl had told the truth, while everyone around her was constantly lying and distorting the truth. Elsa added that she did not want to keep anything that would remind her of Leonardo. She noted that divorce was the only gift he could give her. The judge banged his gavel and ordered everyone to remain silent in the courtroom. He noted that it was already quite late, so the court session was declared closed, and the next one would take place in 2 days. The audience was disappointed because they thought that it would all end today. After this announcement, all 3 judges stood up and walked away wearily. They realized that they were not in a position to make a final decision, so they postponed the trial. It is quite possible that the judges will now run to the emperor to ask his advice. Farrell asked his master not to worry because they would return home and come up with countermeasures. Sharon was a little disappointed because she wanted to finish this business today. She even felt sorry that everything turned out the way it did. The girl noticed that all events developed exactly as her client had said. Elsa was pleased with today's trial and wanted to rest before the final of this fight. As they left the courtroom, the girls ran into the entire Cassius family. The Duke was curious how the girl managed to convince the butler to testify against their family. Elsa noted that since he was asking such a question, it meant that he did not yet know the content of the trial. Leanna was also not present at the end of the meeting, so she immediately turned her attention to her older brother, who did not want to talk about anything. Eliza warned that she would visit the Duke at his home tomorrow morning. The girl added that she was going to come there with the butler. The Duke did not want to do this, but nevertheless agreed to receive the girl the next day, after which the whole family left. Only Leanna kept her gaze on her daughter-in-law. After this confrontation, Elsa was exhausted, because the Duke was not called a demon for nothing. A little later, the butler and Laura, who had finished sorting out some paperwork, entered the restroom. Elsa was worried about the man and asked him not to apologize for what happened because everything turned out well. He heard that she was going to visit the Duke tomorrow and invited him to come with her. The butler could not let the girl go alone. As the father of the child, the Duke would one day have to face the past. Elsa was pleased that the man was already treating the one who had once offended him properly. Only after this did he notice that the Marquise had not yet appeared in the hall. The butler explained that the guy had taken him to court and then disappeared, and he also asked to tell the girl that she should return to her place first. He asked to keep it a secret, but the young man had a sickly appearance due to the use of force. Elsa knew that the medicinal tea would relieve headaches, but after using her powers, it wasn't enough. From the original novel, she knew that the young man sometimes hid in the woods after using excessive force, so she went looking for him. The guards discussed how the Grand Ducal family had been so petty that they had made a fuss during the court hearing and had been thrown out of the room. They had heard before that the eldest son was unable to produce an heir, but at that time the family used its influence and suppressed the rumors. Elsa waited until the guards passed by, then crawled out of her hiding place. The girl heard movement from above and, raising her head, saw her partner. She was glad to see the young man who had helped her a lot. However, the Marquise was dissatisfied with the meeting with her and asked why the girl had come to him. He knew that she had been told that she should return home first. Elsa wanted the guy to come down. She felt uncomfortable because she couldn't see his face. The girl had no idea what expression he had on his face now, or what emotions he was talking to her with now. However, the Marquis refused to do this and preferred to stay away from her. He explained that he wanted to be alone, so he asked the girl to return home first. Elsa was worried about the young man's condition because he had recently used his powers. Terence said that he wanted to be alone for now, but would definitely visit the girl a little later. Elsa forgot to be a little upset but decided to do as he wanted. She only said that the court hearing had ended exactly as she had expected, which was only possible because her partner had brought the butler on time. The girl apologized for disturbing him, but after hearing the butler say that the Marquis looked sick, she couldn't sit idly by. The girl said that she was worried about the young man because he is her partner. The Marquis noticed that the girl was sometimes infinitely warm-hearted and affectionate, but sometimes she amazed him with her heartlessness. He then admitted that he had simply misspoke and asked the girl to pretend that she had not heard anything. Elsa couldn't ignore such words because now her attention was focused to the limit. The girl assumed that the young man was angry with her or that she had made some mistake, but the guy denied everything. She then suggested that he might be upset with her for something. The Marquis apologized for his earlier words and asked Elsa to go home quickly. However, the girl sat down under a tree and announced that she would only return if the guy told her what exactly had ruined his mood. Terence admitted that after using the power, he sometimes talks nonsense due to fatigue. They sat in silence for a while, and Elsa thought about how time had flown by so quickly while she had given herself over to the divorce process. The girl herself did not notice how summer had arrived, after which she remembered that night when the guys were drinking on the terrace. She remembered that on that day the young man was preoccupied with something and behaved a little strangely. She admitted that Laura has a family in the Empire, and the lawyer has his own job, so they cannot leave. Elsa realized that the young man was giving her a helping hand, providing a roof over her head, providing financial support, and taking on the role of a bodyguard. But she thought that he was upset that the girl was going to turn a blind eye to the help she had provided and go abroad. She decided that as soon as he allowed her to start developing the abandoned mines, the girl would immediately pay him back. She promised that in the future things would go uphill for her and her life would change by 180 degrees. She also noted that the young man could turn to her for help at any time of the day, and they would continue to keep in touch. After her words, the Marquise admitted that some misunderstanding had arisen between them. He never thought that Elsa would just take advantage of his help and leave, because she had already told him the recipe for the healing tea. He noted that this behavior was not at all like a girl, attributing it to fatigue due to the trial. She just smiled and noted that it was partly his fault. She admitted that she was extremely puzzled as to why the young man was treating her so coldly. The girl tried to justify herself by saying that she didn't mean anything like that. She just had that feeling for a moment. Unexpectedly, the Marquise came down to her head to hear once again that he had begun to behave rather coldly, after which he climbed back in and admitted that he was just being capricious, like a little child. The guy was a little surprised because he thought that Elsa would always remain impartial because she did not flinch even in front of her ex-husband. She also broke off relations with her parents without hesitation. However, Elsa admitted that all these people were not particularly important to her. Immediately after these words, the young man jumped to the ground and landed right in front of the girl. It seemed to Elsa that just a moment ago his voice had been very cold, but now everything had changed dramatically. She was surprised that the young man smiled warmly at her again. The Marquis noticed that the girl had changed her clothes so that no one would recognize her and pester her with questions. Elsa added that now Violetta, wearing her dress, was getting into a carriage near the courthouse. Just in case, the young man pulled his cloak over the girl to hide her even better. In exchange for this, he took her headdress, which suited him incredibly well. Luckily, most of the people were crowding at the main gate to watch the participants in the trial, so the boys calmly got into the carriage. Elsa didn't know what was wrong, but she was glad that Terence was back to his original state. The next day, the girl was supposed to go to the castle where the Duke's family lived. Leanna thought for a long time and then ordered Kira to bring Elliot immediately. Elliot was one of the 7 talents collected by the girl, a rare genius who specialized in law, economics, mathematics, and the military department at the same time. Elliot also made a huge contribution to the Duke's family, achieving great success in various fields of activity, which they now boldly boasted about. Kira explained that the inventor was currently on a business trip in another country, but Leanna demanded that he be returned immediately. She also ordered that the lawyer be told to try to stall for time so that the inventor could return, after which Leanna announced that she had to go to her brother. She was sure that this was just a fleeting failure, because she had always been promised a brilliant victory. On the way, the girl met her brother, who said that Leonardo had locked himself in his room and was not coming out. The guy was shocked by what was happening between his brother and sister-in-law because he didn't know anything about what was happening. The young man wasn't even sure that they should really continue the lawsuit. He sincerely believed that it would be better for both of them if they simply got divorced. However, Leanna reminded them that Elsa was part of their family and they couldn't just give up on her. The girl regretted that she had reacted so harshly, but the guy still admitted that she was right. Leanna planned to not give up until the very end and hoped that one day her daughter-in-law would realize the risk they were taking. A little later, when the appointed time came, Elsa and her team arrived at the castle. The guys all gathered in one room to discuss important matters. Elsa greeted everyone and noticed that they weren't particularly happy to see her. The Duke reminded that the girl was the one who had tarnished his son's honor. Leanna wanted both of them not to calm down and to resolve all issues through dialogue. The Duke was also curious as to why the butler had abandoned him and the entire family as a whole. He considered the 20 years he spent with them to be an empty phrase for him. He didn't understand why the butler suddenly tried to avoid answering and remembered his son. Leanna didn't want a real fight to start, so she tried to smooth over her father's behavior. She remembered Joshua coming to the castle when the girl was little. The girl was genuinely surprised when she heard that the butler's son was ill and wanted to pay him a visit. As the butler expected, the 3 of them didn't even remember the incident when they injured him. The man said that his son still has nightmares about that fateful day. Leanna didn't believe that because of a small commotion the guy was wounded from the depths of his soul because they simply pointed a sword at him. The Duke couldn't believe that the butler had stabbed him in the back over such a trifle. After these words, the man could no longer control himself because his son had just been insulted. He didn't understand why the butler was accusing him of his own son being weak. He recalled that at his age he had already taken part in training fights and had been wounded by a real weapon, while he had spent half his life in a closed room because of a banal threat. Leanna wanted the Duke to calm his emotions and they would continue the conversation when both sides had calmed down. However, Elsa noticed that the man did not regret what he had done because his words said so. The Duke confirmed her assumption, stating that there could be no talk of regret here. The idea that the man would regret his mistake was a vain hope. The butler was once again convinced that the man thought only of himself. Now it was his turn to speak, but Cassius refused to listen to him. Elsa noticed that she had come with a very important matter, so she wanted to be heard. She wanted the trial to end right then and there, so she offered to negotiate an approval of the divorce. She recalled that yesterday the whole family had to be convinced that they would not be able to win this trial easily. The Duke noted that the girl was well prepared, but she would never be able to break his family alone. And Elsa noticed that the longer this dirty fight continued, the more the honor of his eldest son would be tarnished. She reminded that the man behaves this way not for the sake of his son, but because of his stubbornness. She noticed that the man had difficulty admitting the mistake he had made towards Joshua, and the fact that the butler had left him because of it. The Duke believed that the girl had taken the butler away from him, but the one who threw him out first was the Duke himself. After this, the man flared up and hit the table hard, hoping that after this the girl would shut up. Lyanna knew that Elsa had chosen the wrong approach to convince her father to approve the divorce, because even under threat of death, he would not admit his mistakes. If she returns to Invent, this struggle will end in victory for the Duke and her own. Elsa promised that if the family agreed to a divorce, she would give them a gift that would make them very happy. She promised them to provide the thing to their father that they were looking for and desperately wanted to get their hands on. The Duke believed that the girl had nothing worthwhile to offer, so he was not interested in her at all. However, Elsa noted that she could return to them the Duchess's time capsule, which they had been searching for over 10 years. The girl claimed to know the location of the time capsule left by the Duke's late wife. Duchess Cheryl, the Duke's only love, died of illness over 10 years ago. The man adopted a girl who looked like 2 peas in a pod with his dead wife, and he loved and cared for her more than for his 2 biological sons. Before leaving this world, the woman told her husband to find a hidden time capsule. After her death, the Duke searched every corner of his castle, but he could not find her anywhere. After that, he expanded the search area and searched the entire territory that belonged to him, but this also did not bear fruit. And only by a lucky chance did Lyanna manage to discover it in the epilogue of the original novel. Elsa announced that she had recently been able to solve the mystery of the deceased. The Duke, for whom one word from Lyanna was enough to accept death, could be made to act so much with the help of Cheryl. Layhem looked very surprised, because they never perceived the poem as a riddle. The poem left by Cheryl was a kind of clue as to where the time capsule was hidden. Lyanna couldn't believe it, because even the greatest cryptographers, poets, and detectives couldn't solve this riddle. The Duke believed that it was not enough for the girl to tarnish his son's honor, so she decided to humiliate him by using the name of his dead wife. Elsa noticed that the man was now interested in her words. She noticed that she was very smart in herself, and luck was also on her side. She knew everyone was pretending to doubt it, but inside they had mixed feelings. The Duke thought that the girl simply could not solve the riddle, but it seemed to everyone that her words did not sound like an empty bluff. The Duke wanted to make sure that there was not a drop of lie in the girl's words. Lyanna reminded that the person who asked the riddle several years ago turned out to be a fraud. The man understood all this, but still asked Elsa to tell him where his late wife's things were. The girl agreed to do this, but first asked the man to sign the document. It said that he would cooperate in the divorce matter once the time capsule was in his hands. The Duke admitted that even under threat of death, he would not change his decision on matters related to his wife. So the man took the document handed to him and signed it. Elsa was pleased because a lawyer was present, so they could have everything notarized. She asked to call Farrell because it needed to be notarized by 2 or more lawyers. Both lawyers were present and confirmed the authenticity of the document. After this, a poem was presented with a riddle that no one could guess. No matter how much the brothers looked, nothing was clear because they had searched everything. Elsa noticed that there were 2 statues by the largest fountain in the castle, but only one of them matched the description. The next location is a greenhouse with hydrangeas, but the girl doubted that they had always been in the castle's greenhouse. Elsa recalled that she had also seen the flowers, but the gardener claimed that he was the one who planted them. The Duke remembered that his wife had initially taken personal care of the greenhouse until she fell ill. The girl knew that while the Duchess was healthy, there were no hydrangeas in the greenhouse they were planted after her illness began. They looked at each line of the poem and realized that in each of them they had made a mistake, assuming the most obvious options. Leonardo heard about what was happening here, so he came down despite his poor condition. He admitted that he couldn't help but come since the conversation turned to their mother's time capsule. Leonardo also stated that he had much to talk about with his own wife. The whole family gathered together and they began to discuss what the poem could point to. Layhem even suggested that there was a mistake in the riddle because Mom was too absent-minded. Then Elsa suggested thinking about the content, discarding 3 contradictory lines. She then suggested removing what seemed repetitive. After all of the above, all that remained was the mention that Mother hid her treasure. Layhem was angry because it was their mother who hid the treasure. The guy got carried away, so everyone else immediately reminded him to be respectful. The young man apologized for his behavior because he really had behaved in an unrestrained manner. Elsa noticed that there were a lot of pieces of art in the living room depicting the Duchess, which she didn't like. The Duke noticed that Cheryl was shy. All the luxury items here were expressions of his greed. Then Elsa noticed a statue that stood out from all the others. The Duke explained that the plaster statue was a gift from Cheryl, an exact replica of the marble statue in the castle that she had made as a gift so that her husband could look upon her face when he was in the capital. Elsa immediately lifted the statue, causing everyone else to become worried. The girl explained that everything was fine because the statue was empty inside, so it was easier than it seemed. Only now did Leanna realize that the statue had been standing right in front of them all this time. Elsa noticed that the woman had made the statue herself, so she asked when the man had received it as a gift. It was only now that he realized that he had received the statue and first heard about the time capsule at roughly the same time. Only now did Leonardo realize that this was the very same eye that was spoken of in the poem. He noticed that from the very beginning they needed the truth, which the Duchess herself hid. She wanted to shake the statue, but the men did not let her do so. They carefully lifted the plaster and shook it, hoping not to break anything. The men listened and realized that there really was something inside the statue. The Duke suggested cutting the bottom and seeing what was hidden there. He carefully took the dagger and made a small cut on the bottom. Several scarves and envelopes containing messages that had clearly been sealed many years ago lay inside. After this, the whole family sat down at the table and began to read their letters. Only Leanna sat without a message, because she did not manage to catch the Duchess in life. No matter how influential the girl was, she didn't have a single memory that connected her to Cheryl. The woman asked her husband not to worry too much, because even after many years, he would not become like his father. The woman recalled how many years ago Joshua was born, and she told her husband to hold the boy in his arms, but he was very confused. She knew that the man looked scary on the outside, but inside he was a very soft person. Cheryl hoped that Cassius would never become a man who persecuted the weak like his father. After reading their messages, each family member burst into tears, and everyone else had to pretend they weren't paying attention. After everything calmed down, the Duke thanked Elsa, because without her help he would not have been able to read his wife's last letter. The girl knew that if it weren't for her, Leanna would have found him anyway, but she was still pleased to take part in this. After this, the Duke turned to the butler, noting that he wanted to ask him for another chance, although it was too shameless on his part. The butler really valued his master, so he agreed to talk to him, and everyone else decided to give them this opportunity. That day, Elsa learned that the butler had been talking with his former master until late in the evening. And the next day, the city hall, the capital of the empire, had to register the divorce. The Duke met with Elsa and told her that the butler had returned to his service. All this will only happen if Joshua accepts the Duke's apology and gives permission. The man admitted that he had the feeling that he had forgotten about the most important thing for a very long time. Together, they went to the city hall and handed the clerk a divorce document signed by the parties. The girl carefully studied the documents and announced that they confirmed the divorce agreement between Leonardo and Elsa. The girl was so happy that she couldn't contain her feelings and danced a little with happiness. Witnesses were surprised by what happened because they believed that the divorce was in full swing. Since the divorce agreement was granted, the trial was suspended and everything would soon be over. Elsa was incredibly happy that she was finally able to free herself, which slightly embarrassed the Duke. The man admitted that Leonardo did not want to give the girl a divorce, so he had to tie up his son and come instead of him. Things were further complicated by the fact that Leanna also took his side, and the two were obsessed with the girl. Elsa noticed that even the Duke felt it, because at first she thought it was all about the mine, but now she had suspicions that it was not only about that. She knew that usually the man always listened to the words of his beloved daughter, but now she was glad that he did not change his mind. The Duke initially believed that there was no need to keep someone close to you who did not want it. Moreover, the man agreed that he had never really considered the girl as part of his family, still perceiving her as a young lady who had married his son. Only now did he really become interested in what kind of person she was, but it was no longer so important. Elsa advised the man to take a closer look at his son's next chosen one, and even better, not to create a new victim. The Duke promised that he would remember her words and would be more attentive to what was happening around him. After that, he said goodbye to the girl, who got into the carriage and drove away. A few days later, Elsa visited Diana at the ambassador's residence. The girl was reading the newspaper and realized that there was quite a fuss going on. She didn't care what would happen to Elsa now, but she didn't want to be the center of attention. Diana saw her friend and ran up to her because she wanted to chat. After everything that happened, the girls communicated well and maintained friendly relations. Diana noted that Elsa could easily consider this place her home, because she herself had not yet gotten used to this idea. Elsa thought that moving to the ambassador's residence as a permanent residence was a good idea, because it could expose the secret villa. Terence didn't like this either, because the ambassador's residence was reliably guarded, so there was no need to worry about reporters breaking in. The girl said she was waiting for a friend, but he didn't seem upset at all. Elsa touched him gently, reminding herself that the boy was going through the most important event of his life. The time was approaching when the Emperor would decide to announce to the world the existence of another son, after which the Marquis would have significantly more work to do. Terence will be busy meeting with the nobles to secure their support for the future. The boys received the Emperor's permission. Now all that was left was to wait for the temple's approval for divorce. The maid approached the girls and said that some man wanted to meet Elsa. He was tall and spoke like a gentleman, but he was wearing a robe and the girl could not see his face. Elsa suggested that it could be the Marquis, who knew where to look for her. She announced that she would be leaving for a short time to talk to a man, but would then return. Violetta literally ran to the gate, hoping that she would be able to meet her old friend. The tall man was indeed standing near the gate, but the girls could not see who it was, since his back was turned to them. However, the man threw off his cloak, and it turned out that instead of the Marquis, Leonardo was hiding underneath. Elsa was disappointed, because she did not expect to see her ex-husband again so soon. Leonardo insisted that it was not too late, and that they could at least call off the divorce now. The man begged her to put everything back to normal or even start all over again. Elsa noticed that it was now too late for the guy to pretend that he regretted it or that he felt love for her. Leonardo tried to convince the girl that he sincerely liked her. She was curious to know the reason why he was going so far, since he had behaved in a similar manner throughout their married life. The girl saw that the guy was not going to answer her, so she intended to just leave. Leonardo admitted that he himself did not know why he behaved so strangely. He admitted that he liked the girl, but although he had feelings for her, he could not share love with her, like other lovers. He admitted that this was the first time he had experienced such feelings towards the opposite sex. The man didn't know the reason, but from the first second he saw her, he became interested in her. When the girl bandaged his wound during his visit to his parents' mansion, he was haunted by the expression on her face. Elsa only now understood why the guy had looked at her face so closely that time. Leonardo was sure that it was fate, because he had never felt this way towards anyone except his family members. Elsa decided to listen to what he had to say, but she simply had no words, because he said that he was not able to love her, since she was a member of the opposite sex. She recalled that he had personally spoken these words to the butler some time ago. Then the guy admitted that on the first night he felt something strange. He didn't want to do something like that with the girl. He also thought about kissing her or something like that, but he didn't have any flat desires, so he thought it was just his nature. Before meeting Elsa, he had never written about women, and on the first night he had a strong feeling of rejection, as if he were committing some kind of crime. After that, the guy could do nothing but run away constantly. He wanted to be kind to his wife, but he couldn't cope. Elsa assumed that the guy was afraid that if he was kind to her again, she would have hope and ask him to treat her as a full-fledged wife. The guy admitted that he even got drunk to gain the courage to try to tell her everything, but he couldn't. He could not open his mouth in her presence and was afraid that his words would hurt or anger her. In keeping with his role as the main character's older brother, Leonardo was handsome even when he cried, and his miserable appearance was pitiful. However, Elsa grabbed him by the collar and ordered him not to lie about how he was scared by the thought that she would leave him after this. He saw her face full of emotional wounds, how she cried every time he ignored her, but he just didn't want to admit his mistake. The mistake that a guy made was mistaking friendliness for love and marrying a woman who was like a younger sister to him. Leonardo couldn't believe that the girl was writing down his feelings exactly. She remembered how he had repeatedly said that the girl was incredibly similar to his younger sister. Moreover, he said that the impression she made, the atmosphere hovering around her, reminded him of Liena. She recalled that it was because of his help in bandaging the wounds that the boy opened his heart to Liena and accepted her as a member of the family. Leonardo did not understand how his wife knew such details that he did not tell her. At first, Leonardo did not accept Liena as a member of his family. As a child, he felt uncomfortable with the fact that some stranger suddenly entered his life. Both the father and Lehem thought the baby was very cute, but the boy didn't understand it. She was taught almost nothing at the orphanage, and she couldn't even pronounce words properly. One day the boy was sitting under a tree and crying. Liena came up to console him. Leonardo wanted to drive the girl away, but she was very persistent and did not leave him alone. So Leonardo confessed that his father hit him on the shoulder a couple of times as punishment. Liena noticed that the guy was still just a child, and it was wrong to hit little children. The guy didn't understand why the girl was protecting him if he had been looking down on her all this time. However, the little girl smiled and noted that she liked him, even though the guy himself did not feel friendly towards her. Elsa noticed that if he liked his younger sister so much, then he could live happily with her. Leonardo tried to explain that after that incident, Liena became his dear sister, but it was Elsa who healed his hand. The girl noticed that the guy was forced to part with Liena because of his duties as a lord, and then a replacement appeared on his path in her person at the right time. The girl was convinced that the guy intended to lie all the way to the ring. Leonardo literally begged the girl to give him another chance. However, Elsa did not want to waste her emotions on a person like him any longer. The girl noted that if he had a conscience, then he should never appear in front of her again, after which she left, saying goodbye to him. After the conversation ended, Elsa returned to the ambassador's house and had a good time in the company of her good friends. Later in the evening, Diana called her friends and the girls played various games to brighten up the bad weather. Passing by the windows, Elsa noticed that Leonardo was still standing in front of the gate of the house. She only pulled the curtains, not intending to give in out of pity for the young man. The girl was absolutely sure that she wouldn't even mind if Leonardo suddenly came down with a cold. She went to bed peacefully because she was tired after such a busy day. In the middle of the night, she heard someone throwing stones at her window, so she immediately thought it was her ex-husband. She didn't believe that the guy wanted to convince her to go down by doing something like that. However, Elsa was very surprised when, instead of Leonardo, she saw the Marquis throwing a stone at her window. The young man used gestures to ask if he could cross the fence and approach the girl. Elsa was glad to see him, so she easily allowed him to do this. The young man used his powers and literally flew over the fence, climbing higher. He stopped at a tree that just overlooked the girl's balcony, apologizing for disturbing her sleep. The guy admitted that he had news that he wanted to tell her as soon as possible. The Marquis reported that this could be considered a serious incident. In fact, the young man came to Elsa in the middle of the night to congratulate her on officially receiving a divorce. He overheard the approval of her divorce at a meeting of the Council of Ministers, but it will only be officially announced tomorrow. Elsa was glad that she was finally divorced and was no longer Leonardo's wife or the Duke's daughter-in-law. After receiving the news, the girl fell silent for a while, which puzzled the young man. However, the next second she screamed loudly and danced on the spot, rejoicing in her victory. The Marquis admitted that he wanted to share the good news with the girl, and he wanted to congratulate her first. Elsa saw that the young man came to her in a storm and was completely soaked to the skin, so she asked why he was so kind to her. She admitted that she had the feeling that the guy was overly caring towards her. He even went so far as to use the power of the imperial family despite the side effects. It was too much to pay for the recipe for the healing tea, because now the Marquis's actions were too emotional. Suddenly, a thought came into the girl's head. She couldn't quite believe it. The guy noticed that she was his comrade, so naturally he wanted to take care of her. Moreover, Elsa was also his friend, which he had for the first time in a long time. Although the guy was very embarrassed, because he is not someone who is worthy of being called a friend. He admitted that Jack had to serve him. Everyone else in the Marquis's house was the same as everywhere else, with the exception of a few. Each servant changed from time to time. He had met people who hid their identity, but it was a difficult task to continue to get to know them, because he had never even had a private conversation with Violetta. The man noted that he and Elsa were equal partners, and that they had not gotten closer to each other on purpose, but had ended up in the same boat due to a chance meeting. The young man admitted that this amazes him and makes him think of a fateful meeting. He also mentioned the fact that Elsa turned out to be the person who had this recipe for medicinal tea. Therefore, the Marquis believed that this was enough to call their relationship fateful. Elsa agreed with him, but her conscience still hurt a little. The girl didn't want to think about the fact that he liked her, because we were talking about the Marquis, who didn't even show any interest in Liana. Suddenly, she remembered that they were still outside, so she invited the young man to come into the room. However, the Marquis noted that there was nothing wrong with that, since the rain had already stopped. He explained that he had a meeting in the morning, so he would need to go now. He was able to hear that the girl was living well in this house because she could not do this when she was with Leonardo. Elsa admitted that before she didn't even have anyone to talk to, but now she felt comfortable. It seemed to her that the young man regretted sending her away from his villa. However, he decided not to repeat his words, citing the fact that he was talking to himself. Elsa sincerely thanked him for the fact that today she could sleep in an elevated mood, because today, a few hours ago, she was in a depressed mood due to Leonardo's arrival. The Marquis asked to fulfill one of his wishes if the girl was truly grateful to him. Terence promised that it would not be a difficult request for her, after which the girl agreed. The Marquis was even surprised that she agreed so easily, without even knowing what his request was about. He felt a little guilty because the girl trusted him too much. He explained that the wish itself was quite simple, but it could be a bit of a burden for the girl. Then the young man climbed onto the balcony and carefully whispered it right into the girl's ear. However, Elsa only laughed at the fact that his real desire turned out to be quite simple. The Marquis was pleased with this and promised that he would later send his man to the girl, who would convey all the details of this event. After that, he pushed off from the balcony and jumped to the ground. Just before leaving, the young man looked back and wished the girl good night. The next day, an official announcement of the divorce was made, and there was a stir in society. Everyone in town was talking about the fact that the results of the Cassius divorce had finally become known. This was officially announced in the newspapers, and Elsa could finally consider that everything had been finally decided. The girl organized a party to celebrate her divorce, but unfortunately the Marquis could not attend. The main reason was that he was busy, but the only person who knew about his true identity was Sharon, so I had to refuse his invitation. Much to Elsa's surprise, she received congratulations on her divorce from the Duke as well. The girl was a little surprised because she didn't know what it could mean. Since she received a postcard, she had to write a reply to comply with the rules of etiquette. A maid appeared and announced that the girl's family had come to see her. Elsa took the opportunity to ask Diana to provide her with a room where she could talk quietly with her relatives. The girl knew that there was a problem that needed to be dealt with once and for all. So she took a bodyguard and a few more knights with her for protection, and then headed out to meet him. The father was unhappy that the girl brought so many extra people to a private meeting. Not only did she make the guests wait, she also brought security, as if the family was threatening her. She was not going to give in to his provocations, and noted that if a man had any complaints, he could voice them later. The man was unhappy because he made her the wife of the Duke's successor, but the girl was not satisfied. She destroyed the marriage and now was being rude to her parents. Elsa knew perfectly well that her relatives had some of their own affairs related to her marriage. The brother tried to calm his father down and noted that they had not come here to throw around such phrases. He admitted that they had thought it over carefully and had come to the conclusion that they were wrong. The father apologized to his daughter, then it was the mother's turn to speak. The woman stood up from her seat, fell on her knees in front of the girl, and sincerely apologized to her, begging her to return to her father's house and talk to the Duke about their debt. The man noted that since the Duke had agreed to a divorce, it meant they were not on such a bad relationship, so he hoped that his daughter would fully settle all her debts. The brother also did not force the girl to do this, but as if by the way, he suggested that she try to start all over again with Leonardo. They pretended to be worried about the girl, but in reality, they were only worried that their money shop had closed down. Elsa noticed that her brother spoke as if it was absolutely no one else's business because he liked to put all the blame on his mother's shoulders and pretend to be a conscientious person. She noticed that, with the exception of her mother, she did not see anyone who would apologize to her on their knees. The brother just smiled and noted that this was an indication that her mother treated her the worst. However, Elsa noticed that the guy, the Count, and the Countess were all exactly the same to her. It was her mother who treated Elsa the worst, but her father and brother were not good to her either. They completely ignored the Countess's use of violence and treated the girl like a maid. They didn't have to get their hands dirty because the Countess did all the dirty work for them. Elsa reminded them that they never stood up for her and never cared about her birthday. The only person who pretended to take any interest in her life was the Countess, who was now kneeling. Mother tried to explain that father and brother were so busy with work outside the home that they did not pay attention to household chores. However, she noticed that she took her side not because she liked her, so she asked not to interfere. The heroine felt sorry for the real Elsa, who until the very end could not give up the Countess, continuing to consider her her mother. The girl noticed that the woman was still devoted to her husband and son, and sometimes treated her well only because it was easier to manipulate her. She also asked not to call her son precious, because he uses her even when he brings his mother to her knees. The Countess saw that the girl was not following their lead. Her parents were extremely unhappy with her behavior. Elsa ordered her family to return to her home and announced that she did not intend to tie the knot. The men were unhappy that the impudent girl did not know what it was to be grateful. The father wanted to rush at the girl, but Elsa's brother held him in place. The guards surrounded the guests, while Elsa tried to get as far away from them as possible. The girl asked her brother not to pretend to be kind, because he was a worthless person who only knew how to indulge in gambling and shift the blame onto his mother's shoulders. At some point, the young man even became glad that the problem could not be solved in a good way. He recalled that having received a divorce, Elsa once again became a member of their family. If they can't pay off the debt, then it's easy enough to pin it on the girl because they won't let her live happily ever after alone. The brother knew that he treated the girl well, so she forgot that no matter how great a person she was, she had no right to interfere in the affairs of another family. The father added that by law, the girl has certain responsibilities and must ensure that they are taken care of. They promised that they would haunt her for the rest of her life wherever she went. Elsa noticed that while the men were trying to threaten her, her mother only stood behind them in fear. The brother noticed that he had some cruel acquaintances who were not subject to the law and who would first of all visit the girl to get their money back. He thought it would be better for her to pay them off, but Elsa only smirked. The young man became furious because she found his threats funny. Elsa noted that if they were such terrible people, they would shake all the money out of the guy, even if they had to tear him to pieces. She noticed that the guy took the money himself, and she was not going to pay him a penny out of her own pocket. The brother could not believe that the girl believed so much that the ambassador would always protect her. If he cannot pay the debt, it will pass to the parents, and then by law the debt will pass to the girl. When she got married, she received an abandoned mine as a wedding present, but now she will have to take on part of the family's debt as well. However, Elsa stopped his speech and noted that she was no longer a member of the Valley's family. Her brother considered her an idiot because after leaving the Duke's family, she returned to her parents' family. Elsa confirmed that she had been cut out of the Duke's house, but this did not mean that she would return to her parents. The lawyer told him that if the girl gets divorced, she automatically returns to her parents' home, but Elsa herself did not apply for reinstatement in the family register. According to imperial law, the moment a woman marries, she takes her husband's surname and becomes a member of his family. However, after the divorce, she is given back her maiden name, but it is not possible to immediately return to her parents' family. A divorced woman applies to restore her surname in order to return to her father's house and can only return if her parents accept her. In the original story, it says that after Lyanna became empress, she changed the law and this clause disappeared. However, while it was still in effect and after her divorce, Elsa did not belong to either the Duke's house or her parents' house. The girl believed that her brother paid too little for his consultation since he was given such superficial information. The man thought that it was all a lie that the girl had made up to deceive him. He noted that if she did not return to her native family, she would not be able to bear noble status. However, Elsa stated that unless it was a serious crime like treason, a member of the nobility would not lose their status. The brother promised that he would find out everything and return immediately, after which he literally ran out of the living room. The father chased after his son, only the mother remained standing and did nothing. Elsa noticed that she would not change her mind, so she asked the woman to sit down and not to torture herself. She announced that she would go up to her room and rest a little until her father and brother returned. The Countess sat down on the sofa and did not understand how Elsa could talk about her own father and younger brother as if they were complete strangers. In fact, Elsa treated them this way because they really were strangers to her. She explained that last time she had clearly and distinctly said that she was breaking off all relations with them. Mother could not understand why the girl could not help my younger brother at least once because he suffered so much. Elsa asked him to stop the hysteria and noted that the blame for her brother growing up to be such an irresponsible person lies entirely with his parents. The Countess literally cried and tried to gain sympathy from the girl she had humiliated all her life. The only thing Elsa could do to help was to recommend Sharon to her mother as a divorce lawyer. She noticed that even despite such an attitude, the woman continues to cling to these men. Now that there is no Elsa and no money, it will be Mother who will be responsible for everything. She added that Sharon does not charge money for her services, so even a mother in her position can benefit from her help. She had no intention of persuading the Countess, but simply left her a business card and allowed her to do as she wished. After this, the girl went to her room and stayed there until her brother returned later in the evening. Elsa realized that the guy's source of information was extremely bad if it took him a whole day to find out everything. The girl returned to her relatives again and noticed that this time they were behaving much better. The brother immediately rushed to her and apologized for his rude behavior in the morning. He chalked it up to a debt-induced insanity that was making his head spin. Elsa noticed her father's absence and asked why he hadn't come. The brother added that the man was so shocked that he collapsed right in the lawyer's office, as he was in poor health. Elsa noted that they needed to get together and pay off the debt with money that they would earn themselves. The brother offered to make a deal whereby they would not ask for the wedding expenses and dowry back, and the girl would help them pay off the debt. According to the lawyer, Elsa had to pay back the wedding expenses and dowry. The girl realized that from a legal standpoint, her family had a chance of winning. The brother swore that he could even write a receipt if the girl helped them just once. Elsa noticed that she had no money at all, because she had not even received compensation after the divorce. After this news, the brother was annoyed and had a headache. He then asked the girl to forget about the debt their family owed to the Duke and instead pay only his personal debt. The mother tried to object, but the guy ordered her not to interfere, reminding her that there are priorities. Elsa knew that her brother was an ugly and selfish man who only cared about himself until the end. She noted that if she collected all the money she had, she would be able to pay off an amount of this size. In return, she wanted each of her relatives to write a receipt stating that they had no claims against her and that the entire dowry would remain with her. She also wanted them to promise that none of them would ever appear in front of her again and that they would not mention her name in the media. They were also forbidden to borrow money from other people, flaunting their relationship with her. The girl knew that everything would turn out roughly like this, so she asked Sharon to come by to officially certify the receipt. The brother thought it was a good deal for him, because in exchange for paying off the debt, he had to give up the mine, which only generated taxes. Elsa wanted to pay the debt directly to the creditors, but her brother demanded that she hand over the money to him personally. Still, he named the people he owed her, and Elsa was going to get her promissory notes from these people. After this, the young man wrote out a receipt, which his parents were also required to sign. Elsa knew that if he violated the terms of the receipt, then people worse than a collector would come for his soul. The young man was unhappy that his mother doubted whether she should sign these papers, but he forced her to. After some time, the girl was given documents signed by her mother and brother. Sharon looked over the documents carefully and assured that these two receipts were notarized. The brother said that he would go home right now and force his father to write the same paper. Elsa wanted to hurry him up, because without a receipt from her father, she was not going to pay off the debt. However, the brother asked her to rely on him and promised that he would immediately sort out this issue and send her everything in exile. The next day, a note arrived from her brother, which Sharon had already notarized. Elsa carefully studied the documents and was glad that she had finally managed to get rid of her relatives. After this, she asked the maid to deliver a letter that she had written especially for the Duke. She thanked him in a message for congratulating him on his divorce and explained why her parents' family debt no longer had anything to do with her. She also asked the man not to care about the circumstances that arose in this family and to make them pay off their debt in full. Elsa knew that after everything that had happened, this would be a severe test for the three of them. However, she believed that through this test, changes for the better could occur, which would depend on her mother. The next day, she had a good rest and met the ambassador's family for breakfast. Diana had already gotten used to considering them her parents and was gradually getting used to her new home. At the present time, the girl was preparing for an official divorce trial because when Diana's husband found out that she was the daughter of an ambassador, he flatly refused to divorce her. Elsa was sure that Sharon would win the trial and then the consular family would destroy her husband. The girl was so carried away by the discussion that she missed Diana's proposal to go to the city after lunch. The girl said that she had received an invitation to a banquet in honor of the emperor's birthday, which would take place in 10 days, so she wanted to pick out a dress. Elsa happily agreed because she also needed to update her wardrobe. The girl was going to go to the banquet because she literally received an invitation that morning. The note stated that the inviter was looking forward to meeting the girl on the day of the banquet, and that his gift would arrive soon. Although the sender's name was not written, Elsa knew that the note was written in Terrence's handwriting. The girl hoped that the young man was doing well because he was currently swamped with work. She was also curious about what kind of gift he had prepared for her. She was looking forward to the moment when the gift would arrive, and it would be announced who it was from. Diana was happy that she would be able to go to events with her friend because she was worried that she would feel awkward. Suddenly, the girls remembered that her ex-husband would also be present at this event. However, Elsa noted that she was not at all worried about the appearance of her ex-husband. The most important thing was that the banquet for the Emperor's birthday was the day when Terrence would be declared a prince. And the wish that the Marquis spoke of was a request that the girl be present at the banquet on the occasion of the Emperor's birthday. The girl thought that the guy had given his request the form of a wish because he was afraid that she would not want to cross paths with Leonardo. She might also not show up at the event because a huge number of people would be gossiping about her divorce. However, it was a special day for her friend, so she had to attend the banquet. Diana happily promised to help her friend find a beautiful dress that would suit her perfectly. The maid came in and said that Elsa's guest was waiting outside. The girls went out and saw that there were a huge number of people walking in the corridor carrying boxes. And in a separate room, there were already luxurious outfits prepared in advance, which corresponded to the latest fashion trends. Elsa was amazed by what she saw and did not understand what was going on here. A girl named Miranda stepped forward and announced that she had arrived at the house to prepare a dress for Elsa. Elsa was surprised by her words, and Diana confirmed that this was the first time her parents had heard about this. Miranda said that the girl's closest friend approached her for help. She pointed to the side and added that that very close friend had just come with her. Elsa initially thought that the Marquis had sent her, so she waited for him to appear. However, it turned out that Elsa's closest friend is Violetta. Based on this, Elsa guessed that the girl was the same Miranda who owned the store. In the original novel, Miranda was a dressmaker whose talent was discovered by Liana, but this time the Marquis got ahead of the girl. Violetta conveyed that when the guy walked by, the dress in the window caught his attention, so it seemed to him that they would suit the girl perfectly. The bodyguard was curious about what had come over a man who had never been interested in dresses. After this, the girls began to examine the various dress options that Miranda had brought with her. Diana helped the girl decide because there were too many different styles. Even her parents took part in the selection, each providing their favorite dress. The ambassador said that Elsa has snow-white skin, so a light model would suit her better. Laura said that lace is currently one of the fashion trends. Elsa watched from the sidelines as people who treated her well had a fun time helping her choose an outfit. She couldn't help but compare it to the time when Liana tried on her wedding dresses. However, now everyone was expecting only that she would be the only one trying on outfits, and all attention was focused on her. The girl was happy that she had finally found those for whom she was important. 10 days later, a ball took place in the banquet hall of the Imperial Palace. It was announced that Duke Cassius and all his children had arrived, after which the family entered the hall. People in the crowd immediately began to discuss Leonardo, who had only recently divorced his wife. Liana wanted to support her brother and asked him to straighten his shoulders and not pay attention to the conversations. She knew that it was out loud anyway, which would soon disappear. Leonardo was pleased to hear words of support, so he was glad that he had such a sister. Moreover, there were people who were still on his side and also wanted to express words of support. However, the young man still asked the guests to change the subject because he still found it unpleasant to remember it. Unmarried girls now began to throw mud at Elsa, hoping to attract the attention of a single man. It was soon announced that the delegation of the ambassador of the Kingdom of Laok had arrived in full force. The first to enter the hall were the ambassador, her husband, and their newly found daughter Diana. Everyone was wondering who this girl was, who entered with the ambassador's family, but stayed at the very end. Elsa was well prepared for today's ball and looked simply incredibly beautiful. The gossips were surprised because there were rumors that the girl did not appear in front of people because she was terribly ugly. Elsa was glad that she had put so much effort into getting ready for the banquet and that it had paid off. She didn't even prepare so diligently for the wedding ceremony, trying to make every part of her body look perfect. The first thing the ambassador did was introduce everyone to her daughter Diana, who immediately began collecting laudatory congratulations. And then she introduced Miss Elsa, who helped them find their long-lost daughter. The reception of the girl herself was much cooler. Only a few congratulated her. Elsa noticed that everyone was trying to adapt to the mood of the Duke's family. Elsa knew that after the Marquis arrived, she would have to congratulate him and immediately return back to the ambassador's residence. The Duke approached the girl and said hello, because he didn't even think that she had also received an invitation. Elsa bowed low to him and formally greeted the Duke, the Iron Wall of the Empire. The man said that he was dealing with her family's debt, as she had asked him to. Suddenly, the man added that his son also wanted to talk to the girl about something. Elsa was unhappy that even on such a nice evening she would still have to listen to his nonsense. However, she was very surprised when, instead of Leonardo, Layhem approached her. The young man thanked the girl for helping them find their mother's letter earlier. He bowed low to her and wished her success in everything she did, including a long and prosperous life. After this, Layhem walked away, and Elsa continued her conversation with the Duke. Suddenly, the man became very angry and even crushed his glass. He noticed that some young man approached his beloved daughter and tried to invite her to dance. The Duke immediately appeared next to them and looked angrily at the unfamiliar guy. Judging by the fact that the man didn't immediately grab the unfortunate man by the scruff of the neck, Elsa thought that he had learned a lesson from the incident with Joshua. At that moment, it was announced that Her Majesty the Empress and His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived. A beautiful woman who looked much younger than her age, and her only son appeared before the crowd. The Empress reported that His Imperial Majesty was a little delayed due to urgent business, so she allowed the banquet to begin without him. Elsa was surprised that the Empress ordered the banquet to begin without the birthday boy himself. A rumor also spread through the crowd that not everything in the Emperor's family was as smooth as it seemed. Elsa knew that a little later the Emperor was to appear at the ball with his second son. The incident with the Marquis's appearance on the scene did not happen before Liana returned to the past, so this news will greatly surprise her. Diana approached her friend and was glad to find her in this crowd. A fragment of a phrase that the Duke had spoken too loudly reached her. She saw the original novel's protagonist, Crown Prince Michael, approach his beloved. The young man had already openly called the Duke his father-in-law and promised that he would soon become one. He said that just recently Liana promised that she would soon marry him. However, the Duke was not happy with this, so he grabbed his daughter by the hand and led her away from the prince. After this, Elsa noticed that the young man was heading straight towards her. He and the ambassador of the neighboring kingdom exchanged formal greetings because they were high-ranking people. The prince added that he would like to discuss something with Elsa alone, so he asked to leave them alone. Elsa had never interacted with the prince before, so she was very surprised by his request. Now, having seen him up close, the girl could confidently say that the guy was very similar to his brother, but their characters were as different as heaven and earth. In the original work, the Crown Prince was described as a cold-blooded protagonist who was only kind to his lover. Michael was the one she had to be wary of because he was crazy about his lover. The guy admitted that he heard a lot about the girl from Liana while they were one family. However, the most important thing was that recently Liana had tears in her eyes when she talked about the girl. The prince promised that he would never leave alone the one who made his woman cry. He leaned over to the girl and asked her to remember these words well because he always keeps his promise. The Empress noticed that her own son had promised to return to her 15 minutes ago. However, the young man did not do this, so Karina was forced to find him on her own. Elsa immediately bowed and formally greeted Her Majesty the Empress. The woman ignored her words and ordered the guy to go and ask the girl to dance, but he refused. The Empress noticed that the guy still hadn't learned to understand women because he was initially attracted to Sarota, and now she's a divorcee. The prince objected to his mother and noted that Liana had a wonderful family, headed by a duke. The woman reminded him that the girl was not related by blood to her relatives. She noticed that such a girl would not be of any use to the crown prince. However, Mikhail noted that his feelings would remain unchanged, regardless of other people's words. Elsa thought she should go and see other people while the family squabble was going on. She turned around and immediately saw Leonardo, who was dancing with some girl. She heard the words of unfamiliar girls who were discussing their dance. From their conversations, she learned that this was the same girl who had spoken about her jewelry in court. Then she announced to everyone that Elsa had sold the jewelry and used the money to hire a lawyer, which turned out to be untrue. The girl only now understood why the stranger spoke so sincerely, but it turned out that she was simply in love with Leonardo. Right in the middle of the dance, it was announced that His Imperial Majesty had arrived, so everyone immediately interrupted the celebration. They immediately bowed and greeted His Imperial Majesty, as was proper etiquette. However, the 23rd Emperor Dominic only laughed and allowed the dancing to continue. The man thanked everyone for gathering in this place today to congratulate him. And then a young man appeared whom the Emperor introduced as Marquis Terence Freeheiden. the emperor announced to the entire audience that not long ago he had learned a shocking truth. The fact was that the Marquis was his own son, born to his first betrothed. Therefore, he once again officially introduced his own son to everyone. The Empress was furious about what happened. She never expected that her son would have a rival. All the guests immediately bowed and greeted the new prince. Elsa stood among the crowd and looked attentively at the young man with whom she had just been walking around the city a few days ago. She thought he would be in a difficult situation if he continued to smile and look only in her direction. The Empress was furious. She was even shaking with anger because of the appearance of this bastard. She immediately left the hall, but few people paid attention to this because the crowd rushed to meet and congratulate the new prince. The emperor noted that if a young man liked someone, he could step forward and ask the girl to dance with him. The Marquis pretended to think about which girl to invite to dance. Everyone knew that the family of the one with whom the prince would dance would become his most important supportive force in the future. In the original story, Terence refused the emperor's offer, citing that he could not dance, without giving the opportunity to gain power to a specific family. Therefore, the girl expected that this time the young man would do the same. She was already waiting for the moment when Terence would voice his refusal, and she would hear a repetition of her favorite scene from the original novel. However, unexpectedly, the young man thanked the emperor for such an opportunity and promised that he would dance just one dance. The prince remarked that he would like to have the honor of dancing with the most beautiful lady present at the ball. The emperor asked who, in the eyes of the prince, was the most beautiful girl at this event. Elsa knew that the guy couldn't stand Lyanna, and the saint, considered one of the most beautiful women in the empire, didn't come to the banquet today. Duchess Lucy is the emperor's younger sister, so the first dance with her was unwise. While the girl was going over the options in her head, Terence moved from his place and walked through the crowd. Elsa thought that if the guy had a lover, it would be difficult for her to maintain a relationship with him, as she did now. But whoever his chosen one turns out to be, she will definitely like him, because he is a good person. The girl was very surprised when the prince stopped right in front of her and asked permission to invite her to dance. At first, Elsa panicked, thinking that he was talking to someone else. However, she then pulled herself together, bowed, and formally greeted the prince, introducing herself to him. Elsa did not belong to either the Duke's family or her parents' family, so she had no forces behind her. She thought that the prince wanted to show in this way that he did not yet intend to tie himself to any particular family. Elsa accepted his invitation. The young man kissed her hand, after which they went out to the center of the hall. The Duke's entire family was amazed at how events unfolded at this ball. Leonardo was the most surprised because the bodyguard who was hanging around his ex-wife turned out to be a real prince. Elsa didn't know how to dance properly at such events because she had never attended them with her husband. Besides, no one warned her about this turn of events, so she didn't even have time to practice. The prince noticed that she was feeling uncomfortable, so he asked her to relax and trust him with her body. He suggested that the girl's steps should be opposite to his own, and then added where to make the turn. It was a magnificent dance, which soon came to an end, after which the partners thanked each other. The prince remarked that it was time for them to leave the event, as he had originally planned to dance only one dance and leave. However, suddenly they were surrounded by a whole crowd who wanted to get to know the young man better. Elsa was immediately pushed to the side and had to just watch from the side what was happening. However, the girl was not bored, because Leonardo was chasing her again and was going to talk about what happened. The girls on the side saw that the young man was looking for a partner for a dance, so they surrounded him and began to offer their candidacies. Only thanks to this, Elsa was able to escape from the event and hoped that there would be no one extra in the garden. The girl was walking down a dark corridor when she heard loud swearing somewhere ahead. The Empress spoke loudly about how she had nothing left to lose after such a disgrace. She didn't understand how the Emperor dared to bring this vile bastard into the palace and even call him a prince. The man stated that Terence was his son, so it was only natural that he should be treated like a prince. The woman noticed that her husband was so homesick for his late first love that he was unable to distinguish between what actions were reasonable and what were not. She was disappointed because her family and she herself had done so much for this empire. The emperor knew this very well because when his elder brother died and he suddenly became the crown prince, the girl and her family became his strength. So he turned a blind eye to all their attempts to kill his son, for which she was never held accountable. The woman was furious because she was his wife and the empress of this empire, and it was her son who was supposed to become the future emperor. However, the man noticed that he brought his eldest son to the palace not only because of some kind of love. The empress did not understand why, in that case, the man sent such a disgrace upon her head. The man remarked that it did not matter who should become emperor in order to benefit the imperial family. He noticed that it was not he who was blinded by love, but Mikhail. If it were a matter of love or regret, he would have brought his eldest son a long time ago. If Michael ascends to the throne, the empire will be ruled by the duke's family, not the imperial house. Only now did Elsa understand why Terence, who had never even appeared on stage in Lyanna's past life, was declared a prince in this life. For the emperor, his family came first, but he could use his sons as knights on the chessboard as he pleased. The man noted that if both boys were not suitable for the role of the future emperor, then he could take advantage of the law on the adoption of one of the blood relatives of the imperial family. The empress did not want the emperor to resort to this, assuring her that Mikhail would soon come to his senses. The man noted that such is the great motherly love that a woman is so protective of her son, who was abandoned even by his own family. He wondered if she remembered saying the same thing during the abundant stone incident. It was a legal dispute between Duke Cassius and Duke Barode over the ownership of the stone. The Stone of Abundance is a sacred object that increases the fertility of the land and was said to have been given by the goddess to a man who worshipped her. Lyanna, who knew the future, bought the Stone of Abundance at a very favorable price, and the grain yield on their land increased dramatically. Duke Barode, the original owner of the stone, only later learned of its value and was furious. Wanting to get the stone back, he turned to the emperor for help, who found it difficult to directly interfere in the affairs of the empress's family, so he instructed Crown Prince Michael to resolve the issue. The emperor then stated that he would like to leave this matter to the discretion of the crown prince, who would rule the empire in the future. The emperor and empress, like the entire empire, thought that the crown prince would side with his maternal relative. However, the young man said that he checked the recording of the conversation that took place during the conclusion of the deal. He decided that even if the man did not know the price of the stone, a deal that had already been concluded could not be invalidated. So he assigned ownership of the stone to its last owner, betraying his own grandfather. Although from the legal point of view everything was said correctly, however, if Lyanna had not been on the scene, the crown prince would have undoubtedly sided with his relative. Elsa understood this perfectly well, as did many others in the empire. The empress could not object to this because the ruler was indeed right. The emperor stated that if Michael continued to behave in the same spirit, he would have to announce his final decision. Elsa heard the couple walking towards her and was afraid that she might be noticed. The girl had nowhere to hide, so she mentally prepared herself to meet the emperor in an extremely uncomfortable position. However, instead of her, the man saw his eldest son, who found himself in such an unexpected place. The guy covered the girl with his back and noticed that his father had been absent for a very long time, so he became worried and came for him. He reminded that this whole banquet was organized in honor of his birthday, so he did not want the birthday boy to be absent for a long time. The emperor agreed to return to the banquet hall without noticing the girl. The empress remained standing on the balcony, hoping that the throne would eventually go to her son. Elsa knew perfectly well that Terence had heard the emperor's words, but not a muscle moved on his face. A powerful family on his mother's side, a beloved blessed by the goddess, a devoted mother, Michael had it all. And Terence, who had nothing, was forced to confront him. For some reason today, the large shoulders that hid the girl from the emperor's eyes seemed very small to her. The girl returned to the ball and heard that everyone was discussing the new product from the guild. She guessed that it was on this day that they decided to present a new product that worked like a thermos. The Iris Guild was a trading company that had grown rapidly over the past few years, mainly specializing in magical artifacts. They were enchanted, so even if you weren't a wizard, you had the ability to use magic. However, the thermos was introduced to the general public earlier than it did in the original novel. Everyone praised the fact that Lyanna was incredibly close to the guild owner and had amazing connections. Suddenly, the guild owner stepped forward and announced that she was not the real owner of the Iris Guild. She announced that the real owner is Lyanna, who is present at the event today. The guild, being a tiny trading company, was able to reach such heights only thanks to the outstanding abilities of a girl who wished to hide her identity. The crowd was already whispering about this discovery, recalling the girl's young age. In fact, the truth about the guild owner should have been revealed much later. Lyanna stated that she did not do anything special. She was very grateful to all the workers for believing in her and following her. Elsa realized that the girl had revealed her ownership of the guild so early in order to reduce the hype about the divorce and restore the family's reputation. People admired the girl while the emperor and his son watched from the balcony. Lyanna stated that in the future her guild plans to actively contribute to society, and as a first step, they will donate 1,000,000 gold coins to charity. Everyone immediately began to praise the girl for her generosity and donation of such a huge amount. Elsa watched from the sidelines as Lyanna instantly became the main star of the evening. She immediately raised her head up and saw that the young man was unhappy with this turn of events. Elsa sat on a stump, and Violetta stood next to her and looked around. The appearance of a new prince on the scene, as well as the revelation that Lyanna was the head of the guild, caused a stir throughout the empire. Thanks to this, articles about the girl's divorce instantly disappeared from the news pages, but after that day, she did not see her partner for a whole week. Finally, Elsa waited for Kira to appear, who was rushing to the girl with a message. Exactly 2 months had already passed, which she had initially discussed with her when concluding the deal. The girl showed a piece of paper that contained the promised information about the Viscount's location. However, before Elsa gave the paper, she wanted the girl to promise her one thing. She wanted the girl to return back without touching a single hair of her enemy, even after she had found the target. She wanted Kira to put her revenge on hold for a while, and then she could do whatever she wanted. Elsa couldn't reveal the reason for this right now, but she refused to provide information if refused. Kira was furious because somewhere she had seen people doing this. She noticed that Violetta was ready to defend her mistress, so she calmed down and agreed to wait just 1 day. The girl took the piece of paper with information and promised that today she would give it only if she saw her enemy. She opened the leaflet and learned that her rival was hiding in the spring flower park. The girl could not believe that the man was in the capital and was so close to her all this time. She ran away because she had to see it with her own eyes. The next day, they were supposed to meet at the same place, but Violetta was afraid that Kira would not keep her word. Elsa wanted to hear the reason why Violetta thought the girl would break her promise. The girl did not know the details, but she felt deeply offended. For Kira, even 1 day is like an eternity, so the girl noted that, knowing the reason, it would be easier for her to wait. However, Elsa noted that in that case everything would lose its meaning, because now the main thing was whether Kira could keep the promise he made to her. Violetta guessed that this was a test to see if the girl could keep her promise when the opportunity to take revenge was right in front of her. Elsa didn't know why Lyanna said those words back then, but the undeniable fact was that the girl wouldn't back down so easily. Lyanna must have a spy next to her who will inform her about her every step. So Elsa wanted to know that Kira would keep her promise after her revenge was complete. So she waited impatiently to see whether the girl would come to meet her or not. Elsa was confident in her choice, so she believed that Kira's appearance in the forest was only a matter of time. She turned out to be right because, although late, the girl still came running. She apologized for this and said that Mrs. Lyanna had suddenly given her an additional assignment. Elsa thought everything was fine, so she asked the girl to breathe a little. The girl stated that she was no longer the junior madam of the Duke's house and did not hold a superior position, so she had to treat Kira with respect. In addition, the girl reminded that she always communicates politely with those who are polite to her. Kira wondered where she got such confidence that she would just turn around and leave, even seeing an enemy in front of her. Elsa reminded that the Viscount is not as simple a person as he seems. He may seem pathetic as he visits the racetrack every day, but that is where a lot of money and people flock. The man collects information at the racetrack, although he understands that the chances of being found there are extremely high. In addition, the man was extremely meticulous, and after an attack on him, a protective spell would be activated. After that, Elsa told how to bypass the protective spell and told where the Viscount's hideout was. Kira was wondering why the girl hadn't shared this information with her yesterday. Elsa admitted that she needed to make sure that Kira would keep her word, after which she apologized to the girl for this. However, she suddenly smiled and thanked Elsa for such a decision, because without any checks she would hardly have believed her. The girl knew that since they decided to check her, it meant that there was a need for her services in the future, and this meant that it was not profitable for her to expose her to danger. Elsa was pleased that the girl quickly grasped the essence, so she was glad to win her over to her side. After all that had been said, it was time for the maid to go back before anyone noticed her absence. Kira wasn't sure if she was going to take revenge on her abuser tomorrow, but she was definitely going to finish him off in the near future. The girl admitted that she was a little offended yesterday, but after thinking it over carefully, she came to the conclusion that she shouldn't be led by emotions. Revenge makes a lot of sense when it's cold-blooded and perfect, so she was going to do it with a cool head. Elsa sincerely hoped that the girl would succeed and that she would be able to avenge her happy family, which she had once lost. A few days later, the heroine received a message that the desired goal had been achieved, and the informant wanted to meet her that evening. Violetta said that His Highness the Prince would like to have dinner with the girl today, if she did not mind. Elsa was always happy to meet him, but just now she managed to get rid of one obsessive problem. She had to kick her ex-husband out again, and she couldn't wait to share the story with her friend. Violetta reported that the prince had purchased an entire restaurant building to organize a secret meeting with the girl. Since his villa is located on the outskirts, it is extremely difficult to get to it, and he is quite tired of staying there for a long time. The heroine was very surprised when she heard the last phrase from her bodyguard. She remembered everything she had experienced in this beautiful villa. The girl was a little jealous of him, but she thought that there was nothing surprising about it, since the guy had been rich since childhood. The girls agreed that they would first go to a secret meeting with Kira in the forest, and then come to meet the prince at a restaurant. To go into the forest, Violetta changed into a more comfortable uniform that allowed her to effectively protect her mistress. Elsa walked along the path and realized that a strange feeling had come over her. If there was a suspicious presence nearby, Violetta would not have been able to help but notice it. Before the girl could really say anything, Kira immediately ran up to them and apologized for calling them so suddenly. She was about to start reporting the information she had received, but she didn't have time to do so. Elsa ordered her to be quiet and put her finger to the girl's lips so that she would not say anything. The heroine found it strange that today she did not hear the buzzing of midges, but last time and before that her head was splitting from the noise created by the insects. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion that occurred not far from the company. A knight jumped out of the traps hidden underground and immediately crossed swords with Violetta. Kira pulled out a dagger and ordered Elsa to hide behind her back. The knight was furious that the maid dared to take out a weapon and defend herself. He easily knocked the dagger out of the traitor's hands and then knocked her to the ground. He crushed the girl with his boot and asked how she dared to betray the goodwill of her mistress and enter into a secret conspiracy with Elsa. The girl guessed that the knights knew that they were meeting here, so in order to listen to the conversation, they congratulated all the insects that were making noise. The heroine guessed that since Liena's personal knight was here, the order came from her. However, this method of acting was more like another person. Elliot emerged from his hiding place and gloated over the fact that his prey had fallen into his perfectly placed net. The young man was amazed by Elsa's excellent memory, who immediately recognized him after a single meeting in the distant past. Elliot was a rare genius that appeared once in 1,000 years in history, the only one who mastered dual specialization in 4 disciplines in the history of the Academy, and was the strategist of Liena. Elsa heard that the guy was supposed to be abroad, but for some reason he ended up here and was acting on his own without notifying Liena about his plan. He noticed that there were suspicious people who dared to forget about Liena's favor and started communicating with the enemy, so he came to get rid of them. However, the man still admitted that calling such a small thing an enemy is not the most appropriate option. He poked Elsa with his fan and remarked that she was just a dirty rat who was fawning over the Duke. The girl didn't like the fact that he dared to touch her, but the guy just laughed at her menacing look. At this point, Violetta managed to overcome her opponent and ordered no one to move, holding the gun to his throat. Kira was pinned to the ground by a knight's foot. Violetta took one hostage and the rest surrounded the entire company. Elsa knew that she couldn't let herself be driven into a corner, because if the guy was going to kill her, he wouldn't appear in front of her now. The guy thought the girl was trying her best to figure out how to get out of this situation. However, Elsa ordered the insignificant commoner to watch his language, because even after her divorce from Leonardo, she still remains a noblewoman. The girl knew that the inventor found aristocrats who believed only in their status and ignored others ridiculous, so she had to make him lose his guard by making him look at her with a grin in his eyes. The man was disappointed that Kira had gone over to such a mediocrity, betraying her mistress, because he had found it strange from the very beginning. It was a fight that should have resulted in an unconditional victory, but the Duke was defeated by a woman. Even if we leave out the ridiculous time capsule story, the fact remains that the Duke was also at a disadvantage at the trial. It only meant that there was an enemy within their family. That is why the inventor assumed that there was a spy among the Duke's close associates who was passing on all the information to their opponents. Elsa thought it was great that the inventor had begun to act in secret from Liena in order to track down the spy. Kira tried to stand up and deny that she was a traitor. Elsa stated that Kira had already come to her several times and asked her not to get divorced because she wanted to see how sad her mistress was. The inventor hoped that no one thought he would actually believe this ridiculous excuse. However, Kira understood the girl's hint and stated that her mistress was sad, so she asked Miss Elsa to stay with Liana at least as friends. The knight pressed his boot on her head, silencing her. The inventor stated that they had been watching the girl all this time, and after meeting Elsa 3 days ago, she left the mansion at night. The heroine was afraid that Kira was caught killing her enemy. If the Duke finds out about this, he will certainly find out how exactly Kira found a man, in which case, Liana will notice that the girl has a special power. However, she noticed that the man never mentioned the murder directly, only that she left the mansion and did something. Elsa realized that if he had witnessed the murder of another person, he would not have threatened in such a way. And this meant that the man himself did not know what exactly Kira was doing. The girl's specialty was covert maneuvering. She was so good at this that she could disappear in literally a second, easily evading pursuit. By provoking Elsa and cruelly treating Kira, the inventor sought to put them in an awkward position so that they would tell him the information he needed. Although we are talking about Kira, who served Liana for a long time, the guy immediately wrote her down on the list of enemies due to several suspicious moments. The inventor wanted the maid to go to her mistress right now and confess everything. However, Elsa suddenly stood right in front of the girl, shielding her from the man. She crossed her arms over her chest and angrily called the inventor by name. The man didn't like the fact that she was constantly getting in his way and interfering with his plans. The girl admitted that she saw him because he was following her too. She called him a pervert who dared to secretly spy on a noble lady. The girl was interested in how far the young man had gone in his observations, perhaps watching her change her dress. Maybe he hid under the bed and watched her sleep at night. Or maybe he even grew bolder and watched as the girl took a bath. After these words, all the men were so stunned by these accusations that it knocked them off their feet. Elsa began to beat the inventor, giving the girl the opportunity to escape. The knights grabbed Elsa and ordered her to stop beating the man immediately. Because of this, Violetta rushed at the guards who dared to touch her mistress. The inventor noticed that Leonardo's ex-wife was behaving like a plebeian. Kira stated that she had no idea what the young man was talking about recently. She explained that she had indeed left the mansion last night without telling anyone, but she had only decided to stretch her body a little because she had indigestion. She stated that the best way for her to cope with the pain was to get good training using weapons. Kira admitted that she had indeed done wrong by deciding to meet Elsa in secret from her mistress, but it had all been done for her sake. She noted that the only traitors in this situation were the knights present. They came and accused an innocent man of espionage, and now they also physically injured him. She was sure that Liana didn't know about their actions, because when her innocence was proven, the boys would be in danger. Elsa was wondering what the inventor would do now, after everything he had heard. The man announced that the girl's guilt had been proven and that she should throw away her stupid dreams. After this, he ordered the guards to capture the girl and tie her up in order to take her to the estate. The inventor noted that Elsa would not be able to get away with it because of the sadness that had overwhelmed his noble and angelic mistress. The man promised that he would certainly repay the girl in full for everything she had done. After this, the inventor, Kira, and the knights surrounding her walked away. After they left, the tension eased, and Elsa immediately fell to her knees from everything that had happened. In the evening, the girl went to a restaurant to meet the prince, as she had agreed. The young man noticed that she was in a bad mood, so he assumed that she simply didn't like the food. However, Elsa admitted that everything was prepared simply superbly and that the matter was something else. She wanted to be more careful, because the prince had put a lot of effort into preparing this meeting. So far, no one has had clear evidence that Kira betrayed her owner. Knowing Liana, she wouldn't punish Kira for something like that, but the inventor is a completely different story. The girl was worried because the young man could very well have already gotten rid of the spy. The prince continued to watch the girl all this time and realized that something was really happening. The heroine would like to fulfill the promise she made to Kira and protect her, but she did not know how to do it. The inventor was extremely hostile towards her, so the girl did not know how to deal with him so that they both would be safe. The prince was still trying to get Elsa to talk and find out what was bothering her. The young man explained that if she had any concerns, he would like her to share them with him because they were friends. Elsa knew that if she told what had happened, Terence would try his best to help her. However, he was a prince now, so he had a lot of his own things to do, so she didn't want to cause him any unnecessary inconvenience. The girl just laughed and noted that the young man was too caring towards her. He noticed that her main problem was that she was too kind and lacked prudence. The young man admitted that he asked the girl about her concerns because he had them himself. Elsa immediately wanted to help her friend solve his problems. The young man leaned towards her and told her that he was always thinking about what he needed to do to become emperor. He asked Elsa not to feel too burdened because he secretly asked this question to everyone in his inner circle. A sudden decision came to the girl's mind, which could solve many problems in one fell swoop. Elsa placed a glass of wine on the table and declared that the young man's first priority was to eliminate Elliot Rude. The inventor was Lyanna's subordinate, and Lyanna supports Crown Prince Michael, which puts the prince at an extreme disadvantage. Elsa didn't do this because of Kira. Even if she hadn't crossed paths with the inventor, she would have answered this question the same way. The girl explained that not all geniuses influence the structure of the world, but this young man was different. Most of Lyanna's tricks in the original story were Elliot's doing. Despite the fact that the guy was jealous of Lyanna's lover, Mikhail, he was the one who gave her the idea of how to win the Battle of the Touch. The acting guild leader is Cecilia, and her deputy is Elliot Rude. From the Iris Guild to the Empire's outstanding genius, it looked like Lyanna had been blessed by the goddess herself. This is why the girl has been the Emperor's main concern lately. Moreover, the Duke's family is second only to the Imperial family in influence, and if you add to this the influence of the Iris Guild, then her power soars to the skies. The prince found it strange that the more he thought that Michael was above him, the more he wanted to take the throne. The young man wanted to prove with his own hands that there was no person in the world who had received the blessing of the goddess. Elsa remembered Michael's threats and knew that this world was unfair and that Lyanna had been blessed. She thought that there was nothing she could do about it, because Lyanna was the main character of the original novel. But with every action she took, she went further and further. The girl did not agree that getting a well-deserved divorce was a great sin. She was angry that many people believed that she should have been tied to the door of the house until Lyanna deigned to let her go. So the girl said that she had some good information and suggested that the young man turn over to the local business. After that, she told him her plan, which included getting rid of the inventor. The prince admitted that if he told his father about this, he would give him the right to conduct an official investigation. The heroine was glad about this because if they dragged things out, their opponent might suspect something. However, before they could begin carrying out the plan, the young man wanted Elsa to finish all the food. The girl was embarrassed that she had unknowingly accepted a piece of meat from the young man's hands because she was hungry. Terence suggested that they begin eating, and in the meantime he would ask his talented staff to do a little more work. Elsa sat back in her chair, for the price was truly not able to overcome his convictions. After that, the dinner went well. The guys chatted and enjoyed delicious food. The next day, the prince wrote down an innovative method of evading taxes and customs duties by smuggling expensive luxury goods using a transfer spell. He believed that the cost of a magician who could use a transfer spell would exceed customs tariffs. Then Elsa noticed that they didn't need to hire anyone, because the guild had a device that performed the transmission function. It can be launched using a magic stone without resorting to a magician, which is very effective. It only covered a short distance and could only transmit inanimate objects. The girl unfolded the map and pointed to an island on the northwestern coast of the Empire that belonged to Lyanna. A few years ago, the Duke bought it as a birthday present, where the guild began collecting overseas luxury goods and then starting the process of transferring them to the nearest piece of the continental empire. They then sold the goods as imperial products, thereby evading taxes. The Duke's territory was nearby, so an official search was difficult until they had this evidence. Terence knew they would have to conduct the search secretly with a small number of people. His subordinates were talented, so Elsa could trust him and not worry anymore. However, he liked it when a girl worried about him and showed him the path he should take. Elsa asked how she could help His Highness the Prince. The young man was interested in why the girl underestimated herself so much. He suddenly declared that in his own eyes she was like a genius. One glance was enough for her to understand the circumstances of the butler's life and win him over to her side. She was also the one who solved the mystery of the time capsule, which no one had been able to solve. The girl was upset because it was known in the novel from the point of view of others, and she really did look like a genius. This method of tax evasion itself is confidential information of the guild. Even if the girl had been a member of the Duke's family in the past, it was extremely difficult to find out this information. Elsa admitted that she learned about it because she overheard conversations between Lyanna and the inventor, but she got the data simply because she was lucky. The prince noted that not everyone can achieve good results just because they possess this or that information. He explained that it was the girl who analyzed the available information and took such bold steps, staying up all night. The prince was right to point out that the original novel does not describe tax evasion methods because it is boring. The girl recalled brief references to this in the original work and then compared these passages with books on tax law. She put all the pieces together and analyzed the documents she received all night long. That's why the prince thought the girl was simply incredible. There were many nuances that she still could not understand. The ambassador was of great help to her, and she also borrowed a book on tax law from her. However, what was important to the prince was that she was the very person who had bags under her eyes. This happened because she was the one who spent the whole night sorting through documents. Until that second, Elsa, without realizing it, considered herself pathetic. The girl regretted that for 2 whole years she was unable to part with Leonardo. She was ahead of others only because she knew the original work and took it for granted. However, she only achieved all of this because she knew the plot and was able to use her own skills to turn it back to her advantage. The girl sincerely thanked the young man who made her believe in herself and appreciated her achievements. She admitted that if the young man wanted to officially hire her on his staff, he would have to pay her a huge salary. After this, the young people returned to discussing the issues of the guild and the inventor. The assistant reported that in recent days, Elsa had been doing nothing but going shopping every day, and no suspicious activity had been noticed. The man thought she would take some action after catching Kira, but her schedule consists of nothing but shopping. If the girl noticed the surveillance and threw dust in their eyes, then she was some kind of simple enemy. Recently, Kira appeared before her mistress and tried to convince her that she had gone to ask Elsa to at least remain friends with her so that her mistress would not be sad. Besides, the young man remembered everything that the girl had accused him of in the forest in front of the knight. Although he didn't really want to admit it, he really could have made the wrong conclusions about this woman. Therefore, he ordered to increase the number of observers and to present 10 more people to Elsa. Suddenly, the assistant ran into the boss's office and reported that they had big problems. An investigative team from the Imperial Palace arrived to conduct an unscheduled tax audit. Elliot foresaw this because the Imperial family wants to find at least some flaw in the affairs of Lady Liena and the Duke's family. The head of the guild was away on another matter, so the inventor went out to greet the guests himself. The assistant reported that the head of the investigation team is the second prince of the empire. The inventor did not expect that the prince, who had only recently been introduced to society, would come to him in person. The newly born young man was born before the crown prince, but he was not the empress's son. He entered the imperial family late, so he was titled the second prince. Ms. Liena said that the relationship between the second prince and Elsa raised many questions. He also heard from young Master Leonardo that this second prince was this woman's bodyguard. Therefore, the inventor guessed that there was clearly something between the young man and this woman. In any case, since the work was done flawlessly, the tax investigation should not have caused any problems. The man intended to take this opportunity to find out what kind of relationship the second prince had with Elsa. While the tax inspectors examined every corner, Terence stood quietly by and watched what was happening. The inventor thought that this fool was bragging about being a member of the imperial family. The tax inspectors briefly looked around the office and searched a little in the warehouse. It was a superficial check for the sake of appearances. Once everything in the warehouse had been inspected, the inventor invited everyone to go up to his office. The entire delegation moved along the main corridor towards the guild leader's office. Suddenly, the second prince stopped in the middle of the corridor and announced that he found something suspicious. He walked up to the wall and started knocking on it in different places. The inventor was excited, but still confident that it was impossible to discover the secret place by simply knocking on the post. The man was convinced that someone had clearly told him about the existence of a secret place. This could mean that there was a traitor among his team. The young man looked worried because he did not understand what the second prince's silent gaze meant. Suddenly, the young man came up to the wall again and stood directly opposite the secret place. The assistant asked what had caused the guild deputy's strange reaction. The second prince stated that only this wall made a strange sound, as if there was an empty space on the other side. The inventor was amazed because the wall was made perfectly. He even tested it for sound output. Then he knocked on it and even kicked it. He tried all the ways to find the hiding place. That's why he found it suspicious that the young man immediately found the right place. From everything that happened, he immediately guessed that the second prince was going to make a traitor out of him. He noticed that his subordinate looked as if the blame lay solely on him. However, the suspicions should have ended there, so the young man began to deny the chance of finding a secret space behind the wall. He claimed that it was a very ordinary wall, but he did not forbid anyone from checking his words. The second prince looked carefully at the place and assumed that there must be a hidden button that, when pressed, would open the door. The inventor realized that the guy had no idea how to open the door because it was locked with a code word that only 3 people knew. Suddenly, the prince suggested that if there was no button, then a code word must have been used. Even a fool could understand that if we were talking about opening a secret space, then there had to be either a button or a code phrase. The prince didn't know what this code word might be, so he suggested saying different words over and over, hoping that one of them would come up someday. The inventor was amazed by his approach because it is not so easy to hack such a complex mechanism. He knew that the prince could talk as much as he wanted and break as much as he wanted, because all this would only activate the protective spell and all the documents inside would instantly burn. The prince didn't know where to begin, so he reached into his breast pocket for a piece of paper. He handed his assistant a note and asked him to read what was on it. Jack read the message and was stunned that he would have to say out loud everything that was written there. The prince would not accept refusal and ordered the young man to speak clearly and distinctly. Jack resigned himself to his fate and moved as close to the wall as he could. Then, embarrassed to death, he began to utter laudatory phrases towards Liana. It was an incredibly long message that praised the different sides of the girl, making everyone around him wonder about this choice. Both the tax inspectors and the guild workers were amazed that the prince had chosen such a strange set. However, to everyone's surprise, it worked, because the wall clicked quietly and moved apart in different directions. The prince was surprised that he had accidentally written a set of words, and they suddenly came to him. He went inside and began to read the documents, which for some reason were hidden behind the wall, which looked very suspicious. The tax inspectors examined the documents and reported that it was the guild's sales history for the entire year, and the contents were different from the official documents. The young man turned to the guild deputy and asked him to explain what this meant. The inventor couldn't give him any clear answer, so a decision was made. The second prince said the young man would be arrested on charges of obstructing official duties by concealing evidence. It was a tax investigation, and the second prince announced that the young man would be arrested on charges of obstructing official duties by concealing evidence. This tax investigation could be carried out without a warrant by order of His Imperial Majesty, since the Emperor had directly delegated this authority. The inventor agreed to go with the prince, asking his assistant to take care of the flowers in his room, after which Elliot was taken into custody and escorted to the carriage. Just before landing, they suddenly blindfolded him so that the young man would not know where he had been taken. After some time, still blindfolded, he was led down a long corridor into the dungeon. The guy was pushed, forcing him into the cell, and he almost crashed into the doors. Suddenly, Violetta appeared on stage and grabbed the young man by his handkerchief. She took him to the farthest cell and threw him on the bunk. After the fall, the bandage fell off the young man's face, after which he was able to see his escort. Violetta immediately closed the chamber and locked the door so that the inventor could not escape. Only after this did Elsa appear in front of the young man and greet him cheerfully. Rudd knew that he was dragged here by the second prince's subordinates, and now a girl had appeared in front of him. The young man said that he always suspected that there was some kind of connection between them. The heroine noted that there was no need to hide their relationship when it was already revealed. Elsa forbade Violetta to use force because she shouldn't have fallen for such an obvious provocation. Seeing that the inventor was confident in himself even after being drawn into such a serious matter, one could assume that he still had some faith left. If violence is used against a guy, then the pain will return threefold to the one who inflicted it. And all because a small self-defense artifact created by an eccentric inventor was implanted into the young man's body. The young man deliberately provoked them in order to make Violetta hit him and use the moment when the girl would writhe in pain to escape. Elsa was glad that she read the original novel, and it helped her avoid many problems. Despite his brilliant mind, the guy had no choice but to vegetate in an insignificant position on the outskirts of the Empire. The reason was that his mother was an emigrant, but his arrogant character also played a significant role. The reincarnated Liana supported the boy both materially and spiritually, so Elliot appreciated that she recognized his intelligence. Now the man believed that Cecilia had revealed their secret. because he himself had been betrayed, and he did not even suspect Liena. Elsa decided not to try to convince him at first, noting that it was much more important that the guy was now in custody. The inventor recalled that it belongs to the family of Duke Cassius. People saw how the second prince took him away, and the Duke's family will not remain on the sidelines. Elsa used a blindfold to make it appear as if he had been taken to a remote location, but in reality it was a building belonging to the capital's garrison. The building structures, architectural styles, and interior decoration of the Empire's largest buildings were at the helm of the young man. He was sure it was a show to scare him with this dark atmosphere, but as long as he was officially in custody, they couldn't even lay a finger on him. If Elsa hadn't told the second prince about this, then that's how it would have been. Even then, at dinner, Terence remarked that it would be better if the inventor simply died. He didn't really want to kill anyone either, but if there was a chance that he could become a threat in the future, then it was easier. It was true that Elliot was a threat to them. However, at the end of the original work, there is an invasion of monsters, and the inventor saves the lives of many people thanks to his brilliant mind. Also in the epilogue, he helps Liena, who has become Empress, develop the Empire. Therefore, the girl tried to convince the prince that this inventor was a genius who could serve for the good of the Empire. The guy agreed with this, however. Based on what he heard from the girl, Elliot was not the kind of person who could be easily pacified. Elsa agreed, but in return asked to give her a little time so that she could try to change the inventor's mind. If she still fails to convince the young man, then she can do as the prince suggested. This is not a performance to scare the guy, but a test of the second prince. If he gets a report that Elliot is that smart, he will never change his mind. So Elsa announced that there was one person with whom the inventor must meet. A squad of guards arrived at the Duke's house and announced that Liena was currently suspected of violating 7 laws, including tax, trade, and bribery. Therefore, Lady Liena had to leave the ducal residence and obediently submit to the investigation. The gates opened, and the Duke himself, accompanied by his servants, rode out to deal with the problem. The man said that he would not allow anyone to take his only daughter, even if it was an official duty under the order of His Majesty the Emperor. The commander of the detachment was dissatisfied that the Duke refused to obey the order of His Imperial Majesty. Cassius declared that if his daughter was guilty of any crime, he would take the punishment in her place. He continued to convince the squad that he would never give up his daughter and would protect her even by force. Suddenly, Liena appeared between them and ordered everyone to stop arguing immediately. The father and older brother were unhappy that the girl had gone to such a dangerous place. Liena said that she would go for questioning and return quickly, so she asked not to worry about her. The girl understood perfectly well that she needed to go to this place so that her family would not have problems. Liena knew that their house had long been protecting the Empire, so following the spirit of the family, she would easily overcome these difficulties. She then glared at the squad leader, causing him to become embarrassed. The girl asked to be taken to interrogation quickly because she was not going to hide or run away. The maids immediately began to praise the girl for her bravery and promised to follow their mistress until the end of their days. Layhem promised that if even a hair fell from the girl's head, he would destroy everyone who dared to hurt her. The Duke wanted the girl to continue to be the little child he had held in his arms all his life. He knew that she always acted at her own discretion, so he could not refuse the girl. The squad leader and his knights did not understand how to react to such a strange scene. At the same time, a special guest arrived at the building of the capital's garrison. Elsa and Violetta, both dressed in formal uniforms, came out to greet Count Max. Elsa formally introduced herself to him and informed him that she was in the service of His Highness, the second prince. Count Max never expected that the second principal of the project would take an interest in him, and he could count on his fingers how many times he was asked to meet someone first. Elsa informed him that the man he was about to meet might be a little rude, but he was a genius. Then they approached the inventor's chamber, and the girl introduced the men to each other. The guy was curious about what she had in mind, because Elsa spoke as if she was talking about a person he absolutely had to meet, but it turned out to be just Count Max. The previous place where Elliot worked for a long time was Max's county, until Liena returned there. The guy could have easily advanced into central politics, but he didn't, so Elsa thought about it and came to a conclusion. Everyone lives their life influencing others, but Elliot's parents died when he was an infant, and his uncle, who raised him, died before the boy entered the academy. The inventor had no friends or colleagues, just as Liena's existence is unconditional for him in this life. The possible reason why he continued to remain in Max's county was because of the Count himself. His dominions were characterized by a harsh climate and barren soil. They could not reduce the military budget, and in recent times the number of immigrants fleeing from the neighboring kingdom had been increasing. And there was no talk of local production, because government support was insufficient and the limit on borrowing money through his connections had been reached. If you squeeze money out of the inhabitants of the land, then the lord can live in clover, but the count uses his personal funds to help his subjects. Max heard that the guy was a genius, so he wanted him to find a solution to this problem so that his lands could develop. Elsa hoped that the young man would see the count's beautiful personality and change his mind. However, Elliot said that he was not interested in it at all, so he would not even think about it. When a guy is in prison, he can't have time to think about other people. He wanted to be allowed to communicate with the outside world, but instead, Count Max offered him only a basket of bread. He noticed that since the guy held the position of deputy head of the guild, he must be very smart, so he wanted to get at least a little help. However, instead, the inventor only insulted the Count himself, touching him to the quick. The man couldn't stand it, so he reached out, grabbed the guy by the collar and slammed him against the bars of the cell. At that very second, the protective magic worked, and this blow returned to the attacker threefold. The blow was so strong that the man flew back several meters and fell on his back. He was fine, but the man wanted to fall through the ground from there, because Elsa warned him about this feature. Elliot was shocked because he had never been hit since birth, but this blow landed right on the head. The Count noted that such a guy needed to be beaten well to bring him to his senses, because he had a disgusting character. He promised that he would beat the guy until the artifact or something like that exceeded its power. Elsa didn't want the two to kill each other prematurely, so she asked the man to calm down. However, they had already clashed and considered it their personal business to drive the other one to madness. Elsa watched this from the sidelines and once again realized how much she missed her friend the prince. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Terence was interrogating Lyanna. The girl was suspected of ordering various crimes committed by the guild, but she continued to remain silent. Over the past 4 days, investigators were still busy checking documents, which meant that we were talking about a huge number of violations of the law. A warehouse of contraband goods was also discovered on the Duke's territory, which could indicate that their family is also connected to smuggling. The prince noted that if Lyanna continued to remain silent, he should consider this as an admission of all charges. The young man was interested in whether the girl was happy with this arrangement. In fact, the fact that she hadn't said a word for the last 3 days was something to be admired. Various people came to her. They all tried to get her to talk, but no one succeeded. The prince and Elsa had agreed in advance that the invention should be placed under guard as far away from Lyanna as possible. If he is nearby, she may find a way to contact him. As for the inventor, Count Max had recently visited him and pestered him, but the prince didn't care. He was irritated by the fact that the guy was a genius, and by the fact that Elsa cared about him and was in the same space with him. Lyanna suddenly broke the silence and ordered the prince to confess that he had seduced her innocent daughter-in-law. The young man realized that the girl was talking nonsense, so he signaled to everyone else to leave. Terence was grateful that the girl had finally decided to open her mouth and speak. However, Lyanna was incredibly angry and acted as if she was the one conducting the interrogation. The prince denied all her accusations and noted that Elsa was no longer her daughter-in-law. The young man didn't even know what to answer to this, but he believed that he was innocent. Lyanna was incredibly irritated and ordered the young man to stop joking immediately. She jumped up from her seat and declared that she would never give up what the prince was trying to take from her. After this, the girl brazenly stood up and walked past the young man, leaving the room and slamming the door. The prince continued to sit calmly at the table and looked at the documents. Recently, he learned that Lyanna was the Duke's beloved youngest child, and at the same time a woman who, from the first meeting, left an unpleasant aftertaste in his soul. He didn't like that the girl was obsessed with Elsa and made her life difficult in every possible way. On an instinctive level, he felt that this woman was a complete fake. Count Max asked the inventor why he had such a wooden body. He pressed on the young man's back while he begged him to stop his abuse. The guy was no longer able to bend over because he had reached his limit. However, Max said that he needed to practice hard to be as good as the others. Elsa and Violetta were on the other side of the cell and watched what was happening. The bodyguard was curious as to why the Count would do something like that. He recently stated that a healthy mind resides in a healthy body, so he will help the inventor to be reborn. Violetta didn't even know if this would help them achieve their goal. However, at least it was all quite fun to watch. Elsa noticed that the inventor continued to do what the Count said, and yet he was one of those people who were difficult to deal with. Only now did Violetta realize that the Count was the one who had found a special approach to the young man. If we talk about logic and eloquence, the inventor clearly won, but the Count was reckless. Moreover, recently the girl asked the guy why he didn't like Max so much. However, the young man only turned away and could not answer the crowd. Then he added that this man looked like his uncle, which is why he really irritated him. The boy was grateful for being raised, but all he did was constantly grumble, saying that because of his studies he would never know the rest of the world. The boy was saddened by his death because his mother was tired of living in a foreign country, so she left the child. The inventor didn't want to go into details, so he simply said that both parents had passed away. This conversation helped the girl understand the young man's feelings a little better. However, she noted that if the guy intended to manipulate her by evoking sympathy, then it was useless. The young man was annoyed that his trick did not work on the girl. He remembered how she had easily figured out his plan and turned it in her direction earlier. The inventor admitted that the girl was smart, and that on that day in the forest, she had deliberately pretended to be a fool. Elsa didn't even know whether to take this as a compliment or an insult. It seemed that the words about Count Max reminding the inventor of his uncle were not a lie. However, this was not enough to change his devotion to the main character. A little later, the girl went to her office to look through the documents again and read the latest news in the newspapers. Recently, there have been reports of a large-scale tax evasion crime and Lady Leanna's involvement in it. As the situation continued to worsen, there were no articles that were beneficial to the guild. Elsa was glad that in this case they could try to shake the inventor's firm attitude. The next day, the girl went to the dungeon early to talk to the young man. He was not in the mood for conversation, so he asked to be left alone. Elsa decided that he would be curious about what was going on in the outside world, so she brought a newspaper. The inventor took the newspaper and unfolded it, quickly reading the latest news. After this, he was incredibly angry and asked for what purpose the girl had brought him this reading material. He guessed that Elsa wanted to show him that Mrs. Leanna had abandoned him. The girl was definitely kind at heart, but she could also be heartless, so she was easily ready to leave the inventor if she believed that he was the traitor. The boy remembered that the second prince pretended to send him a signal in front of other people. Moreover, it was the inventor himself who recently had a conflict with Kira. Elliot knew that his character was not particularly liked by people, and although Lady Leanna treasured him, she considered his temperament a hindrance to business. But those around her trust Cecilia, and it was she who betrayed Leanna, something Elsa decided not to convince him of. Leanna initially noticed the woman because she had built strong relationships not only with her employees, but also with her business partners. So Elliot thought the chance of betrayal was less than 1%, meaning the label could be placed on him. Unable to meet with the lady, the young man could not explain himself to her and simply ended up in prison. Suddenly he leaned back and laughed loudly as if he was hysterical. The young man rushed to the bars and declared that he would not leave this alone. He promised that he would save the lady and clear himself of the false accusations of treason. Elsa noticed that he had no opportunity to do this, since he was currently locked in a cell. However, the inventor stated that even before he was put into this cell, his plan had already been put into action. At the Imperial Palace, Terence approached his father's office to report some business to him. The servant apologized to the prince, but announced that Prince Michael was currently in audience with His Majesty. The young man himself understood this, since he could hear screams from the office. Mikhail noted that Leanna had not yet been recognized as a criminal, and by releasing her from prison, the investigation could continue. He noticed that the girl had donated a large sum of money and was unlikely to run away. The emperor was displeased because she had evaded taxes for an even greater amount and should have been punished according to the law. Mikhail was unhappy that the girl was being kept in a cell, so he asked to release her. Having achieved nothing from his father, Mikhail left the office and ran into his older brother. He announced that his meeting with the emperor was over, so the office was free. Terence thanked the young man for the information and calmly walked towards his father. Having caught up with his brother, Mikhail ordered him not to touch his people until real hostility began between them. However, Terence reminded that he did not touch anyone's people. He only arrested a criminal. Mikhail didn't like the fact that the guy was addressing him as an equal, while he was the crown prince and had a higher rank. Terence promised to take this into account with a smile on his face, which irritated the guy even more. After this, Mikhail just turned around and silently walked away. The emperor was very surprised when, immediately after his youngest son, his eldest son came to see him for an audience. The man was pleased that, thanks to the second prince, he had managed to wipe the noses of the people from the Duke's family. However, he admitted that Mikhail had recently come to him and asked for leniency because of a woman. Terence decided to take advantage of the situation and told about what had just happened between the brothers in the hallway. The emperor was displeased because at first the boy failed to notice anything until the crimes were revealed, and now he started an unnecessary squabble. The emperor asked not to pay attention to Michael's words and promised to immediately give an order to cancel these outdated rules. The second prince thanked the man for thinking so much of him. After the man looked at his son, who insisted on releasing the criminal, the appearance of his eldest son was like a breath of fresh air for him. Suddenly, the servant appeared in the office and apologized for interrupting the audience, but he came to report an important matter. He brought documents that said that a certain inventor named Elliot Rood was responsible for everything. The second prince announced that he was the guild's deputy, who had become famous as a genius when he studied at the Imperial Academy. A person who was a direct subordinate of the inventor testified that it was he who organized all of this. Thus it turned out that Liana was absolutely innocent of anything. According to this report, Lady Liana was only an investor, and the one who ran the guild was the inventor. They will try to find out if this information is reliable and then come with a report, but in the morning a letter was delivered to the mansion. Although the person who wrote the letter is not a member of the guild, he assisted the inventor in his corrupt activities. As evidence, he can provide a letter written by Elliot, but this has not yet been verified. 2 charges, filed at roughly the same time, pointed to the same person. There was a name written on the letter, so the next step was to meet the person in person. The emperor was interested in seeing the evidence, so he asked to invite the sender. The second prince reported that the inventor was currently being held in custody in a building that belonged to the capital's garrison. The emperor should have met him personally, but first he wanted to check who sent the letter. After the audience with the emperor ended, the prince thought that everything had been arranged by that man. He remembered everything that had just happened in the office. And then he remembered the inventor's subordinate, who confessed during the investigation what had happened. It was this subordinate that Elliot ordered to take care of the flowers in his room before his arrest. The mention of flowers was the key word to implement the pre-prepared emergency response plan. From the very beginning, a safety device was created that would protect Liana even in the worst case. Moreover, if he had blamed Cecilia, pointing to her as the main culprit of the situation, Liana would have been convinced that the guy himself was a traitor. Therefore, the inventor took responsibility for all the sins and proved his unwavering devotion to the girl. This was done so that she could focus on destroying Cecilia and saving herself. The second prince admitted that the inventor was even more dangerous than he thought. After returning, he asked if there were any of the leaders who had changed their testimony while he was away. Aides said that after the 2 executives revealed that the inventor was the culprit, they continued to hold that position. On the day of the search, 6 guild leaders were detained in different places, so it was difficult to make a statement that they had discussed the testimony in advance. From the executive's point of view, if they had to sacrifice one of the 3, it would be natural for Elliot himself to be the victim. Even in the documents and books confiscated from the secret storage, there was no evidence that Liana was the customer of this or that illegal action. The evidence that the valet presented was also prepared by the inventor. The reason he sent the letter to him was because His Majesty trusted his assistant, and the assistant was friendly to the Crown Prince. The evidence and witnesses pointed to the inventor as the culprit, so the emperor would acquit Liana, finding her innocent. Since the Duke's estate was used as a place to move and store contraband, there were plenty of opportunities to catch them. So there was no need to punish Liana to provoke the Duke even more than necessary. Everything went as the inventor wanted, but it was not that simple. Elsa reported that people should arrive soon to take Elliot to the Imperial Palace for questioning. The boy knew that he could be sentenced to death, but even in this case, there was something more important to him than his life. The inventor never allowed such evil people as the girl and the second prince to touch his mistress. As expected, Elliot mistakenly believed that his and the prince's ultimate goal was to bring about Liana's downfall, but in reality, it was him. If they present Liana as the main culprit, the inventor's guilt will become relatively small, the girl will be convinced of his betrayal, and the 2 will distance themselves from each other, but then their plan will fail. If Elliot is given a harsh sentence, the girl will notice and try to save him. According to the second prince, the best outcome is for the inventor to become the main criminal and receive the death penalty or life imprisonment. One day, Liena said that the world was too bad to reject an inventor because his mother was an immigrant and because he had an eccentric character. This was only partly true, for the character was not merely eccentric, but disgusting. The inventor admitted that after these words, he swore that he would follow the girl until her death and give his life for her. For him, Liena is an infinitely good person, and Elsa and the second prince are villains who want to destroy her for no reason. However, if the guy could judge objectively, he would immediately understand that the main goal was to catch him. Elsa wondered if the guy felt sorry for the fall of the guild since he had worked so hard to raise it to the very top. The inventor admitted that the guild would be disbanded, but it was possible to simply create a new one and develop it, and the girl was quite capable of doing this without him. She was destined for a successful rise thanks to Cecilia's connections and her abilities as an inventor. The young man stated that in this case it was the girl who needed to be pitied. Now Lady Liena will suspect that Cecilia is a traitor and that Kira also recently had a conflict with him. The lady was so kind that she would not abandon them immediately, but at the same time she would not open her heart to them again. The inventor was confident that the day when the girl and the second prince's spy would be driven out was already near. The guy thought that Elsa had nothing to say in response, but he was simply talking such nonsense that the girl didn't even know what to answer. Come to think of it, they've already eliminated 3 of Liena's 7 top geniuses in one way or another. Suddenly, the young man turned to the girl with a request and asked her to pass him a pen and paper. He admitted that he wanted to show special generosity to the Count and help him. Elsa realized that Elliot was still able to develop warm feelings for the man, so she decided to help him. Elsa decided that the young man had taken a liking to the Count, since he was doing such things. She read the plan he had written, and found that the situation in the county was well reflected. The inventor admitted that he simply cannot live with a sense of duty. Elsa just laughed when the guy admitted that this was her way of thanking the man for the bread. The cornbread he brought back tasted pretty good, so it was worth the little help. Elsa was annoyed that the guy was picky about the food, which was much better than the prison food. The inventor noted that he had not visited the land personally, but had written everything down based on what he had heard, so he could not call the plans ideal. There was some noise outside, so Elsa thought it was the guards coming to take the ale. However, she was very surprised when, instead of guards, she saw the second prince himself around the corner. The girl immediately ran up to the young man and pushed him away, where no one could notice them. She apologized for such a reaction, but admitted that she never expected the guy to come in person. Terence admitted that he only did it because he wanted to see the girl. Besides, he knew that they should discuss their relationship with the inventor in the future. The heroine apologized to the guy for the fact that she was unable to calm the young man down. The prince looked at the girl carefully and noticed that she did not need to hide her true feelings in front of him. He understood perfectly well that the girl did not want to get rid of the inventor at all. He remembered her asking him to give her some time to save the boy. She even sacrificed part of their plan just to keep him alive. Elsa could not impose her thoughts on the prince because while the inventor was alive, he could try to escape from prison. However, the girl was pleasantly surprised when the prince took a deep breath and decided to give her 3 more extra days. Even after receiving a full confession, the investigation is not over after an audience with the emperor. The inventor will be put back in the cell. Elsa thought that if the guy went to the imperial palace, he would stay there. The prince reported that Liena would also soon be freed, since there was a reason to disband the guild, and the emperor's worries were dispelled. Elsa grabbed the young man and asked him to lean towards her so that she could tell him some information. The girl carefully whispered her plan to the young man, hoping that no one was eavesdropping. Then she moved away, embarrassed that they were standing too close. Elsa knew it was just a guess, but knowing the crown prince's character, she could be right. Terence noted that the situation she described was too far beyond the bounds of common sense. However, for some reason, the young man felt that his younger brother was capable of something similar. The game was worth the candle, so Elsa asked to go to the imperial palace and check everything thoroughly. It was time to go to the palace, so the prince was going to call those who would accompany the inventor. Elliot was annoyed that he had to leave in such a terrible state. He immediately demanded that the girl bring him clean clothes. He was convinced that he had to look as neat as possible because he was going to an audience with the emperor. Elsa was annoyed that she couldn't give him a good punch because of the artifact. The prince heard her words and was a little disappointed that the girl and the inventor had become so close lately. He even admitted that he felt a slight regret about the decision he had made earlier. Elsa was very surprised by what she heard because it didn't fit into her head at all. The inventor was incredibly irritated when he saw that the second prince was going to go with him. Even the guards could not believe that His Highness the Prince would sit in the same carriage with a criminal. However, the guy asked not to pay attention to him because he had a special conversation with Elliot. The young man was irritated by this, but he could do nothing about it. At the audience, the inventor said that he had no choice but to humbly confess to what he had done. He was so obsessed with money that he completely forgot about Lady Leanna's kindness and deserved to die. The emperor listened to him attentively and then decided to talk to his son. The inventor's confession meant that he would become the main culprit and Leanna would go free. The testimony of the man who sent the letter to the emperor's assistant turned out to be as accurate as expected. In addition, yesterday there was a secret audience between the emperor and the duke where they held negotiations. The prince could not believe that the Grand Duke had made a request to the emperor. However, most of his thoughts were occupied by the tender meeting he had with Elsa in prison. The young man even drank an extra portion of the medicinal tea, hoping that it would help him. However, the medicinal tea only added more memories of the time spent together. The prince was convinced that the tea he had prepared himself really did taste different. Now was not the time to give in to emotions, because this was the only chance to carry out Elsa's plan. Jack returned to his master and reported that everything had turned out exactly as they had expected. The young man ordered his assistant to tell him in detail what he had seen. After this, the second prince immediately went to the emperor to report to him. He bowed formally to the ruler and said that he had one request for the emperor. There was one place that the young man asked him to visit, which was inside the imperial palace. The man did not understand why his son was asking for such a strange favor. However, Terence said that it would be easier if the emperor saw everything with his own eyes. The man didn't know what exactly it was, but it sounded pretty interesting, so he agreed. However, the second prince warned that the ruler might be shocked by what he saw. This piqued the man's interest even more, and he agreed to go for a walk right then. Terence was pleased that so far their plan was working like clockwork. The emperor, the second prince, and several servants who accompanied them went to the far part of the palace. Already on the way, the emperor guessed that they were going to prison and were going to look at Lady Leanna. The prince asked his father to visit her cell with him to see for himself everything that was happening. Soon the men approached the door behind which the girl was hiding. The guards wanted to announce the arrival of the emperor, but the prince shut them up, ordering them to remain silent. It seemed strange to everyone present that the guards began to tremble with fear at the sight of the emperor. The prince carefully opened the doors so that their presence would not be discovered too early. The man apologized to Leanna for having to live in such conditions, offering to bring desserts prepared by the emperor's personal chef. However, the girl said that after such a long time she wanted to eat a simple chocolate cake. The man looked out to order the guards to bring the requested dessert. However, instead of guards, he saw an enraged emperor who heard their entire dialogue. The man quickly walked inside and ordered all unnecessary persons to leave immediately. Once in the room, he saw that 3 more guards were around the girl and were pleasing her in every possible way. The emperor was truly shocked by the picture he saw, as he was faced with what was happening behind his back. Leanna and the guards immediately recognized the emperor, so they jumped up from their seats in horror. The man looked around and saw that it was the most well-kept place of detention he had ever seen. He wondered why this room was left as if it was inhabited by royalty. One of the guards admitted that it was they who brought all these things here. The boy was so worried that he couldn't really say anything, which angered the emperor even more. Leanna came forward and admitted that it was all her fault, so she asked that she alone be blamed for what happened. The emperor ordered the girl not to interfere, but she dared to contradict him, believing that the rest of the people were not to blame. The man who was just about to bring the girl dessert fell to his knees and tried to take the blame. The emperor knew that the boy could not have done all this alone, so he ordered his master to be handed over. The man noticed that the lives of all his subordinates and family members depended on one word from him. Only these words had an effect, and the man finally admitted that he did all this on the orders of His Highness the Crown Prince. He recently came to them and ordered them to serve Lady Leanna so that she would not experience any inconvenience. After this, the emperor became really furious and ordered that Michael be brought to him immediately. The guards immediately ran out of the room to carry out his order as quickly as possible. Only Leanna stood to the side and smiled mysteriously. The girl immediately fell to her knees and begged the emperor not to be angry. She made a pitiful face and cried, trying to take all the blame on herself. Terence was furious that even in such a situation, the girl was trying to manipulate the crowd. After some time, Michael entered the room, expecting to talk with the emperor. The first thing he saw was his beloved, who was kneeling in front of her father and brother. The young man immediately ran up to the girl and asked about her condition. For a second, the girl broke character, calling him by name, but then immediately corrected herself and addressed him properly. However, the emperor was there and heard everything, so his anger did not subside. The man was interested in what his youngest son was doing behind his back. In a rage, the emperor threw a fan at Mikhail, after which Liana immediately rushed to check his condition. The emperor and the second prince were so stunned by the behavior of this couple that they didn't even know what to say. After this, Liana turned around and told the ruler that even if he was the emperor, this was nothing more than domestic violence. The man wanted to send the girl away but remembered that they were in her cell. So he decided that everyone else should leave the room and conduct the conversation outside of it. Liana apologized to Mikhail for causing him trouble. Only after this did the guy come out and try to explain to his father that the girl had done nothing wrong. The emperor wanted the prince to clarify the situation they had all just witnessed. Mikhail stated that this cell was too wretched for Liana, although royal blood lived in exactly the same cells if they were suspected of something. Besides, the prince had heard that the inventor was the criminal, so the girl was innocent. He believed that Liana was a victim who had lost the guild she had worked so hard to develop, so it was impossible to support such a poor person under arrest. Thanks to the assistant's story, the emperor learned that the man had been serving the girl from the very first day she arrived in this cell. This was strange, because it became known that the culprit was the inventor much later. Mikhail admitted that he initially believed that the girl was innocent because she was not the type to do evil. After these words, the emperor was convinced that the young man was truly out of his mind. Terence couldn't understand whether Mikhail really didn't know Liana's true nature or whether he knew everything and was brazenly lying. Mikhail admitted that after meeting Liana, he felt like he was born. She gave him a new life. The guy admitted that he didn't expect anyone to understand his feelings. He knew that his father had always been strict with him, but he surrounded his son with love and care and kept him outside the imperial palace. The boy knew about this because every time the emperor left, his mother was on edge. Once upon a time, his maternal grandfather told him the whole truth. Following the emperor, the young man saw the image of his father, who was playing so tenderly with his brother, whose existence he did not even suspect. The man who gave him a real sword as a gift for training gave his illegitimate son a ball. Terence didn't know that he would be jealous of something like this because he learned to wield a sword in secret from his father. Michael, who would become emperor, must be able to handle weapons. But in his case, this was not necessary. Once upon a time, a boy asked his father to teach him how to handle weapons. The guy admitted that he wants to have a magnificent sword, just like his father. However, the emperor believed that the boy did not need to learn how to use weapons, instead bringing him a ball and inviting him to play. Perhaps this was done to avoid misunderstandings over the imperial throne. Mikhail believed that because of all this, the man could not even imagine what a difficult childhood he had. However, everything was okay now because Liana had healed all his wounds. Mikhail apologized for breaking the rules, but he had no regrets about his actions because every rule needs to be treated with some flexibility. The emperor remarked that the boy, who had invoked old-fashioned etiquette to point out his title to his older brother, was showing flexibility when it came to his beloved. Before the emperor could finish speaking, the empress intervened in their conversation. The woman heard that His Majesty was very angry and looking for the crown prince, so she came to them. The first thing the woman suggested was that the illegitimate child had caused discord between the emperor and Michael. However, the man said that the crown prince had deceived him behind his back. He looked at his son and reminded him that he had recently said something about flexibility. However, the man himself perceived this as a real challenge to the emperor's authority. Mikhail decided to provide all the comforts for the suspect in the commission of crimes at his own discretion. He decided to appoint guards as servants and fill the prison with luxurious items. Since even the crown prince did not support the emperor's rule, it was surprising how the imperial family could still exist on this land. Therefore, the emperor declared on this very spot that Michael was deprived of his title of crown prince. For now, he will have the status of first prince, as he did before his appointment as crown prince. Who would become the next crown prince would be decided later, after which the empress felt unwell. She tried to convince the emperor that Michael was the only legitimate heir to the imperial family. However, the man recalled that he had already seen the same mistake about the guy several times. The woman was furious that her husband had fallen for the trick of a vile, illegitimate child. However, the man shouted at her and noted that if she showed disrespect towards his son again, he would no longer turn a blind eye to it. The man didn't even ask her to treat the guy like her own child. He just wanted her to observe minimal etiquette. After this, the emperor turned around and walked away, leaving everyone behind. The empress did not understand what was happening and why the emperor was so angry. She asked Mikhail to explain to her clearly what had just happened here. Then the second prince stepped forward and invited the woman to check everything with her own eyes. He opened the room into a chamber and allowed the empress to see everything that was happening inside. Liana immediately ran out of the cell and hugged her lover, trying to calm him down. The empress did not understand how the decoration of the chamber could be so luxurious. Only now did she realize that all this was the work of her own son, who forced even the guards to serve the girl. After this, the empress felt unwell and threatened to faint. Her servants immediately picked up the woman and carried her immediately to the palace physician. Mikhail accused his brother of causing his mother to faint. He recalled his past promise and threatened that he was ready to fulfill it. The boy heard that it was his brother who brought his father and dared to make Liana crawl on her knees in fear. Michael declared that from that moment on, the two brothers became enemies. Terence wasn't going to listen to this nonsense because he still had a whole bunch of things to do. The brother guessed that the boy was going to meet the inventor to convey Liana's words. He reminded that the guy was still suffering from the consequences, so meetings with anyone were unacceptable. Michael was angry that he was refused, so he was going to take revenge. The next day, Count Max received a plan to improve the situation of his county. Violetta and Elsa watched as the inventor became embarrassed by his gratitude. This morning, returning the inventor back to the cell, Terence only managed to report the latest news. The girl did not expect that the emperor would strip Mikhail of his title of crown prince, and that because of her, reality would slowly begin to deviate from the plot of the original work. It was she who suggested that the hereditary principle was trying to somehow influence the girl's presence in the cell. Although it was just a guess, the original novel also had a scene where Mikhail bribes the guards when Liana was framed by the villain and put in prison. The emperor did not notice this, so Crown Prince Michael was not deprived of his inheritance rights, and the guild continued to flourish until the end, so she personally created this incident. The girl thought that it would be enough for her to simply divorce Leonardo, but for some reason everything went so far. Count Max turned to the girl and invited her to try the best bread that his baker had prepared. The man collected more bread in a bundle as a token of gratitude to the inventor who helped him develop the plan. The guy was embarrassed, so he behaved even more rudely than usual. However, Max was very cheerful, so he tried to force bread into his mouth as a thank you. The inventor was unhappy with this, thinking that Max wanted to get rid of him. If the man is grateful to him, then it would have been better to give testimony that would be beneficial to him during the trial or do something like that. Elliot is a valuable talent that will help the country develop if he survives. However, after this assumption, Count Max suddenly became very serious. He noted that this was unacceptable since the trial was related to the guild. He hadn't meant to bring it up, but he realized the guy hadn't really thought about what he'd done. The Count could not say a single kind word about someone who never thought about his actions, even if he was a genius. The man believed that everyone should be punished for their crime. The Count asked why the inventor had taken such a step, since he could have used his bright head to improve the world. The guy admitted that he lives only for one person and his approval. He admitted that he committed a crime for his sake, because the man was grateful to him and considered him his support. The Count listened attentively to the young man and noticed that he was a very bad person. He noticed that this man only thanked the guy in words and did not value him sincerely. The man noted that if this were a truly good person, if he truly valued him, then everything would be different. He wouldn't have started talking nonsense about being grateful for the crimes committed, but should have dissuaded him from taking this step and set him on the right path. The inventor explained that they did not understand anything because it was ignorant to see the world only in black and white and to claim that anyone who breaks the law is necessarily a villain. The heroine realized that the inventor had just admitted that Liana was always right. The guy continued to talk about how this man was very kind, but also incredibly smart. Count Max concluded that a person who commits a crime is smart and kind, and people who defend the law are kind fools. According to the inventor, the man always does good, but in order to protect the weak, he had no choice but to break the law. He asked what the Count would do if he saw a hooligan attacking an elderly man. The man admitted that he would have hit the attacker to stop him from doing what he had planned and would have made him promise never to do it again. The inventor noticed that the attack was a crime, but it was aimed at a good action and his man acted in the same way. However, the Count noted that tax evasion is a crime that cannot in any way be used as a way to combat evil. The inventor was convinced that even if you pay your taxes honestly, the people above you are corrupt, so it is better to spend this money on something better. Elsa listened to him and realized that this was a stupid excuse, because the guys were simply evading taxes in order to spend the money as they saw fit. There are indeed many people in the empire who are only interested in getting rich, but there are those who strive to make the empire better. Everyone pays taxes anyway, and for barren areas like his there is no choice but to rely on the general money provided by the government. It may be a waste, although his land gets benefits, but even they pay taxes. The man was furious that the boy dared to justify tax evasion. He demanded that he stop throwing around callous phrases and come clean about what was on his mind. The inventor noted that tax evasion was contrary to social justice, and the same was true for other guild crimes. He knew that Mrs. Leanna was a very sweet, charming, beautiful, and elegant, noble person. He didn't see a problem with such a person committing a crime, or someone committing a crime for such a person. Trying to punish a sacred noble man according to the laws of the common human world was much worse for him. Leanna didn't kill anyone, so there was nothing wrong with breaking the law. It was nothing compared to what she deserved. Suddenly, Elsa realized that she had seen this expression before. This was the expression the headmaid showed during the court hearing. The girl did not expect that, in the case of the inventor, everything was so serious, and there was nothing else to do but follow the decision of the second prince. Suddenly, the Count could not stand it and hit the young man right in the head. The protective artifact immediately activated and threw him in the opposite direction. Elliot didn't understand why the Count kept hitting him on the head. The boy believed that a person should not be punished for crimes because he was too sweet and beautiful, but there was not a single such person in the world. Suddenly, the inventor's nose started bleeding, and the Count was worried that it was because of his actions. Elliot saw the red spots and immediately lost consciousness because he was afraid of this sight. The doctor examined the patient and noted that he had no abnormalities that would cause concern. He said that colds usually do not cause nosebleeds, but the boy lost consciousness due to brain overload. The doctor admitted that he was just joking, because even if a guy uses his head a lot, his nose won't bleed from it. If it's not a medical problem, then he might have been subjected to a magical curse or something. The bleeding had stopped, the temperature had been brought down, so all that was left was to wait and observe the patient. The next day, Elsa came to visit the young man and saw that he had finally come to his senses. The girl had no intention of persuading him to eat because the inventor had refused to eat since the morning. She told Violetta and the Count that the boy was not sick, but he did not eat and did not say a word. Everyone thought it was strange. Violetta assumed that he was ashamed. The inventor spoke like a madman about a sweet, charming man so he could be ashamed. Elsa noticed that his statements were illogical, but perhaps he did not want to admit that he had said something like that. The girl asked the Count not to mention the deprivation of the title of Crown Prince, as this could irritate the inventor. This morning at the State Council, the Emperor revealed Michael's actions and expressed his desire to strip him of his title of Crown Prince. After this, there was a high probability that this title would go to the second prince. That's why his weight in the eyes of, increased greatly, and Terence attracted attention. Although everything worked out as well as possible, it will now become even more difficult for Elsa to see her friend because of his busy schedule. A little later, the Count came to visit the inventor and inquired about his well-being. Elliot noted that the man said this because he had not seen it with his own eyes. Elsa was irritated because he didn't even say a single word to her, but he answered the Count right away. The inventor admitted that before meeting Leanna, he himself could not have imagined that he would have to experience such emotions. The Count did not want to hear again this nonsense about some outstanding personality who could break the law. In any case, he didn't think that Lady Leanna was really a good person. He didn't know the girl, but the newspapers said she had been released from the Imperial Palace prison the previous evening. Although the Count was not a brilliant man, she was now free, and Elliot was behind bars. If the Count's subordinate had been imprisoned for his crimes, he would have immediately come running to him, but he would not have even initially shifted his own sins onto his subordinates. He believed that she was bound to come as soon as she got out of prison. The question was not whether they could meet, but that he would not be able to sit still just like that. After talking with the Count, Elsa and Violetta left the dungeon and met Terence on the street. The girls went out for a little walk and invited the second prince to join them. Violetta suggested that the young people go for a walk together, since she needed to keep an eye on the inventor. Both young men found this strange, but they were not against taking a walk together. To begin with, they went together to the Forest of Wanderers, where the temple was located. Elsa hadn't been to the temple for a long time, where she got the ingredients for the medicinal tea, so the guys decided to go inside. According to legend, the Forest of Wanderers is the final resting place of the goddess. Hearing this story, Elsa wanted to pray, and the second prince joined her. The girl knew that tomorrow the 3 extra days that her friend had given her would end. She hoped that their choice would be the right one. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew off the girl's hood. Elsa felt incredibly light, and it seemed to her as if someone was talking to her. The young man thought that the girl's prayer was taking too long, so he tried to wake her up. Elsa told him about the strange voice that had just come from inside her head. However, the second prince of the empire noted that he had never heard anything like it. Elsa found it rather strange that she was the only one who heard this voice. The girl assumed that this was a prophecy from the goddess who heard her prayers. There really were gods in this world, and in the final pages of the original novel, Liana comes face to face with one of them. Considering that Elsa's ability to accurately reproduce the events of the original is similar to that of Liana, who retained perfect memories of her life before reincarnation, it was the goddess who brought the girl to this world. But from the moment she woke up in the novel, she never once felt the presence of a goddess, and she did not have such a mysterious ability to charm people. The girl decided that it could have been an auditory hallucination, so the guys decided to go back. They didn't want to part too soon, so they decided to take a little walk before returning. Elsa had a strange feeling that the goddess wanted to tell her something. On the way back, the prince told a legend according to which this forest possesses mysterious powers. It was said to be a force that attracted travelers from all over the world to embrace them. But there is also a legend that depicts the appearance of a goddess who enjoys seeing people fight with each other and commit violence. Elsa laughed because she couldn't even imagine that the prince was interested in such stories. The young man said that his mother loved to tell him about the past. As a child, she often told legends about the goddess or other old stories. He himself was named Terence after the main character of an ancient tale, which his mother was especially fond of. It was a very simple story about an unfortunate boy who overcame many difficulties on his way. He eventually found happiness by meeting a woman he loved, so he was given this name. The young man himself really liked this name, because his mother hoped that he would be as happy as this boy was because of the story. The prince admitted that from now on he would like Elsa to always call him by his real name. The girl felt that this was some special moment between them. She liked the idea very much, so she happily suggested that the young man go back. The prince liked the feeling of being addressed by name by someone other than his parents. At that moment, Elsa remembered that the guy had no friends at all, and even his relationship with his father was difficult. They agreed that they would only address each other by name when they were alone, so as not to embarrass others. The next day, in the building of the capital's guard garrison, Elsa announced that she would not accompany the count. She decided that today, Max should talk to the inventor alone. On her last day, she should have let the guy spend time with someone he had a close relationship with in his past life. The count remained in the inventor's chamber for a long time, talking with him on various topics. While the count was saying 100 words, the young man reluctantly threw out only a couple in response, but they were satisfied with everything. In the evening, the guy admitted that he was afraid that he would die from the man's chatter. He wanted to ask Elsa to grant him one request, even though it was impudent on his part. The girl laughed, because for the first time she realized that a guy could feel shame and use words of request and gratitude. The first thing the young man did was apologize to the girl and ask for forgiveness for his rudeness and attempt to interfere in their relationship with Kira. He thought his assumption that he and the girl were having a secret relationship was correct, but Elsa turned out to be anything but a villain. The guy was a little ashamed, but still admitted his mistake. The fact that Liana cried doesn't necessarily mean that Elsa is a bad person, because relationships are very complicated. The girl was amazed that the inventor thought adequately and rationally about things that were connected with Liana. So she happily accepted his apology regarding what happened in the past. However, she said that she would do this only on one condition. In fact, the only thing the girl wanted was to poke the guy in the head with a fan, returning his debt. Only now did the inventor learn how humiliating it was, so he admitted that he had gone too far last time. Only after this could the young people continue the conversation. Elliot asked to be sent to Elsinga prison to serve his sentence if he was not executed. Elsa was very surprised by this request because this ship was located on the western border. The inventor admitted that it would have been better to turn to the second prince, but he was difficult to deal with. The girl understood perfectly well that this prison was located not far from the property of Count Max, with whom the guy had managed to become friends. The inventor was embarrassed, so he asked the girl not to invent anything. She simply did not want his ideas to go to waste. The more the inventor talked to Max, the more clearly he saw his ignorance of issues related to the region's development. Elsa reminded that this is a backward region with terrible conditions, which means the inventor will be even more interested in its development. The girl reminded that it would be more difficult for Liana to visit the young man in such a distant prison. Elliot knew that Liana would not come often, because for everyone he was a criminal blinded by greed, and the girl would arouse suspicion. The guy admitted that he himself doesn't want to see her after what happened. He explained that when he was with his mistress, he was afraid of ceasing to be himself and becoming a crazy person again. The inventor is a logical person. He could say with confidence that he was guided by logic for most of his life, but after meeting the girl, he lost control of himself. When it came to the lady, he could neither think nor calculate everything in advance. Part of him realized how strange it was, but the rest of him said that love was always like that. But now, having been away from Liana and having spoken with the Count, he was in even greater confusion. The inventor still loved Liana, considered her sweet and charming, but these feelings seemed alien to him. The guy didn't know if he would remain the same if he continued dating the girl again, so he wanted to take a break and be away from her. His uncle told him to be useful to the world. The boy was not going to follow his will, but at least he did not want to become a bad person. The next morning, the palace released a statement naming the inventor as the main culprit. Liana was not involved. Then everything ended, and before the verdict was passed, the inventor was transferred to the main guard office. The young man thanked Elsa for listening to his request. The girl knew that even if she talked to the prince, there was no guarantee that he would agree to fulfill her request. The inventor even asked Elsa to ask to be put in the same prison with him if she suddenly committed a crime too. The young man thanked the girl, after which they said goodbye, knowing that they would hardly see each other again. On the same day, Elsa turned to the second prince and explained to him the request that the inventor had voiced to her. The young man was not against this and suggested forgetting about the plan to eliminate the guy. It seemed surprising that he agreed so easily, because she thought that he disliked the inventor. The prince admired the fact that Elsa even made this arrogant, impudent man sincerely apologize. The young man once again noted that Elsa was incredible, since she was able to reach even such an impassable balloon. The girl was pleased to hear this, and she promised that she would never underestimate herself again. After everything that happened, the heroine was glad to return to her friend's house to finally have a good rest. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, the girl woke up with the feeling that she was falling somewhere. The strange voice she had heard in the forester's temple spoke to her again. This voice said that he liked Elsa's requests, who begged him to save not only herself, but also the people around her. In exchange for good treatment, the voice promised to show the girl something interesting. This slightly disrupted causality, but the heroine still wouldn't remember anything when she woke up. The next second, Elsa opened her eyes and saw that she was floating above a huge city. The girl watched the conversation between two men who were meeting on a balcony on the outskirts of the city. One of them loved to come to this place because it offered a beautiful view of his treasure. He enjoyed watching how this once poor land had been transformed. The man was grateful to his interlocutor, because all this happened only with his assistance. The mature inventor noted that all this was largely due to the Count and the residents, who worked as a single whole. Efforts alone are not enough for a good result, because someone brought grain crops that can grow even on barren land. Someone foresaw the attack of the neighboring kingdom and developed a defensive strategy. Someone successfully helped refugees settle in this land and gave them a chance for a new life. Count Max noted that over the past 30 years, the inventor had done countless good deeds for these lands. He even stated that meeting this guy was the greatest luck for his territory as well. However, lately he wondered if it was just as lucky for the guy himself, who was literally tied to this place. The inventor admitted that he was not interested in making successful people even more successful. But helping losers achieve success is something that is truly worthwhile and noble. This land, which had developed so much, was not only the treasure of the Count. Over the years, it has become a real treasure for the inventor himself as well. The men got tired of chatting and preferred to go downstairs and have a good dinner, discussing their plan of action for the near future. Elliot noted that meeting his mother, from whom they were separated, also happened because he chose this small world. Gradually, everything around began to melt and float, as if dissolving into the darkness. The next second, the picture disappeared, and Elsa again found herself in the middle of the starry sky. The voice hoped that the girl had taken a good look at what had happened, that she would not remember it, but that her soul would become calmer. Elsa wanted to say something, but she couldn't utter a single word. She assumed that this voice belonged to the goddess because she heard it when she was praying in the temple. The goddess had already said goodbye to the girl and hoped that they would see each other again if they succeeded. Elsa was able to speak and asked why the voice called the vision a gift if she would not remember anything upon waking up. She knew that the goddess could erase the memories she had just shown, but she asked for an answer to one question. She asked to leave these memories for her. The voice noticed that this girl was truly special, because even her first wish was for someone else. Elsa was not at all like the girl who prayed only for herself, meaning Liena. Suddenly, the voice changed, and he didn't like the fact that an insignificant person dared to test him and think that he was on her side. Suddenly, Elsa felt a crushing aura, because in the novel, the goddess was kind, but suddenly it turned out that she didn't care about anyone except Liena. Suddenly, the girl remembered the story of the second prince, that there were various legends where the goddess enjoyed reckless violence and strife between people. A strange force gripped the girl as she thought that her friend was right about the goddess. Suddenly, Elsa felt that something incredibly huge and evil was standing right behind her. It was said that the goddess could appear in the form of a beast, so the girl was afraid that she had encountered exactly that. It turned out to be a huge wolf that was running towards the girl and could swallow her in one go. Elsa closed her eyes, and when she opened them the next time, she saw the starry sky again and heard the ringing laughter of the goddess. The deity admitted that he simply decided to play a joke on the girl because she was too serious. The voice admitted that it really is a goddess, as she is considered to be in the country where the girl now lives. She noticed that the books Elsa read in her past life were written from the second girl's point of view. For her, the goddess was a being who gave endless love. In fact, the goddess was simply what the girl wanted her to be. Elsa thought it was strange because gods were supposed to be unattainable beings, and the voice had a frivolous manner of speech and character. The goddess apologized for being so frivolous and having a bad temper, intending to send the girl back. Elsa didn't have time to ask why everyone felt such boundless love for Liena and whether it was really her blessing. Besides, she was wondering why the goddess didn't bless the girl as well, since she had some of the spiritual power. At the last moment, the voice said that Elsa was already carrying her blessing. It was just weaker and the girl did not notice it. As agreed, the goddess promised that she would not erase these memories. Moreover, as an apology for the joke, she had another gift that was soon to appear in the girls' lives. After that, everything disappeared, and the next morning Elsa woke up in her bed with huge bruises under her eyes. The girl looked so tired that even her friends noticed it at breakfast. She explained that she had not slept well at night and had seen something like a nightmare. The reborn heroine knew that this was not just a nightmare, but something else. She didn't really remember anything, but she was sure that she hadn't made a mistake in choosing the inventor. The girl finally met Terence, so she couldn't be put to sleep. The prince noticed that dreams reflect our emotions and thoughts, then suggested that something was bothering the girl. The girl admitted that she actually had something on her mind that she would like to share with others. All of Elsa's friends wanted to support her, so it was easier to tell her what was bothering her. The heroine blushed deeply, because what she wanted to ask was quite embarrassing. Everyone tensed up, expecting some important question that could not be answered unambiguously. The girl felt a little awkward, but still asked if her friends thought she was attractive. The second prince, Diana and Violetta, were stunned by her question, and silence fell at the table. In fact, Elsa remembered that she already had a blessing from the goddess. She thought that this blessing meant that people around her would dote on her, just like Liena did. The friends suddenly began to confess their love to the girl one by one, admitting that she was really very sweet. However, Elsa realized that they meant something completely different, so she asked them to forget about what happened. The heroine realized that her blessing was different from the one Liena received. Today, Terence made an official visit to the embassy to deliver the emperor's message. This was a hint that he should establish contacts with ambassadors of different countries and get to know other countries, because he could become the heir. Although the emperor was deeply disappointed in Michael, he still had powerful support. And since Michael may not change, the emperor gives some power to his eldest son, deciding to arrange a competition between them, and now the real struggle for the throne will begin. A few days later, the girl finally accepted her dream and was still trying to process it. She never understood the nature of her blessing and what gift the goddess was talking about. The girl read in the newspaper that there were strange rumors in the rural area of the northeastern region, and that several villagers allegedly saw a large shooting star fall behind the mountains. Elsa knew that in the original novel, a falling star in the region would turn her abandoned mine into a goose that lays golden eggs. But something didn't add up, because the meteor shower was supposed to happen at the beginning of winter, and now it was summer. The girl assumed that this was the very gift that the goddess had spoken of. Violetta entered her mistress's room and saw that she was packing a suitcase. Elsa actually packed her things because she wanted to go check her mines, then she called her bodyguard with her. At this time, in the Duke's house, Lyanna announced that she had a new business idea. The girl noted that if everything worked out, they would not only recoup recent losses, but also increase profits. The girl's father and brother looked at her with great bewilderment. Lyanna noted that this time she would need help from her relatives, but did not have time to finish. The Duke remarked that the girls should stop doing business for a while. Lyanna was surprised by his words because she did not expect to hear a refusal at all. The man reminded that the trading house had collapsed due to corruption just a few days ago, so there was no point in stepping on the same rake again. Lyanna was sure that this time everything would work out, and what happened to the guild was just an accident. The inventor was arrested. Cecilia no longer communicated with her, so now both of them will not be able to interfere with anyone. When the inventor took the blame, the girl thought that her friend was the traitor. However, Mikhail reported that during the secret meeting the guy did not tell him anything, only advised him to stay away from him. The Duke noted that in the current situation the girl's business would be of no use and suggested that she stay in the shadows. However, Lyanna stated that she could act through a trusted person and handle everything herself. Layhem sat next to his relatives and watched as his father argued with the girl for the first time and objected to her. Lyanna noticed that her father had changed a lot lately and decided that the butler was somehow involved in this because after their reconciliation, the Duke began to treat her colder. The man noted that this had nothing to do with the butler since he himself believed that too many responsibilities had fallen on the girl. He noticed that Lyanna was having a hard time managing both the house and the guild, so she took on questionable matters. He announced that from now on, Leonardo would be in charge of the house, he would take care of the affairs himself, and Lyanna would live like an ordinary noble girl and meet with Mikhail. Layhem was very surprised to hear the changes that had taken place in their home. Lyanna noticed that her father had changed, so she turned to her brother for help. However, unexpectedly, the young man supported his father and noted that there was sense in his words. While the girl was in prison, they were very worried about her, so they asked her to forget about business and not get involved in dangerous things anymore. Lyanna noticed that her dad and brother had changed. Before they supported her in everything, but now they found a time capsule and everything went away. The men promised that they would love the girl in any case, regardless of whether she would be useful at home. Lyanna looked depressed, but still promised to leave the housework. But she firmly assured her relatives that she would not give up the business under any circumstances. She noticed that the Duke was her guardian, but he could not limit her actions because she was his daughter, not his property. The man tried to convince the girl to think about it again because it would be difficult for her. Lyanna noticed that her father had really changed, but she could cope without his help. Before Lyanna had time to explain her plan, a servant ran in and informed them that an important guest was waiting for them at the main gate. The whole family immediately ran to greet him immediately. The former Duke and Lyanna's grandfather, Riccardo Cassius, stepped out of the carriage. The Duke inquired what had brought his father to their house after such a long absence. Lyanna ran forward and immediately rushed to her grandfather, hugging him. The man immediately became very sweet and stroked his favorite bunny, missing her. The second prince asked why Elsa was suddenly planning to travel. The girl explained that an urgent matter had arisen in the province and she wanted to take Violetta with her, but for this, she needed the guy's permission. The guy knew that the girl was capable, but he was afraid that she would not cope alone if she did not meet the robbers. So Elsa suggested adding another guard, and she even had someone in mind. The young man was not against it, but he was interested in who the girl would want to believe next to her. He was very surprised when she pointed her finger at him and said that she wanted him to accompany her. The prince admitted that he would gladly go with her, but he had a lot of things to do right now. However, the girl only laughed and noted that it was not a question because she was going to kidnap him. She leaned towards the young man and told him that she had a mine with magic stones, which she had inherited from her parents. Elsa couldn't tell that she knew this from the original, so she made up a story about a local resident. During the trip, the prince read an article that was published more than 80 years ago. Then it became known about a fallen meteorite, which could have caused the appearance of magical stones. Elsa believed that this theory was true, although many years ago it was considered complete nonsense. The girl thought it was worth checking, even if it was a minimal chance. Terence noted that she might not continue, since he wanted to join this trip too. He noted that there would be nothing to worry about, since the accumulated work could be dealt with upon his return. The young man looked out of the carriage and informed Jack of his decision. The assistant immediately grabbed his head because he did not understand how it was possible to so suddenly put aside all the tasks that the Emperor had given him. The prince left, and the assistant felt as if the whole world was collapsing around him. After leaving, the young man offered to discuss the upcoming business in more detail while they were traveling. If the girl's guess is confirmed, then we can think about what kind of relationship will develop between Elsa and the imperial family. The girl was glad that the prince immediately understood that this was not just an offer to keep her company. Meanwhile, the Duke's mansion was filled with an oppressive atmosphere due to the sudden arrival of his grandfather. The old man admitted that he clearly did not come to see such a scoundrel as his own son. Many years ago, there was a feud between them because the son completely changed the land management policy that his father followed. The man didn't like the fact that his father constantly forced his brothers to compete with each other, leading them to death. However, the old man considered this natural, since only the strongest could inherit the title of Duke. The man admitted that this is why he took this title from his father, so that at least his own children would not have to go through something similar. Lyanna immediately jumped up and demanded that the relatives immediately stop arguing. She noticed that if her grandfather said nasty things about her dad, she would no longer see her grandfather. The Duke noticed that his father, whom he had actually forced to give up his place as Duke, had locked himself in the northern part of the estate and had not maintained contact with him for a long time. However, one day, when he needed help with business, he returned. It was then that Lyanna persuaded her father to go to her grandfather and ask him for help. She noted that Dad could also soon make peace with Grandpa, which meant being one family. The father could not resist Lyanna's stubbornness and went with her to the northern part of the lands where his father lived. The grandfather doted on his granddaughter and hoped that one day she would stay and live with him forever. Even then, the Duke found this incredibly strange, because in his memories, his father was a completely different person. The man immediately fell in love with his granddaughter, even knowing that they did not have a drop of common blood, and yet he did not shed a tear when his own youngest son died. Unexpectedly, Lyanna announced that she would temporarily live with her grandfather. The old man really believed that she would be 1,000 times better off with her than with her worthless father, who couldn't even stop his daughter from going to prison. The Duke tried to make the girl change her mind, because she had clearly planned in advance to ask her grandfather for help with a new matter. The man wanted his daughter to come to her senses, but Lyanna only apologized to him and stated that she had made a firm decision. The brother joined his father in these persuasions, worrying about the girl. Lyanna stated that the Duke would be able to understand her feelings if he became his old self again. After that, she took her grandfather's arm and together with him happily walked away from behind the house. Laham tried to stop the girl by grabbing her hand, but her grandfather did not allow him to hold her back. After that, they quickly got into the carriage and left together to live at the other end of the land. The Duke realized that he could not leave it that easily, because he still had a duty to his father. He summoned the chief of the knights and ordered him to secretly follow Lyanna and report to him everything they did. Right during the conversation, the Duke remembered that it was Lyanna who brought this young man into their family. Suddenly, the man pulled out a weapon and put it to the throat of the knight's leader. He called the guards and ordered them to throw the guy in the dungeon and ordered another man to watch Lyanna. The man remembered the butler's words about how there were too many people in this house acting in the interests of Lyanna and not the owner of the house. Only now did the Duke understand what the men were talking about, realizing that in the worst case, he would have to replace everyone. Soon Elsa arrived in the region and asked a little girl to take her to the entrance of the mine. She thanked the little girl for her work and gave her some money. The girl also told about the fallen star because there was not a single person in the village who did not know about it. No one knew exactly where she fell because everyone was too busy at work. Even the children were helping their parents and doing household chores. Elsa was unhappy that the local viscount was squeezing the life out of poor commoners. This region used to belong to Earl Will, but due to the Earl's family debts, it came into the possession of Viscount Kai. Fortunately, the Viscount abandoned the abandoned mine, considering it unproductive. After this, the little girl said goodbye to the boys, saying that the hotel would tell them that they would return in the evening. Elsa looked inspired and thought it was time for them to start implementing the plan. The girl reminded her companions that they were under no circumstances to take off the coats she had given them. This cloak had magic resistance cast on it, and the protective artifact the girl gave him also helped. From all of the above, Violetta decided that they were about to fight a magician. Elsa noticed that powerful magical phenomena were taking place in the mine, so they needed to be careful. In fact, she knew that there was a chance of meeting something worse than a mage. The boys lit their flashlights and moved inside the mine to inspect the scene. In the darkness, Elsa stumbled and did not fall, only because the prince managed to catch her in time. The boys noticed that the girl had tripped over a stone that was scattered literally everywhere. They didn't know what it was, so the prince decided to try to pour his energy into it. He used his power, and the stone suddenly began to shine brightly. It looked like it was an unusual magic stone of high quality. Even if magic stones were mined here, such valuables could not simply be left lying around. The prince assumed that this stone was an ordinary or low-grade magic stone. He noticed that the girl had once again been right when she decided to keep the mines for herself. Elsa was happy that her mine was full of the highest-grade magic stones, which meant she was rich. The prince didn't know for sure, but judging by the amount of magical energy, he assumed that it really was a gold mine. The boys walked a little forward and saw that there was a fork in the road ahead. The prince suggested going back, since they were already convinced that the stones in the mine had changed, but Violetta suggested seeing the meteorite with their own eyes. Suddenly there was a roar, and the walls around the boys began to shake. The prince and Violetta immediately rushed to protect Elsa, hoping that everything would work out. The girl felt the same feeling as when the goddess pressed on her in her dream. The prince noticed that it was dangerous inside the mine, so they needed to leave immediately. The boys moved towards the exit, but unexpectedly came across an obstacle. Elsa quickly realized that this was not in the original novel. The girl suggested that the plot changed because the meteorite fell earlier, which is why the barrier appeared and blocked the exit. The girls moved away and the prince tried to attack the barrier with his abilities. However, this turned out to be useless because even if a crack appears, it instantly heals back. He also noted that no one would be able to get out because this was not a simple barrier, but a whole array of magical energy. It contained an incredible amount of mana. It was even interesting what kind of powerful mage was capable of such a thing. However, Elsa understood perfectly well that it was not a magician, because in the original novel, Liana was stopped in the mine by a sacred animal that lived in a meteorite. It was a divine beast that possessed enormous magical power, turning ordinary stones into magical ones, the test of which had to be passed in order to become the master of such a special creature. He had set up various tests before he accepted Liana as the mistress of his mine, but in the original there were no barriers, and the test itself was not that difficult. In the novel, Liana passed the test along with the chief of the knights and her servant Kira. So Elsa decided that with the prince and Violetta, she too could easily pass it. The girl even took the artifacts with her, because she remembered the goddess's words that she had prepared another gift for her. Elsa realized that the test had become more difficult, so she still did not understand what gift the goddess was talking about. The girl realized that she could no longer hide the truth, because their lives could be in danger. So the girl turned to her companions and told them that she was about to meet a sacred beast. She knew it was hard to believe, so she apologized for bringing the boys to this place without any explanation. She promised to tell them everything later, but first they needed to get out of the mine. She was afraid that they would think she was crazy, but she could no longer keep everything a secret. The young man approached the girl and put his hand on her shoulder. He didn't want Elsa to blame herself because he came to this place of his own free will. Violetta admitted that she also made this decision on her own because she knew that she could lose her life at any moment after she became a bodyguard. Plus, meeting a sacred beast can be exciting and an experience you can't get anywhere else. The guys noticed that everything happened not because of the girl, and therefore asked her not to blame herself. She also shouldn't have explained anything if she didn't want to, if it brought such pain. Sincerely glad that the second prince and Violetta were such wonderful friends. However, the guys admitted that they are increasingly interested in hearing the real reason for everything that is happening. Elsa realized that she was not afraid of anything if these two were next to her. She explained that fighting a mage in a confined space would be very disadvantageous. The prince added that it was difficult to dodge attacks in such a room, and the tunnel could collapse. Elsa said that a little further there were spacious rooms where the beast should be, but they would still be at a disadvantage. The girl admitted that she knew the weak spot of the consecrated beast. He has a special pattern on his head which, if hit, will make him incapacitated. The problem is that it is difficult to get close to him because he constantly attacks with magic, and there is an impenetrable barrier around him. Elsa added that the beast constantly uses various types of magic. The prince acknowledged that this battle would not be easy, so he suggested that the girl take refuge in a safe place. However, Elsa reminded him of the magic stone that the young man had found at the entrance to the mine. The shaft shook and transparent walls appeared right after they discovered the stone, which is why the beast discovered them. It all sounded logical, but the prince didn't know what the girl was getting at. Elsa said that she would act as bait and distract the beast, while the other two would attack it. The prince and Violetta thought it was too dangerous, so they refused to carry out this plan. However, Elsa asked them to listen to the end, because the main thing is to correctly use the weakness of the sacred beast. She rummaged through her bag and said she had something prepared. Terence was still against it. Although the idea was good, it was too risky. He knew that if something went wrong, the girl might tease him. Elsa wanted to defeat the sacred beast and for them all to get out of this place safely. However, if anyone should sacrifice themselves, it should be her. It was the girl who brought her friends to this place without really explaining anything, and now they were offering her to hide while they themselves would risk their lives. Even if the guys get out of the mine, they will never forgive themselves. Seeing that the girl was so insistent on this, the bodyguard still agreed to her plan. Grins took a deep breath and noted that it was simply useless to try to dissuade the girl. Elsa noted that if her plan was hopeless, she would not have even suggested it. The young man approached the girl and placed on her hand the magical artifact that she had given him before entering the mine. The prince knew that if he found himself in danger, he would not hesitate to rush to her aid. The girl did not want to accept the artifact because it was dangerous for him, and she still had other options. However, Terence noted that one cloak would be enough for him. The bodyguard also approached the girl and gave her her artifact because she too could stand up for herself. Elsa believed that she was now protected like never before because she had 5 artifacts. The boys remembered that there was a fork in the road ahead, so they were wondering which way was best to go. Elsa explained that both tunnels were one, so one could choose either one. She walked forward alone and walked until she saw a bright light. The girl came out to a huge cave in the center of which there was a meteorite. He didn't like the fact that stupid people had finally reached this place. If they had sat quietly in despair, their worthless lives would have been theirs for a little longer. After this, the meteorite began to shine, and after a few moments appeared in the form of a huge snow-white deer with a mark on its forehead. Meteorite did not understand why the girl was alone, and where the others were who disturbed his sleep with their magic. Elsa confessed that she was blessed by the goddess and intended to become the mistress of this mine. She turned to the meteorite and demanded that it fulfill her will. However, it looked so pathetic that he only laughed loudly. He didn't like the fact that the girl became proud once she fell into the goddess's favor. He felt human greed, and her heart was filled with greed. Because she didn't care about the gods, she only thought about the benefits of the magic stones. Meteorite expected more from the Blessed One, but she disappointed him, so he immediately attacked the girl, hoping that she would disappear from his sight. When the smoke cleared, the meteorite was surprised that the girl was not so stupid as to come to him unprepared. Elsa noticed that the spirit was much stronger than it was described in the books. Meteorite didn't understand why the gods chose such a worthless girl like the one standing in front of him. He continued to attack her again and again, hoping to break down her defenses. Elsa didn't give a damn about the gods because they were nothing but trouble. She noticed that a huge number of people had already suffered from Liena's blessing. Elsa hated them. She wanted people to sort out their own affairs. Meteorite didn't understand how a pathetic human girl could be so ungrateful. He continued to attack her again and again. One of the artifacts had already lost its power and broken. Elsa knew she only had to hold out for a little while longer, so she continued to distract the beast. Suddenly, the spirit struck somewhere behind her and noted that it was a pity to prepare one unfortunate attack. He easily figured out her plan to hide her comrades and attack from behind. The spirit asked the girl not to be sad, because he promised that she would soon follow her friends. By this time, all of Elsa's amulets had become completely unusable, and she was left completely without protection. The spirit saw that the girl was not doing anything, so he believed that she was on the verge of despair. He formed another, stronger attack, hoping that after this, the insignificant man would finally disappear. The spirit directed all his power at the girl, hoping to finish her off with one blow. A huge explosion ripped through the mine, illuminating the tunnels for many meters ahead, leaving nothing behind.